There's somebody missing. Open What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. This is NCC coming to you live from the... Oh my god, I'm gonna always mispronounce this name. Iwato... Oh my god, chat, I'm mispronouncing, aren't I? Wait, it says it right here, doesn't it? One of these tracks. Iwato Dai! Iwato, am I pronouncing it right? This is NCC coming to you live from the Iwato Dai dorms. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the cyber future. Oh god, this song. Make Irene bounce. Oh my god, we really gotta get on that, I really gotta get on that, trampoline thing. I gotta figure out how to get it. Where does one get a trampoline in Thailand? Already at 218 bonus? God, I wish. God, I wish. Nope, we're at 0, I think, as far as I know. I haven't checked, but I think we're starting back from 0 again. We got double, bonus content yesterday, right? So, if you're looking for the Anna Kasparian Freaks Out on MAGA segment, that happened late last night for most of you. Maybe if you're me, it was in the late afternoon. I am streaming entirely too much, chat. We went for 9 hours yesterday. Watch out for any Esquires out there. Yeah, really. Especially ones that are like local to me, right? You gotta watch out for those Esquires. Just tell me your love flows all over me. She changed the lyrics. The original lyrics were "Your love came all over me," I think. Wait, let me look it up. Let me settle this controversy before it starts. Moon reaches stars, which is not the same as the reach around, Ethan. God damn, we don't want to confuse Ethan Klein. We found out that yesterday that Ethan does not know what the reach around is. He has got a completely weird idea that the reach around is like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Kind of like the opposite of what it is. Ethan does not know gay anything. He is so fucking hetero-coded. Where's, okay, God. Let's see. I think they've changed a few lyrics here. Your love came all over me. Yes, yeah. Never felt like so miserable. I never felt like thinking this would last forever. Baby, stay with me. You gotta tell now. Your love came all over me. Yeah, that's what she says. And I think it's fine, okay? Look, I know that the person that wrote that, probably did not understand the colloquial reason, the colloquial meaning of coming all over someone or something. In English, I think it's a sweet sentiment anyway. I do not get like drawn into like, you know, the mental porno of it all. I can be, look, chat, like I'm very innocent, okay? Feeling about how am I feeling about the NCC Clip Industrial Complex? I mean, that sounds like a good thing. And oh my god, let's not break my umbrella before I even use it. Chat, does this look like a cheap umbrella? It kind of is. It's like a $3. I bought this umbrella. I just knew that it's the rainy season, so I'm gonna have to have one, but it's not a rainy day. In fact, I might even have to go over and, oh yeah, I fixed my air conditioner somehow. This is so wild, chat. I made a discovery. Yeah, he could not get, Lotus. But what's the dude's name? Lotus something? Let me fix this. Okay, yeah, chat. I got my remote control for the AC here. And you know what's wild? Is the whole time I've had this thing, I have never realized this. Oh, more buttons. Look at that. Look at that, chat. It was like this the whole time, right? I was like, I guess all I got is temperature up, temperature down, on, off, powerful mode. You can do powerful mode. But who knew, chat? It's got all these other buttons too. And it even hints to something that's down here. I don't know if you can see this, right? But this is if you look at the, oh my god, I don't know if you could see it, right? But it shows a battery and it says down there. And yeah, yes indeed. Let me see if I could do this correctly. Oh my god, I can't. Wait, yes. That's where the batteries live. I thought I was gonna have to get a screwdriver to unscrew this thing in order to change the batteries, but no, the batteries are right down there. So yeah, this thing is cooler than I thought. And it's not broken, right? One of them just like turned off, and then I took out the batteries and put them back in, and it's working again. So everything is good now. Everything is good. I know people hate Vice President Harris, but can we all agree that it would not have happened with her? I mean, nobody in here, Cranberry Soul, nobody in here thinks that Kamala Harris would have created Alligator Alcatraz. Nobody in here thinks that Kamala Harris would have, you know, put tariffs on all the world. Let's see, what else could I think of, right? As far as Gaza, though, and as far as Iran, we don't know. We don't honestly know. I would hope that, you know, she would have avoided getting pulled into a war with Iran. But that is something that we'll never know. And look, if Kamala was, you know, if Kamala did hold those cards, she was holding them close to her chest, and that might have been what she lost, right? So yeah, while it's frustrating that, you know, she did not lose by much, right? As far as the popular vote, 1.5% was the actual difference between Donald Trump's. In fact, she lost the election by less percentage. Chat, this is gonna blow your mind a little bit, all right? 2016, right? Who won? Donald Trump? Not the popular vote, though. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. What I'm trying to tell you is that Donald Trump won the popular vote this time by less people than Hillary Clinton, then he lost the popular vote in 2016, right? So a losing candidate, in other words, a losing candidate, like, had a larger advantage in the popular vote than Donald Trump this time. Not trying to upset you in the chat. You know, the only reason that I'm anticipating people might misread your comment, Cranberry Soul, is because of the recent ContraPoints controversy, right? So I just need to let other chatters know that that's not what you're saying, and let you know that, you know, that's not what anyone in here is saying. And as far as, yeah, you know, could Kamala have won with a few more votes from people who, I don't know, care about what's happening in Gaza? Yeah, she could have. She should have done better on the issues. She shouldn't have held those, you know, if she was holding those cards, you know, she should have shown it somehow, right? She just gave no indication, and so we have no way to know, you know, would she have been better on certain issues? Obviously on most issues, you know, she wouldn't be passing the big beautiful bill. She wouldn't be cutting Medicaid. I do hope people understand that. God, I mean, that's, you know, if people really think that, like, you know, it's the same, that you're gonna get something like the big beautiful bill. I mean, you'll get, like, you know, neoliberalism. You'll get maybe even austerity from Kamala Harris, right? If she gets, you know, the right people in her ear. But you're not going to get, you know, something as ridiculous as what we've just seen past here. You wouldn't have Elon Musk at a, you know, saluting his dead Fuhrer at a, you know, at a presidential event. Yeah, I could go on for days. I could go on for days on the things that you're seeing under Trump that you absolutely would not see under Obama. But there are people out there that really think that. They think that Max left, right? And we're gonna maybe see that. Wait, Max left is on our, it's on our bonus content, kind of, right? The Hassan visits his Uncle Sam. So yeah, that's Sam Cedar that gets the visit from Hassan. And actually Hassan gets convinced to show off some of their merch. And it's Max left merch. It's Max left. Hassan is left maxing. I was getting 400 in Snap. Now I get $23. Yeah. No, like, he's killing the country. And like I said yesterday, all right, when you knock on the door to the federal government and you say, my federal government, what big eyes you have, and it says, the better to see you with. And you say, my federal government, what a big nose you have, the better to smell you with, right? My federal government, what big teeth, what big fangs you have, the better to taste you with. Like, right? Understand, that's not your grandma. That's not your grandma. And look, it low-key hasn't been for a long time, even before Trump, right? But right now, it's a fucking monster. It's a monster that would destroy the world if left to its own devices. So don't leave that shit to its own devices. Remember, the great man of history theory is not just, like, elitist and a faulty way of analyzing history compared to historical analysis, right? It's also just not true. It's not great men who move things in the world. It's people like you and me. We move it together like a Ouija board. What are you feeling right now, chat? What spirits are contact? What are the spirits telling you, right? Because you can feel them in the air right now. It is electric, all right? And the horizon of potential is actually expanding in both directions. Right as we speak, new opportunities are being opened up in the midst of, absolute disaster, absolute tragedy. And it all depends on our ability to stand up for each other. I know, been voting since Ronnie Reagan. Yeah. Yeah, 400 for Snap is barely survivable. Yeah, definitely for like a family. I don't think I ever got 400 for Snap though. So I'm guessing that, yeah, your household's bigger than mine if you got 400. I don't know. I don't know how everything works. Yeah, I think the most I ever got was like 200. Cavernacle called out BreadTuber OGs today for being silent on Gaza. Mostly Contra, right? Yeah, I mean, like, Contra is just... They're thinking about taking Contra off of the... banning her from the BreadTube subreddit. Right, what else is banned from there? I think you can't talk about Vosh because it was causing too many arguments. I don't know, chat. Why was Vosh taken? Was it because... the BreadTube subreddit I'm talking about, I don't think it's as big as it used to be, but it was, you know, somewhat of the driving force behind... the juggernaut that was BreadTube back in the day. My spirits are saying something. Hold on. Sounds like Def 2D IO. But yeah, they might ban ContraPoints, and it wouldn't be because she's controversial. It would be because they would be saying she's not BreadTube anymore. She doesn't represent us anymore. Gaza is important. Did I see the Throne Dono? Thank you for reminding me. I heard the Throne Dono. It definitely gave me the habitual jump scare. Yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for the for starting us off today with a contribution to my Vietnam trip fund, which I will be taking that trip. Oh my God, Chad, I gotta remember to make sure all the visa stuff is in order. I'm actually gonna maybe talk to the school that is that I'm gonna be going to. I'm gonna maybe talk to the language school and just be like, is there anything else? Is there anything else I need to do? I just need to make sure that nothing goes wrong and that I actually am gonna go to Vietnam, because I'm kind of contractually obligated, not just to go to Vietnam, but to go to Hanoi and like the like am I obliged to certain dates? I'm not even sure. The sparkle noise, yeah, I did hear that. But thank you, Omega Star, for getting us started off with that 25 to the Throne Fund, which I greatly appreciate, and it's gonna make it so much easier when I have to buy those tickets. In fact, I should get on that. That's the other thing I need to do, is try to buy the tickets early, right? Because I know that they get more expensive as you get closer to the date. How long does it take to be a citizen in Thailand? I don't know. I think it depends on in what way you pursue citizenship. Like, I think one way to do it is to get a work visa, which is more difficult than it sounds like, right, chat? Because there are really only some jobs that foreigners can do here in Thailand. They really do try to protect the jobs of Thai people and not encourage, like expats or immigrants to, like, take those jobs. But yeah, that the one track is, I think, a work visa and a, what is it? I think you got to get a work visa and a work permit to actually work in Thailand. And then the other one that pops out in my mind is that, yeah, if you marry somebody, with Thai citizenship, I think that might be another route to citizenship. But I've heard something like 5 years. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it's a long time, and that means kind of like navigating the visa process, right? For 5 years, which you can't just leave Thailand every 60 days or every 90 days and then come back in, right? After a while, they're gonna be like, you are trying to live here. That requires a different visa. You can't live here on a tourist visa, right? So, yeah, and then they scan your like your immigration history. if you've ever done anything wrong, if you've been stopped by the police, if you rode a motorcycle without a license and got caught, right, they're gonna know that. They're gonna look through your finances as well. It's a big thing. Yeah, you go in there to get residency, and they're like, snap. No, not exactly, but they do, yeah, kind of like look at a lot. I feel like I saw this on wait, there's no way. Do I have the, oh no, it's not. I must have seen it on my phone. I was thinking maybe I still had the yo, it looks like we are getting started already. We got a little bit of action going on the Blue Sky thread right now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check the pinned chat. That is a blast off link to a Blue Sky thread. Look, for now, we're going to do it on Blue Sky. Some people tell me Blue Sky is dying and people are going back to Twitter. I really hope not. I fucking hate Twitter. But, I'll blast off, wherever I need to. If we need to make it a Twitter thread instead, that is a possibility too. But it's something that I want you to participate in if you're on Blue Sky. Now, look, I am not asking you, because I know some of you are thinking, oh my God, is she asking me to repost this on my timeline, right? It's going to look like spam. you don't feel obliged. Don't feel obliged, right? If you think your, you know, followers would be interested, then yeah, sure, give me a repost. But I'm not telling you got to do that, right? Likes help as well. And really what I'm making these threads for is to establish a little section of blue sky for NCC fans, right? Just like we have Hastwit on Twitter, I want to build NCC Bisky. NCC Bisky? Does anybody call it that? Can I call it Bisky? Chat, do you think people would Blue Sky people hate my guts for that? I still don't know very much about the culture on Blue Sky. Honestly, for as long as I've had it, for the fact that I have we're closing in on 500 followers here on Blue Sky, I don't really know that much about it. Oh, just one more follower. Welcome in. But yeah, you know, I just kind of wanted to use it as a spillover for the chat. If you got thoughts about today's stream, because we haven't even gotten into it, right? We're going to be looking at the Dan Saltman and Nicholas DeOrio confrontation that happened on Jstlk stream with Quipman, who is apparently incredibly based to the point. Chat, I saw an NCC chatter in there. I won't out you, just in case you're in chat. I'm not going to mention your name, right? But I'm seeing people that are left-wing in Quipman's chat. Now, it's important for you to understand that although Quipman does sound very based and very refreshing, you know, when he talks about these, you know, Ethan stands, right? He's not left-wing by many kilometers. I say kilometers because he's a Brit. Wait, do you use kilometers in the UK? UK people, are you mile people, or are you kilometer? Are you I'm not sure I understand like whether we're using like what is it called? Is it the imperial system? Because I think, wait, isn't it right? The US system, like Fahrenheit and miles and inches and all that stuff. Wait, there's another version of this song on here? This was such a good song that they had to cover it twice. Oh wait, no, it's like another song that vocals appear in, I guess. I need to play this game. Yeah, it is called the Imperial System. But yeah, the Imperial refers to the British Empire, I think. Although we don't use some of the things that you like. You use stones, right? Like stones, like your weight in stones. I don't even know how much a stone is. Metric in the UK, all metric. Okay. UK is definitely mild on everything except for white nationalism and transphobia. But yeah, we're definitely wading into the discourse on this. I don't know exactly what to expect. I know that some of my chatters have seen this, which means that yes, in addition to being seen in Quipman's chat recently, or Quipman as I like to call him, you were also seen. A few of you were apparently also in watching a kick stream of all things, right? Top chat randomly filters. You're not seeing the best of anything. Yeah. I don't even know. I think it just yeets. So, can I use that word? Oh no. I really. Oh my god, chat. I'm so stew. I'm such a stew. I'm sorry, chat. It's short for stupid. I am calling myself stupid. I just look. I brought my sparkling water over here. I got my orange juice. I was ready to have a delicious, refreshing, cooling glass of orange sparkling water. And what do I know? I left the device. I left the device somewhere. Be right back. Oh, really? Are you serious? wow, that's all it takes. That's all it takes to displace my device. Check with you and make sure that the sound is still good. Oh my god, what is even going on here? There we go, that goes there. I mean, I will be a little quiet right now because I'm not facing the microphone. There we go. Okay, so are we good? Are we good? Let me look at, yeah, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're very, very good. Okay, yeah, this thing. Which is like, look, I understand some of it. Wait, is it like, no. Like one of these things is like a can opener. Oh yeah, that's the can opener. But I just need the bottle opener, really. Still shadow banned on the YouTube stream. I think YouTube, if you can send me your YouTube, if you can send me your YouTube, like, account URL, I might be able to, add you back, assuming that, yeah, you're somehow, like, shadow banned on YouTube. Assuming that... Oh, hell yeah. Whoa. Alright, so we got the sparkling water. We got the orange juice. Oh, hell yeah. I am so overly sweaty and hot right now. And if I sweat too much, Shadow, it'll ruin my hair. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. I've been turning off the air conditioner at night because it's been pretty cool, but it feels like the heat's back now. It's only cool when there's cloud cover and rain during the day. My god. That is some tasty now I'm like, where am I gonna I said 1, 2, 3, 4, come on, yo, look it on the floor. Lotus Juice, that's his name. And yeah, this track is really missing some Lotus Juice, right? Everything goes better, chat, with Lotus Juice. Random 3PO says it's not random. It cuts out all the boring and evil chats. It could potentially cut out a evil chat. Yeah, I mean, if somebody said like a slur, maybe it would cut that out. I'm a child of God and I don't need that sin in my life. Yeah, I mean, that's what I tell you at the end of the streams. Like, go forth and sin no more. Isn't that what I tell? No, I don't say that. Oh yeah, I say fly my pretties. Because I'm a Umbran witch, of course. What am I thinking, chat? What am I thinking? I'm some kind of church lady? Some kind of nun? If I was a nun, though, I'd be like a nun with a gun. You know what I'm saying? I'd be a gun nun. I'd be a gun with machine gun tatas. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck around and find out, nun. Speaking of which, where do I get machine gun tatas? Oh my god. How is a beverage so able to cool me down? I like this. Okay, so yeah, anyway, like I said, we got a continuation, a sequel, if you will, right? To yesterday's Too Zesty, Too Zionist, which I had to explain to a commenter was not me being homophobic, all right? In case anyone needs to hear this, you can be zesty and heterosexual. Our president, Donald Trump, is an extremely zesty man, And as far as I know, there is not a gay bone in his body. All right, you know, Zesty does not mean gay, right? Although I guess it is like, maybe there's a correlation or something that, or the reason that it's funny when straight guys are zesty is that you don't expect it. But yeah, you don't have to be, there's plenty of zest in heteronormativity. I mean, like, plenty of heterosexuals love musicals, right? Sometimes Donald Trump loves musicals, even when the musicals are like, you know, should refute his whole worldview. He apparently he's a fan of Les Mis. Oh my god, chat, my hair is like wet because my back is wet because I'm sweating like a pig, like a little oink oink pig. Should I get a little pig nose? I think that would be cute. But then I might get sued by Kelly Jean for copyright infringement. I don't know. Zesty means dramatic. I would say, yeah, extra. You know, I mean, there's a lot to, and it's not a bad thing either. The world needs some zest. It really does. Whether it's from straight people having heterosex or whether it's from gay people having homosex, the world needs its zest. Us breeders love zesty shit. Yeah, hell yeah. Zesty like an everything bagel. Yeah, right. Wait, isn't that what Esther Klein said about, wasn't that his version of the Max left was the everything bagel left? Which weeboo will we discuss today? Also, I am not surprised that H3 fans using ice like the courts in Salem witch trials. Why did they target Adam McIntyre though? He's white. Because he's a critic of Ethan. Because they can. There's my answer, Metal. Unfortunately, it is because they can. Ethan has, you know, cultivated a culture of cruelty, I would say, in his community, and it's starting to come up through more and more. I don't know. I probably deleted this from yesterday. Yeah, I did. Wait. Ooh, this is a good cover. I like this vocalist. Iridium Beats, chat, if you're not familiar with this channel, is the channel that we're listening to right now. He does city pop remixes of video game music. So if that sounds like something that's interesting to you, let me really quickly grab the URL in question. And I'm seeing his channel is growing. I hope that at least part of that is because of me. Iridium Beats, I am trying to send you subs. Iridium Beats. There we go. Oh, no, I think I put a little extra on there. There we go. Let's do it with the See, I was talking about how zesty means, or Narwhal was commenting on how zesty means extra, and you know, I was a little extra there. I posted an extra character that will not help you find Iridium Beats' channel URL, but there it is. If you want to go follow Iridium Beats, if you like what you're hearing as far as the music, then you need a desk fan. You know what? I do have. Wait. Let's see. So yeah, thanks to my friend, my college friend that moved out here with me before deciding that Thailand was a little bit too much for him. He brought some cool stuff, some useful stuff that he could not bring back with him to America. Among these things, several portable fans. Oh. Chat, I turned it on and it immediately turned off. Oh. It's working. Okay, I don't know how long it's gonna last because, you know, it's just charged up by USB and stuff. Oh, this is nice. This is actually nice. Oh my god. You know that, like, a lot of Thai people will carry around, like, a portable battery-operated fan, like, in their purse or in their bag or whatever? Like, it's a very common thing to have here. Just because, like, you know, it's for those situations where you're walking outside and you start sweating and you need to go do something, like, kind of formal, or you want to go somewhere and not be sweaty, and so you just bring out, like, it's usually, like, smaller than this, I think. Like a small little handheld fan. Just kind of take the sweat off your face. Oh, unfortunately they can, but ICE has to verify that Adam isn't a U.S. citizen, and it seems like he is one. He is not a U.S. citizen. Adam... What did I do? I turned it off somehow. Adam is on a work visa. Uh-oh. Chat. The light came on. Apparently you hold it down to turn a light on. So it does have power, maybe? I can't get the fan to... Oh, there it is. Turned off. I think it's just like... I think it just like needs to be charged up or something. What if I plug it in? All right, we plug it in. Where can I? Ooh, I can attach it like to my computer screen, maybe. Oh. There we go. Put it out like that, and then maybe press the button and hope for some air. Press the button. Where's the button? Button. Button? Where are you at, button? There you are. There we go. Okay, well, I got it plugged in now, so hopefully it'll stay on. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, hey, Jerry, was that your idea? Whose idea was that? Whose idea was the fan? Because whoever it was, deserves some delicious fatty melon. Oh yeah, so chat, if you didn't, if you weren't around yesterday, you might have missed the fact that we kind of solved the mystery of the fatty melon, right? It turns out it's not fatty at all. It's just big boned. The melon had big bones in it. It wasn't actually a fatty melon at all. No, it was not a fatty melon in that the macronutrient composition was not a one that included fats, right? It's actually it tastes fatty because it's just like smooth. It's smooth, creamy, buttery, but it's not actually fatty. And it was what did we decide? Yeah, it's like a hybrid of a I think it was a type of Gallia melon. It was a hybrid of a cantaloupe and a I always want to call them mushmelons because that was what my sister called them growing up, but they're actually called honeydews. She would call them a mushmelon, or yeah, mushmelon. And I think it was because whenever we got those, they were always a little overripe. Yeah, it was kind of like it tasted like an avocado. It tasted like a honeydew avocado, but it's actually more of a honeydew cantaloupe. So that's the mystery solved, I guess. And today, what do I have when it comes to fruit? We have 30 baht worth of dragon fruit and 50 baht worth of watermelon, which, like, I mean, that's pretty good for 50 baht. I don't know, chat. That's what is that, like $1.50, $1.70 for this much watermelon? I think it's a good deal. And of course, the mangosteens are still running strong. Let's see if I can open one of these up. Meow, meow. Here we go. Delicious mangosteen. I gotta eat these while they're in season. Wait, what was somebody telling me that there's like a something awful meme about mangosteens? I gotta admit that is before my time. Good BM coming. Careful with that dragon fruit. Yeah, it is kind of dark green outside, lighter green inside, and even lighter towards the center. There's a blood red dragon fruit. Yeah, and sometimes I get that, but I feel like most of the time, I feel like this white one is more common. What's the deal? I think it's that you don't know. Oh my god. What's it dripping? It juiced. Oh no, it's very juicy. We got dragon fruit juice at the bottom of this thing. I gotta be careful with that. Chad, I just dripped all... Oh no. My dress is wet. My dress is wet. But that's probably a good thing because it's hot today, so... Yeah. So Adam is on a work visa because Adam is touring the country as a comedian? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I guess, you know, he's doing something at like events, right? You know, so is it sticky? Oh no, it's gonna be sticky, isn't it? The dragon juice. At least it's not bad dragon juice, right? That would be... I need to order some bad drag... Oh no, chat, I bet bad dragon's banned in this country. I've talked about this before. I think I've mentioned this before. But there's a lot of stuff that's legal in Thailand that may not be legal in other countries. Thailand was one of the first Asian countries to make cannabis quasi-legal. But one of the things that you might be surprised about that is not legal is a sex toy. Yeah, that recently. Oh god, I almost want to pull up this video, right? Because there was a motorcyclist in Thailand recently that was arrested, maybe drunk, maybe speeding in the rain. And the coup de grace is that he had several sex toys attached to his motorcycle, like horns. Yeah. And that's apparently not okay. I mean, mostly it's not okay to sell that stuff in Thailand. Like, you won't find, as far as I know, you won't find any stores, as you would probably in America. Yeah, I hear it's banned again. Jerry, it's up in the air. It's a little bit up in the air. Look, okay. Now, this is something that I always try not to talk about, right? Because I don't want anything that I say about politics in Thailand to, like, affect my visa status, right? But let me just give you a very neutral reportage of the political situation in Thailand right now. So we have a left-wing party called the what is it? The Move Forward Party? I don't know if that's the... Oh, neat. Wait, Wikipedia actually shows you useful information on this, kind of. All right, so let me show you really quickly before we get going. This is a list of parties in Thailand. And yeah, you can see Thai writing underneath all the actual names of these parties, but also the English names of the parties, right? These are the parties that make up the parliament. The People's Party is the descendant major social democratic and progressive political party in Thailand. It's the third incarnation of the Future Forward Party, which has been disbanded multiple times when it came into conflict with the other powers that be in Thailand. And yeah, I guess more on that later. That's the part that's really hard to talk about, right? Actually, yeah, it's a left-wing party, but strangely enough, chat, this party is not in favor of cannabis legalization. Is what I was trying to say. This party is against legalizing the weed, right? It's got the most number of MPs, right? Second, we got the Po Thai party. The major conservative populist political party in Thailand. I believe this is the part. Yeah, this is the party where the most recent prime minister, who is now under suspension, came from. Right now, why she's under suspension? On a call with the de facto leader, the military leader, really a person in power, is the reason that she was talking to him in Cambodia. After a border dispute that left, I believe, one Cambodian troop was actually shot and killed in this incident, right? She referred to him as uncle, which is, seen, I think, was seen as too deferential. In Thai, you do kind of use words that imply like big sister, big brother, little brother, like based on people's age and their relationship with you, right? So, calling somebody uncle is it's not a weird thing to do. It's just a weird thing for the leader of the country to say to the leader of another country, right? And she was seen as being too deferential towards him and maybe a little bit insulting towards some of her own, some of the Thai military officials. And due to this leaked phone call that happened after the border dispute, she's been suspended by the Constitutional Court, right? So Paetongtarn Shinawat is no longer the prime minister, right? So yeah, you got this party. Now this one's a weird one too, because it was part of a coalition with the People's Party, I believe, and then they ended up kind of switching sides and joining a conservative coalition with the Boomjai Thai Party, right? Major conservative populist political party in Thailand, founded in 2008. But this is the party, Boomjai Thai, this conservative party, is the party that was most in favor of cannabis legalization. And the PTP party, also something I should mention about Paetongtarn. She's part of a political dynasty, the Shinawatra family. They are a dynasty in Thailand. They have had, I think, she is the third family member to function as prime minister. And she's kind of, yeah, this all started with Thaksin Shinawatra, anyway, I don't want to get into this the history here, because this is the really sticky part of Thai politics, right? And like I said, I'm trying to give you a basic explanation of what is going on with cannabis in Thailand, right? So anyway, so this party, the prime minister came from this party, the PTP, and they made a coalition, even though they were, I think, working with some of the more left-wing parties, like the People's Party. Wait, I thought there was more Anyway, there's a big left-wing coalition here that's pretty popular, and I believe contained the People's Party and the PTP amongst other parties, and the PTP sort of switched sides and went into coalition with some of the more conservative, some of the more pro-military parties, right? And this was a major upheaval because in the past, the Shinwa family had been at loggerheads with some of these conservative forces, right? So these people, the People's Party, right? That this is the party that is advocating for major reforms in Thailand that I won't get into right now because again, sticky political issue right there. They felt kind of fucked over, right? They felt kind of betrayed by the decision of the PTP to form a coalition with some conservative forces instead of them, the largest, you can see they have the most representation in the parliament of any party. They have a plurality of the MPs here. Oh, okay, Bangkok Metro Council, and then the PAO. It's just complicated, right? So anyway, like I said, the marijuana legalization was the baby of the Bum Jai Thai party, the BJT party in Thailand. So what happened is Shinawatra was caught on that phone call, saying things that are against the more conservative forces in Thailand, right? Saying, some people said disparaging things about members of the military, for instance, right? And that was a big no-no, and the BJT party left the coalition. So they're out, and it's unclear if the current coalition even really holds, a majority. If it's unclear, whether they can function as a government anymore, or whether it's going to have to fall to a caretaker government until the next election, right? But yeah, they got pissed off and they withdrew, and these guys, the PTP, they said, oh, you want cannabis legalization? Well, guess what? Only medical now. And then I can't remember what it was, but there was something that the PTP wanted that the BJT has like kind of sabotaged since, right? So I mean, that's what happens. It's kind of it's kind of petty. It's petty shit almost. Like the reason that cannibalism, I said it again, the reason that cannabis, yes, is potentially under consideration for rescheduling. Currently it looks like they're going to require a medical recommendation from a doctor or a healthcare provider of some sort in order to even access cannabis. It's because of this party is mad at, or like this party got mad at this party for what the prime minister said about members of the military, and that she was too deferential to the leader of a country that they have a border dispute with, and they left, right? Kind of petty. And then this party decided, well, since you all like cannabis so much and you're not part of our coalition anymore, we're going to move against cannabis. We're going to move, I guess, against your constituents is what I would guess, right? People maybe backing this party might be some of the people, making money from the legality of cannabis. So yeah, hopefully that explains the situation in Thailand. Speaking of which, chat, we got to get... You know what I had planned to do today? I was thinking I should start off. I was thinking I was gonna make a change. I don't know, Wesley Thompson. I don't know what's gonna happen, right? I can't repeat your chat, all right? Because that's a very controversial topic here. But it has happened before. I'll just say that. That's happened before. And, you know, sometimes when, wait, I hear human meat tastes like pork, though. Sam Cedar would know the answer to that? Wait, Sam Cedar eats people? Sam people eats dudes?
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Pro Cannibal Party finally politicalans are listening to the voters.
I know, right? No, chat, obviously that's my preoccupation. Right? I'm the one inserting cannibalism into this whole discussion. It's not on the table in Thai politics as far as I know. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davy. They added, I swear to God, chat, they added like lyrics to this. All right, there we go. Add that, and then I think, oh God. All right, let me put this up for now. There we go. Thank you for that super chat. And the other thing I need to do, oh my God, I did it again. I did it again, chat. I'm supposed to set up the butterfly goal. Put a butterfly in my hair. Exclamation point. Sure. Why not? It feels like an exclamation point type of day. Okay, so again, chat, I'm adding a butterfly goal for today's stream. It says 0 out of 10, but think of it as 1 out of 10. All right, because Davy already super chatted. So yeah, if it gets to 9, just like yesterday, if this gets to 9, I'll put a butterfly in my hair. That's how it's gonna work. Bob's Burgers was supposed. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, so Sam would know about that? No, Sam. Well, I mean, okay, look, Sam's character Hugo in the original conception. Look, chat, we're talking about Bob's Burgers, but we're not just talking about what Bob Burgers is. We're talking about kind of what Bob's Burgers could have been, right? And it could have been a show about cannibals. The original idea behind Bob's Burgers was that they actually were, low-key grinding up human meat, turning it into burgers, and selling those burgers to the public, right? Sam Cedar's character, Hugo.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Sadly, cannibalism is only on the ballot on Little St. James. Peas lotus juice is bad.
Lotus juice is bad? I mean, as a rapper or as in politics, or are Lotus Juice's politics bad? What if I find out that Lotus Juice is like, you know, a pro, like pro Hirohito guy or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about the dude. What, we're at 145? Or no, we're at 45. We're at 45 right now, but I'm supposed to find this and go here. Oh wait, no, that's not what I'm supposed to do. I am supposed to do that one. Put that here. There we go, and that makes it so that I can do this. Boom. No, that. Did I do it? No, I didn't. There we go. Cannibalism is only on the ballot on Little St. James Island. Lotus juice. Wait, or you could also be saying that lotus juice as in vegetable juice is bad. Yeah, Health Inspector Hugo is Sam Cedar's character. So he was, unironically, the one trying to stop Bob of Bob's Burgers from, you know, from serving his cannibalistic. Lotus Juice was one of Miyashima's twunks. Wait, what did he do? Yeah, so like, and I kind of like, I low-key like that episode, right? Because or like I like that version of Bob's Burgers, because think about it, this chat, like the original idea was that Hugo is going to be a main part of the show, and Hugo was going to be like always on the heels of Bob and Linda. Wait, is that her name? Linda? Wait, what's her? Bob's Burgers. Yeah, Linda. I'm correct. Linda Belcher. Yeah, so like yeah, Hugo was supposed to be like always on the trail of Bob and Linda, and he was always supposed to be like one step from catching them and exposing them. Like the idea would be that he comes upon some evidence that implicates Bob and Linda in cannibalism, and you know, somehow by the end of every episode something happens so that he loses the evidence, or he can't go forward, or he's like, oh, I guess they're not serving human meat after all. I don't know. Kind of like Sweeney Todd. Yeah, except it would be Sweeney Bob. I just hate his rap. You're not the only one, Davy. You're not the only one. Still amazed that cartoon's resilience despite millions of other animated shows out there, streaming or not. I mean, are there are millions of other shows out there, but I feel like there's a lot of them that aren't good. And I'm just saying that because I'm noticing how much shit is getting rebooted. Like Regular Show, right, chat? Regular Show is back. Am I right about that? I never watched the original. I need to do that. Other than just the memes. I know about Benson and how he says you're not cool. Haven't watched much Bob's Burgers. Did they ever end up using that plot point? It's only, look, there's a what there is there's a pilot. There is a crudely drawn, I believe, black and white kind of sketched out animation pilot that is the first episode of Bob's Burgers, only with, instead of throwing like, you know, meat into the grinder as they are in the first episode, they are throwing human hands, human arms, human body parts into the grinder. I feel like one of the arms has like a I feel like one of the arms has like a ring on it, and Linda finds the ring and is like, oh my god, Bob, you got me a ring. And he's like, yeah, I did, I guess. Harley Quinn has like 5 seasons now. Second best hospital in the galaxy is its 2nd season. Lower Decks. Oh yeah, Lower Decks is good. You're right. I've only seen a little bit of it. Gumball is coming back, but that show is timeless. I mean, we'll see. Oh, King of the Hill is coming back, chat. King of the Hill. Although, honestly, like with that one, like, look, there's a time skip with the new King of the Hill. They grew up Bobby. Like, Bobby's an adult now. So, I don't know. I don't know. It could be good. It could be bad. But either way, I am now caffeinated, and we need to get Lower Decks is canceled. What? Rick and Morty is on season 8 now. Okay, but is Rick and Morty good though? I have not watched it since the whole controversy with Roiland. In fact, both Roiland and Dan Harmon had controversies. Harmon seems to have handled his controversy more or less, whereas Roiland, maybe not so much. The voice behind John Redcorn is no longer with us. Did they have him record on some of the new episodes? I feel like he might have already recorded his part, didn't he? Roiland was good friends with Ethan? Yeah, not surprising. Apparently Roiland was a pain in the ass to work with, right? There's stories about him bringing remote control cars into work. You know, it's an animation studio, among other things, right? People are trying to draw. People are trying to trace and do all kinds of, you know, intricate work. And all of a sudden a fucking remote control car bumps into your leg. Like, what are you supposed to do? I don't think Araki would ever allow that to happen, right? If you start driving remote control cars around Araki's workshop, I think you get fired. I'm pretty sure. Or either that or he like he probably does a stand attack on you. Honestly, I like it a lot more after Justin Roiland left. Personal preferences. The other thing about Justin Roiland is, as much as people like laud him for his vocal work, Rick and Morty are characters that a lot of people can do, right? There's a lot of people out there that have got a that can do Rick or they can do Morty. There's probably people that could do both, which is what Roiland did, I think. Could never stand Roiland or his humor. I used to listen to Dan Harmon's podcast, though. Dan Harmon seems like a nice guy. I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean that in like actual nice. I haven't watched season 8 yet because not on Netflix. I noticed that. Yeah, Rick and Morty is on Netflix, but somehow only up to season 7. The voice behind Dale Gribble also died. Somehow, I can do Mr. Meeseeks. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. No, that's a bad one. I did a bad version of it. All right, so I should probably go ahead, chat, and let you know what we got on the horizon as far as bonus content, right? So let's take a look down this list, right? So the first... Oh, wait, I gotta fix this, don't I? Everything needs to be zeroed out again. 0, there we go. Okay, so everything's back to 0. Okay. Oh, I would love to listen to this song with you. But this song will get me clapped. I don't know how I have the spidey sense to know, chat, but that is not a song. Wait, let's see. Color Your Night cover? Cover. Funny enough, that's the one song that Iridium Beats doesn't have on the track that I was just playing for you, which is most of the Persona 3 Reload soundtrack. The one song that they did not cover was Color Your Night, which is my favorite. It's my favorite song from the soundtrack.
Support your child's brain development with the best nutrition. Click here.
Mum Club.
Yeah, so we got a bunch of topics for today to possibly do as far as bonus content. We're already at 45 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100 by the time I'm done with this stream, then we won't be done with the stream. I will stick around and I will do some more. I will cover some more stuff with you. What stuff will I cover? Well, here's the list right here. You can vote for it right now on YouTube. And let me go see what we're... Yeah, where we're at, right? So it looks like the winner right now, the thing that's ahead, is Hassan Piker visits his uncle, right? And that's not Uncle Jink. That is Uncle Sam. That is Hassan Piker appearing on the Majority Report in order to sport a Max Left piece of MR Max Left merch, right? So we're gonna see what kind of trouble that starts with, the good trouble maybe with TYT. And second place we've got this one. This is H3 Fans Report Adam McIntyre to Ice. Now here's the deal, all right? I want to be real clear about this. It's a snark. It's an Adam McIntyre snark. How did that get started? I don't know, chat. Maybe the same way Trishy Land got started, right? I don't know. Like, there's probably a correlation here between H3 fans and Adam McIntyre haters, right? And so, yeah, you know, a subreddit that is, you know, that's got a decent number of Adam McIntyre haters on it is reporting Adam McIntyre to ICE, despite the fact that he is not undocumented. He's not a citizen either. He's not a resident, right? But he's got his work visa, right? They took care of the work visa you know, ahead of the tour that he's on tour, right? He's going on a tour. I don't know if it's like he's doing comedy or what he's doing, but he's touring the United States, making appearances and getting paid for it, right? So that's why he's got like a 6-month work visa, which, you know, he's going to leave before it expires. So he's not illegal, undocumented. But yeah, that's the second. That's in the second place in the poll, right? Third place, we've got Francesca Fiorentini on Don Lemon. Sounds interesting, right? And then we also have a call out of Hassan Piker by none other than Brett Cooper, the fake streamer girl. Adam was a minor when he was involved with Colleen Ballinger scandal, that he got sent the underwear. Yeah, that's weird. Everything about Colleen Ballinger is weird. Appears occasionally. I use he appears in MR chat? Wait, what is he doing? Does he think that Sam is reading the chat? Like, he doesn't read, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I don't think Jenk reads TYT's chat, right? They might read the super chats. You pretty much have to, like, I am Sam to get him to respond to you, I think, right? Oh no. Oh no. We gotta get out of this. I'm gonna get in trouble here. Oh no, that was the real way of life. Fuck me. Oh my god, then the real... Oh no, chat. Oh no. Always stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to when it comes to playing music in the background, because you never know when you're gonna get copyright claimed, or maybe you do know when you're gonna get copyright claimed. But anyway, I think I've gone over the possibilities. Obviously, this is the vote on the this is the vote for bonus content. You can vote in YouTube chat. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube to vote. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like this is not right? Okay, no, this is right. But anyway, like I said, we're at 45 out of 100. This only matters if we get to 100 by the end of my stream today. So I'm going to be talking about a Jstlk stream. We might watch a little bit more of the conversation between Dan Saltman and Nicholas DeOrio. We could see them starting to get into conflict there. We could really see that conflict blow up on Twitter when Dan made a post of screenshots from ChatGPT and was like, haha, ChatGPT says I'm right. Hassan's guilty of doxing. ChatGPT agrees with me. Remember when he accused us of calling him a Nazi in chat? That never happened. Wait, he accused what, MR chatters of calling him a Nazi? I thought he accused like the majority report themselves of calling him Nazis. Now we have 3 chatters confirming Jink was in MR chat. Third chatter has flown into the shaky Gurga. That's right, general public. Seen him in the Surfs chat too? So what's he doing? What's he doing in there? He appears occasionally. I tell him to fuck off. Is he trying to like is he trying to like shit stir? Is he trying to get their attention? Like, is he trying to start some shit? Like actual Jink Uger. So wait, I never got the answer. I mean, we got like I believe you that it's actually Jink that was in chat. I'm just wondering how you know that. Because there is a right answer. There is a correct answer. There's the Resident Evil mushroom infection. That's why Ethan looks like that. He actually was lost long ago and is being operated by the spores. Wait, do you remember the Fallout? There's spores in Fallout too. You remember the spore people from Fallout in, oh my god, I wish I could tell you which vault it was. But one of the vaults, yeah, had spore people in it. Have we ever seen Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro in the same room before? I don't think so. I'm gonna start calling Cenk Uygur a lousy centrist. I mean, I'm sure he'll love that. Dan's a real mental giant. Oh, Dan Saltman. First time ChatGPT ever told anyone they were right. Not like it says that to literally every user. Yeah, not like it's known for sycophancy. Honestly think H3 would be more pissed at Hassan interview. Oh yeah. Than TYT would be. Well, I mean, he's already talked shit about MR. Like Ethan hates has openly hated on everyone on the show besides Sam. Up until the interview, he was at least like polite when talking about Sam, but since then, hasn't he basically called Sam a self-hating Jew? Anna hates Hassan, but Cenk won't hurt Hassan. Cenk went after Pierce for tricking Hassan. Wait, when did Pierce trick Hassan? Wait, when did that happen, Metal? I'm curious about that. Is it Vault 22? Yeah, with the spore people. Cenk has the energy of the gay guy in Mean Girls yelling, you won't even go there. You don't even go there. I don't remember that guy. In the back of the gym with shades on. It's very bitchy heckling or weak denials. Mostly from what I've seen. So it doesn't sound like he's trying to get their attention. Like, he's not wanting Sam to be like, oh, it looks like Cenk Uygur is in our chat. Cenk is saying, well, I don't know why you'd say that. Like, he really wants Sam to, like, is that, like, you could do that in a Twitch stream, right? This is the thing. I don't think, like, this is, like, oh, wow. That's the bizarre. It's like, chat, when we're talking about Cenk Uygur, we're talking about, like, the Omega Boomer of, YouTube political content, like, right? I think he's the originator of original, right? He's the original nutta, so to speak, of at least left-wing political content on YouTube, right? And so for him to be acting like a Twitch streamer, frankly, is what he's acting like. Like, I mean, it's the kind of thing, chat. Like, when I would show up. Like if Dylan had if Chud Logic had Dylan on, and that wait, this happened. This actually happened. Yeah, Chud Logic brought Dylan on. I show up in chat, just to poke the bear, I guess. Not Dylan so much, but more like Chud's chat. I was poking, and Dylan notices like no comment chicks in chat. Whenever I even hear that name, I just see red, and he just goes off on this. Here, wait, should I show you? Should I show you, chat? Do you want to see some classic Chud Logic? Let's see if we can find this. And then we'll get going, I promise. Oh yeah, I should probably finish what I was doing though. So like I said, these are the possibilities. You get me to stick around after the stream and cover one of these topics by getting that number to 100. When does this number go up? Well, you might have noticed every time somebody does a super chat, if they do a super sticker, if they get themselves a membership on YouTube, which is the way that you get weasels, right? You can get yourself weasels by signing up for a membership on YouTube, or if you gift weasels, right? It goes up. If you support me over on throne.com/nocommentchick, which is where I am funding the Vietnam trip for this August. And yes, I probably should get on those tickets while they're still cheap. You can support me there. That counts as well. If you sign up for Patreon, that counts. And if you support me on Twitch, whether you're getting yourself a sub, which, gives you jellyfish, gives you all the emotes on Twitch, and the emotes on Twitch, look, the subs on Twitch cost about twice as much as the memberships on YouTube. But the benefit is that the emotes on Twitch actually move around. They're animated, right? So that's an advantage that Twitch has, right? So when you sub, if you what you can do for free, by the way, if you have Prime, hook that baby up to Twitch, you know, make a Twitch account and hook up your Prime account to Twitch, and you'll have a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all my emotes as well, right? For free, no cost to you, right? And it does put a little bit of money in my pocket, so I greatly appreciate that. Or if you gift, give the gift of jellyfish, if you give subs, or bits, of course, right? Any of that drives this number forward. And if this number gets to 100, then I stay on stream a little bit longer and cover one of these topics. If it gets to 200, like it did yesterday, I stick around and cover 2 of these topics, right? So, you know, if the stream's not long enough for you, there's your answer right there. You can make it longer yourself, and you can choose the content. How do you choose the content that you want? Well, the first thing you do, like I said, is go over to youtube.com/nocommentchick, bring up the stream, bring up the poll, and vote in it, right? I'm not telling you to switch platforms. If you're watching on Twitch, that's fine. You can bring this up, you can vote, and then you can go back to Twitch if you want. But the poll exists on YouTube. So that's the one way that you can decide, determine the fate of the stream, like what we get if we do hit this number, if we do hit 100, right? It'll be the top score on there. The other thing you could do to kind of mess with it a little bit is to, when you donate, you can let me know in chat which one of these topics you want to see as bonus topic. I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. Fred standing on business. Welcome. So yeah, this is how you get the topic that you choose. You can vote on it, and you can also, when you donate, let me know in chat or wherever which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I'll turn your donation into a percentage. I'll add that percentage right here, and that bonus will get applied to the poll at the end of the stream and determine potentially what kind of bonus content we actually get. So that's the thing too. Speaking of people that support me, let me shout out my patrons right now, because I do really appreciate everybody over on Patreon. Yeah, you can support the stream any way that you want. That's why we've got a million different ways to do it that I have to like go over each time. But maybe the ways that if what you're looking to is for more of your donation to go to me, then the 2 ways you could do that is through Patreon or supporting me on Throne. I think those are the ones that take the least amount of money out of your donation. Everybody on Patreon that donates at the $5 a month level or greater also receives a fancy shout out. So let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out for Zerazerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. All right, so there we go. So we are, I think, ready to go. Oh yeah, I was going to show you the I'm going to have to find this though. Oh no. All right, chat, this is it's a bit of a cult classic that we're about to jump into here. Let's make this happen. And then I promise you I will get to the topic at hand for today after that. There's also like a lot of news going on, chat, and I feel like I didn't get a chance to talk about any of it. All right, so this is what I'm talking about, chat. This is what happens when NCC shows up in chat, right? This happened to me for a long time. I could not go anywhere without something like this happening.
I can't look at like nocommentchick in chat and not see red.
Do you hear that? He calls me Demon Mama at first. I wonder why. Why does he Demon Mama's like his friend, right? Demon Mama stuck with him. You know, she was on his side in this whole drama, right? But he's calling me Demon Mama. For some reason, I don't know.
I can't look at like no comment chick in chat and not see red. Like it is.
Fuck, we gotta. Chud's volume was so bad back at this time. Let's hit the gain button. Hopefully now you can hear it.
I can't look at like no comment chick in chat and not see red. Like it is.
No, look.
If there's anybody on Twitch that I actually think's like a complete scumbag, wait, no, I want to be able to say this. I think it's her. She is genuinely like fucking garbage.
There we go. Yeah. This is but this is what I mean. It's like that's the kind of that Twitch is made for this, right? Because if you are a content creator and you show up in another content creator's chat, yeah, at the very least, they're gonna reference that you're there. They're gonna reference what you're saying, and you know, sometimes even it turns into a debate or something like that. So that's why I mean that like Jstlk showing up in MR chat, right, doesn't make sense. Chud Logic's chat at the time chat was about, I don't know, 100, 200 people in chat on a good day, right? And so, you know, if I show up in chat, Dylan Burns notices. Dylan Burns is Chud's guest on that show, right? Dylan sees and he references when Jstlk Uyghur shows up in Majority Report chat. You know, you'd literally have to have, I don't know, like only if Matt Lesh is like watching the chat like a hawk would Sam or Emma or Hassan or anyone on the broadcast actually know that Jstlk was in chat in the first place. Like, I don't know what he's trying to accomplish there, but like I said, it doesn't make sense. It seems like more of a Twitch thing to try to show up in somebody's chat and stir shit. But apparently, yeah, 3 of my chatters today are confirming that the actual Shaky Gurga, Jstlk Uyghur himself, which did I get the answer from you? Did anybody say how you knew it was Jstlk Uyghur? Because there is a right answer. That was Dylan, right? Chud had British. Chud, that's Dylan with the non-British accent. And hopefully that was loud enough for you to hear. But I'm just giving you an example of what I'm talking about in terms of the interplay. If you want to see more examples of this, there's a video on where Infrared came into my chat, tried to debate me, did not get to debate me because I don't debate Nazis, and Infrared is actually a Nazi. So, you know, it's like, I was one of the first people to call it out. Dylan just thought he was a wacky tanky or something like that, was arguing that he's too communist, right? In actuality, Infrared Haas is not a communist at all. He's a straight up fascist, right? Dude is a Nazi. So, but yeah, it's, you know, and sometimes it ends up with the, you know, person hosting the live stream actually inviting the person on. I'm trying to think of an example of that. Who got invited on? Who have I invited on? Or what streams have I been invited on and from being in the chat? I can't think of an example of one of those, but I'm sure it happened. Anyway, chat, we got to get to the point of what we're talking about today. That is not a YouTube video and not a Twitch stream, but rather a stream from Kick. And by the fact that people in this very chat made me aware that this live stream had gone on, I now know that some of you watch Kick, which is kind of I wouldn't have expected. Somebody out there watches Kick, right? Because if you saw this stream, as far as I could tell, this is a Kick exclusive. I don't think this got as far as I know, it didn't get re-uploaded to YouTube. Do we have the correct window? Let's see if the Twitch... Kick has ripped off a lot of its infrastructure, a lot of its architecture, a lot of its coding, maybe even from Twitch. So there's some chance that if I use the Twitch window here, let's try that. Some chance that if I use the Twitch window, oh, look at that. Amazing. That's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about this is that yeah, let's make sure you can see So yeah, the reason that I'm doing this chat is so that you can see all our cast of characters here. You got Gonzo, that's Quipman. You got Kermit the Frog, that is Jstlk. It's still not perfect, is it? Oh, I know why it's imperfect. I think. And you got some other wacky characters as well. But this is where you know, this conversation between Dan Saltman and you can see Nick here is Omni-Man playing Fortnite. This is where this conversation ended up, right? As a lot of conversations do in Jstlk stream. Jstlk was the I don't know, what would you call it? This channel used to be like the water cooler for DGG. As in, you know, people that watch Destiny, people that watch like Not So Erudite, Pisco, you know, all these DGG orbiters, right? They would also watch Jstlk because he has the unique ability to bring people together for spicy discussions, including a discussion where I believe Destiny doxed President Sunday, right? Some wild shit happens on Jstlk streams. Sometimes I couldn't even show you it because it's so wild. I trust that, you know, nothing too crazy happens in this one. It is a Kick stream, right? And part of the reason that people use Kick is so they can get away with things that they would not get away with on YouTube or on Twitch. But yeah, that's former Destiny Orbiter Kelly Jean in the Miss Piggy. They seem to have a Muppet or Muppet Babies theme going on tonight, or on this night. And if we just like kind of scroll through here, yeah, they're looking at some tweets from Dan. Is that Erudite? Oh, did they actually break? Wait, no, that's not Erudite, is it? I feel like that's another. I feel like that's another orbiter. And it does look like they brought her on video. So yeah, he does this cutesy thing a lot of times with these little animated Discord avatar, or they're not even Discord avatars. They're like he has an avatar made for everybody that's a regular on the show. And then it like when they're talking, it kind of moves when they're talking. So, but yeah, it looks like whoever this is came on as with a webcam. Oh, they're talking about the Dean Withers CPS call. Nick Fuentes. Quipman's back here. So what are we looking for? Quipman and Dickers? I don't know who Dickers is. That's a great name, though. Quipman, Dickers, and Kelly Jean, and whoever this is. They're looking at DeOrio's stream there. Dan Saltman, I think, is in the chat the whole time, kind of back and forthing with Quipman. I don't know who the Pikachu onesie is. Aiden something. Who ate all the pussy meme. Okay, so they're watching DeOrio. When did this actually turn into like this big debate? Shamu, I don't know who that is. We've watched Jstlk stream once before. I believe it was when Destiny had his baby mama. No, not Destiny. It was when Fresh from Fresh and Fit had his baby mama drama. Leader with a 3. Yeah, it sounds like they kind of bring in randos too. There's a Quipman versus Willie Mack thing going on. That's supposedly Quarantos IRL. I don't know if that's a meme or not. Where does it happen, though? Yeah, we definitely got Quipman on here. Saltman, DeOrio bridge disintegrates. Oh my god, chat. I'm a little bit confused. I gotta be real with you here. late night N-word debate. I mean, unless it like wasn't an actual N-word debate. I'm a little bit confused. Who's in chat? Anybody know who's in chat? Dickers is like a South African Beckett. Okay, so there's some knowers in here. Random 3PO, what am I missing? I feel like I am not. Yeah, Kelly Jean was there too. Wait, no, Kelly Jean was an avatar though. I was asking like who the non-avatar, who the person showing up on camera was. I want a Max Left hat too. Yeah, me too, right? Like if you want the Max Left segment though, that's bonus content. So we got to get from 45, which we're at right now, to 100. The other thing that I didn't mention is we also have a butterfly goal. We are at we are at 1 out of 10. Although really, realistically, consider that 2 out of 10, right? Chat. When I get to 9, I'll put in the butterfly. If we get to 9, if we get 9 super chats, wait, also Kelly Jean. Oh my god. She was on cam and an avatar. Oh, okay. I didn't know they did both. This is, by the way, chat. This is the Jstlk intro. This is kind of funny. Look, anyone want to guess what song he's using? You got 2 seconds. All right, and I'll show you. There's something about you. It's hard to explain. They're talking about you, boy, and you're still the same. Anyway, Night Call by Kamensky. Is that the artist? I always want to call him Kandinsky, like the expressionist painter. It's Kamensky. Wait, is it Kamensky or Kandinsky, Chad? I can't remember the dude's name. Anyway, good banger. Fucking yeah, it's from Drive. It's from Drive. That's a great soundtrack. I haven't ever seen the movie, but it is a great soundtrack. Truly classic there. But chat, what I'm really wondering here is this the right VOD that I've got? Look, I've got the VOD pulled up that is from 2 days ago, okay? What else do we have here? Destiny comes out. Yeah, 1 day ago, Destiny versus Kelly Jean. DeOrio versus Saltman war ends. So apparently they've patched it up. I think that Dan surrendered is what happened, right? But yeah, this is Destiny comes out strongly. The only other one that this could be that does seem to have more is it the Destiny comes out strongly, or is it the late night N-word debate? Skull. Because I just kind of scrolled through here, and all I'm seeing in scrolling is Kelly Jean talking to Jstlk. We don't care. We don't care about Kelly Jean. They're looking at Nicholas DeOrio versus Dan Saltman. More Nicholas DeOrio. Like, I really don't care. But Quipman comes on, right? But what we're actually looking for, yeah. So they're definitely going over the, oh my God, what is going on here?
Thought of or conceived of somebody being able to start a sentence with, no. The Filipino lady boys in Manila, like, no, shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I remember that's like when I used to code, okay? You'd have a bunch of autistic nerds sitting around in a circle who spend all day, every day coding. You get arguments like that. No, shut the fuck up with passion, right? I just feel like he knows a lot about ladyboys. You wouldn't expect that.
You're an expert.
I can see how that was imported here are far more aggressive than the Thai ladyboys.
He just said the Filipino. I mean, chat, like it's a term that's offensive, I think, to people in the U.S. You know, if you referred to a trans person as if you referred to a trans woman as a ladyboy in the U.S., you know, that's going to be considered offensive. The word in Thai is, let's see if I can do this right this time. Kratoi is the word, and it's a weird thing because in an American sense, it's kind of like the T slur. But in a Thai sense, it is a neutral word to describe a class of people. Right? That's you know, and there's some people, you know, just to be fair, right? Some Thai oh, they got the tuk-tuks on their desk. I just noticed that. But some Thai people don't, some Thai trans people don't want to be called that, right? So there's a different word that is like woman part 2 or something. It translates almost to like woman part 2 or the second kind of woman, right? That some Thai trans people prefer to some Thai trans women prefer to be called that over gratoi. I still feel like I'm getting that consonant wrong. Or, sorry, not the consonant. I'm getting the I'm getting the vowel cluster wrong. Pronounce. I want to see if I'm I thought Wiktionary pronounced how to pronounce oh, turn it into English maybe. Here we go. I think this is the pronunciation I'm looking for.
กระเทย
Gatoi. It's like yeah, it's a vowel cluster I'm not used to pronouncing.
กระเทย
Yeah, I mean, and the way that the way that she says it is important, right? If you don't say it that way, if you just say gatoi or something like that, right? No, people likely will not understand what you're saying, right? Or it might even be another, you know, there might be another word that sounds like that, right?
กระเทย
But anyway, yeah, they're talking about this because of legal mindset, I guess. And this is Ethan Ralph, who is an actual Nazi, the proprietor of the Killstream, one of the Bloodsport debate platforms, the one that Vosh went on to do his tactical N-word rant, right? Was the you know, the Killstream with Ethan Ralph. I feel like Flamenco was on this too back in the day. Anyway, let's turn them up a little bit, see if we can figure out what's going on here. But chat, I still suspect that I may be on the wrong stream here. And if anybody in chat can help me out with that, I would very much appreciate that.
And
until they're not, until it changes, until the ties snap and it's like,
well, yeah, but that's a different.
Yeah, true.
You know,
true.
like off rip.
Well, because next thing you know, it's the gangs in New York on Soy 11 featuring all the lady boys.
Yes, which was international news. Everyone asked.
He's talking about, I think, a fight between. Oh, was it? Yeah. I think they're talking about a fight between some so there was some Thai trans sex workers, and then there were some Filipino trans sex workers, and there's a certain way amongst, you know, sex workers that there's rules, right? I think one of the rules is that you don't approach someone else's client, right? If someone else is talking to a, you know, sex worker, trans or otherwise, and a sex worker comes up to them and says, oh, I can give you a better deal than that, or I am more attractive, or I don't know, tries to make some play for the client, I think that's a big no-no. And there's something about Filipino sex workers doing that on a in an alleyway that was frequented by Thai sex workers. I believe. I haven't looked into this one as much, but it's a real. They are referring to a real incident that happened.
Dude, I can't believe. I almost have more respect for this guy than I did before, knowing that he's just like, he just like lies. He's just like, no, I didn't move here. I didn't move here for any sexual reason. I just love living here, and I don't help people come here as passport bros, and I'm not a passport. He just lies. It's so funny, dude. Okay. Dan posted his ChatGPT research. Oh man.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. S workers have the same rules as lawyers.
There we go. I mean, you're there is part of the professional managerial class, so it makes sense that both PMCs. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. Chat, I had to dump. This is gonna sound weird, right? But I had to dump the chat because I was having that error again where I can't tell who's saying what words in chat. So if somebody told me if VOD is the one with Dan, Destiny comes out strongly. This is the one. Oh wait, so Quipman is talking shit to Dan with Dan in chat. Like Dan never comes on the stream. Does Jstlk like hate Dan or something? Is that what's chat? I mean, this is like, I gotta admit, like these people, these are Destiny orbiters. Some of them are pretty fucking toxic. And I don't pay as much attention as I used to this sphere of influencers, right? And so because of that, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to like find stuff.
Somebody said the ChatGPT research works against him. Hold on. Because the statute explicitly treats public-facing handles and URLs as personally identifying information. It does not matter.
So, yeah, whoever told me, WB, apparently has seen this. It's the one with Dan in chat. Does anybody have a timestamp? Did Jstlk call out Dan while hiding that he was talking to Ethan and Hila? Oh, I don't think so. I think they're calling out Dan for suggesting that Hassan pulling up a YouTube of a person that's giving him death threats in chat is some form of doxing, right? I think that's what the at least that's what the argument between Nicholas DeOrio and Dan Saltman, which we saw yesterday. Dan is only in chat, okay, but do we have an idea of when the interaction between Dan Saltman and Quipman starts? Sex workers are way more human than lawyers. Well, yeah, but it doesn't make them less PMC. It's obviously the labor aristocracy. If you're, I'm just kidding. I am kind of memeing off of Infrared Haas's assertion that what did he say? I think he called baristas PMC, right? Baristas. They're part of the PMC because I guess coffee is fancy. I don't know. Coffee is liberal. Coffee is cosmopolitan. I don't know what his fucking shit was there, right? But then like HVAC dudes that own like HVAC services, they're proletariat because they. I don't know. Is it weird that these Destiny orbiters seem to not like Dan Saltman? That isn't Dan Saltman a close ally of Destiny? I think that the phenomenon that you're observing here, general public, is a result of Dan Saltman's just charismatic nature. He's not a nice guy. He's not a likable guy. He's not a defensible guy. He's not the kind of guy that you want to have on your side. And I think that's why Nick DeOrio got peeved at him, right? When you're trying to make this argument that Ethan suing Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron is based and really cool, and somebody comes along and says, yeah, and also Hassan doxed this guy that was threatening his life in chat by pulling up his YouTube channel, right? It kind of makes your side look ridiculous. And I think that's what you're seeing is these people that are trying to make somewhat ridiculous arguments, being peeved that a guy on their side ostensibly is making an even more ridiculous argument. Wait, does he really have a wife? Wait, Dan Saltman? I don't know. I don't know anything about Saltman's life. Jstlk is calling out Dan for emailing the Kleins was months ago. They called a truce on that. Wow. Yeah, so like so chat, like shit tends to come out in the wash here, and the wash, you know, that it comes out in is usually Jstlk's stream. Right? There's a lot of questions that are left unanswered. Apparently, may have been answered on the stream in conversations. Jstlk and Quipman kind of date Dan, but won't say that's because Dan is threatening to dox them. But they have been flaming him. Wait, they kind of date Dan? Kind of hate Dan, I think you're saying. He has 0 positive qualities. He's not even intelligent.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Give up on drama and just play horse girl gacha game. Gambling with the Yakuza is probably better for your health, JK.
Probably on several levels, indeed. Yeah. But wait. Gacha game gambling? Are you telling me to become the female Tectone? Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm getting? That I should become the female Tectone? Gacha games. Oh my god, chat. I think the closest thing to a gacha game. Oh no, wait, there was that there's like a Shin Megami Tensei that's a gacha that I kind of liked, and I never spent any money on it, and it was all right. It was like whatever they're using to try to squeeze money out of it. It wasn't like making it harder for me to only asking about the wife, because if she exists, I feel sorry for her. Yeah, I would too. Destiny is not a likable person or defensible or charismatic. Destiny has a certain degree of self-awareness that I think is absent from Dan. But thank you for noticing that I am struggling with this realm of content here. Okay, so I'm getting from chat. Can anybody give me a timestamp? Can anybody recommend a place to start to observe the conflict between Quipman and Dan? And I believe around the 52-minute mark, they are talking about Dan. They play a Chud clip of him flaming Dan. Dan is popping off in chat. All right, let's take a look at that. 52 minutes. Oh, wow. So it's back here.
Because I'm sure Kelly will find it very funny.
That's the game.
But I'm not playing the game. I'm trying to get the truth.
Okay. Okay, so they're watching.
I think
they're watching the debate between DeOrio and Dan that we saw yesterday. That's what they're watching here. It's been clipped by Shamu, whoever that is.
You'll find it very funny.
I'm sorry.
I don't know how to work over here, so I have to agree with him.
What did you say, Kelly?
Not a big fan of Fatso over here, so I feel like I have to agree with him, though, if he's the one saying that didn't really dox anyone.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear for everybody. And that is...
Oh, I'm sorry. She's calling DeOrio Fatso, I believe.
She means Nick and not me, okay? Just to make... I know that could have been confusing for some people. She does mean Nick.
It's not my game. That is the game.
Like, no, she did not mean the guy that has 4% body fat. No, she meant the other guy.
If you're out here like, I can't believe you're pulling up tweets from 10 years ago. Well, listen, bro, I don't know what to tell you. That's the world. That is never changing ever, no matter what. That is what everyone does all the time, nonstop. It will never end.
He just randomly insulted me on multiple occasions, and then was a little baby bitch when actually confronted. And so I will continue to call him fat at every opportunity. I don't really remember what it was about.
Why is she obsessed with pointing out fat people? Isn't Jstlk pretty chubby himself? Yeah, she calls me fat all the time, motherfucker. Yeah, exactly.
To be fair though, chat, I don't even know if the picture on the notification or any of the I don't know if this is actually what Jstlk looks like in real life. It almost feels like they got like a meme picture and they're playing it off as like, oh no, this is Jstlk in real life. I don't know if he's even shown face, to be honest. I don't know anything. This guy, fucking international man of mystery, Jstlk. Never played a gacha game. I have played dozens. Oh no, I have. I played SMT Digital Devil Downloader or whatever, DX2. I played that one. Technically, Star Trek Fleet Commander is a gacha game. We played that on stream up until I found out more about Stream Elements and why I don't want to do any sponsorships for them. This is also why I've taken down my donation link for Stream Elements. Also gives you a donation link. I've taken that down too. I just literally do not want to make any money for this company after you know, the involvement that I think it's an Israeli-based company. In fact, if I could find a replacement for Stream Elements, I would switch in a second. He has never shown face, so we don't know. So that am I correct, WB? That's not actually Jstlk. That's like a meme or something. Is that a meme picture, like Brian Peppers or something that they're showing as Jstlk?
I do. Like, my last messages were literally calling both Jstlk and DeOrio fat before my last account got fucked.
Like,
on the equal opportunity.
I saw that post on Twitter from people. It was like, it's so gross that Kelly Jean calls Destiny fat when she hangs out with Jstlk. It's like, no, she calls me fat and Nick fat and Destiny fat. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, it's not like she leaves me out. It's not like she just ignores it. It's not like she just leaves me out, okay? She does it all the time. By the way, she also doesn't even know what I look like.
That's also true.
She just calls me it anyway.
Yeah, apparently no one does. No one knows what he looks like. Like I said, chat, international man of mystery. Also, Narwhal, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. YS Project, you just got weaseled. Double Dostoevsky, you just got weaseled. Unscrupulous Treasurer, you just got weaseled. CJ, you just got weaseled. Barco, I'm probably mispronouncing your umlauts here, but Barco Vurur, you also just got weaseled, and that is also a good thing. It's gross when it does it to anyone.
Started doing it ages ago.
Yeah, he's probably actually really hot and just hiding it. That's what I would guess, right?
Because I just started calling anyone
like corpse husband
when I don't know what they look like fat. Because I assume if they're being hostile online and I don't know what they look like, they're probably fat. And usually I'm right. Fat, ugly, bald, or short. There's like one of these.
Jstlk, I thought you claimed to be skinny now. I don't know if I'd say I'm skinny. I can run. I've got, like, some cardio going.
Hell yeah.
But I wouldn't say I'm, like, skinny. I think when Kelly called Destiny fat the first time, I was like, I'm probably fatter than that guy. Not by a lot, but, like, probably by a little bit.
I mean, so if I had to be,
it was funny.
Like, specific, overall, not so much fat, but he has a big fat gut that kind of hangs out over his trousers, so he's just a very unfortunate build. He needs to get some lipo on his abdomen or something.
Maybe he could talk to, oh, who is the guy who got that? Who is the dude? Oh, it's the Endure guy. Oh, I can't get it. No, the Endure guy. Yeah.
Anyone know how long the Twitch...
MFD? MDA. Why can I not think of his name? No, somebody...
Anyone know how long the Twitch YouTube delay is? If that gives you any help, WB, I saw your message, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 seconds after it was posted, started to read it out, and then had to switch a window, but I don't know if that helps. Did you say something else that you wanted me to hear? It's one of those weird Bogdanov twin billionaire photos. That's what I figured. Yeah, 4chan meme seems about right for gacha game for the first day, then just quitting is fun. They pack most of the fun parts in early to addict people. That's a good advice. Why is the Bogdanov brother his icon? Okay, I don't know this meme. But apparently that's what it is. It's a Bognoff brother meme. Did they say FD in regards to getting lipo? They're not talking about FD signifier, if that's what you mean. Jstlk uses uses the one of the Bognoff twins as his photo. Destiny's kind of built like a chicken. I don't know. Why are we talking about people's body composition? When we should be talking about, I mean, supposedly, chat, this is where the, wait a minute. What? WB, are you sure? Did you mean 52 minutes? But is that where Dan shows up in chat? They don't see, Quipman's not on the stream yet. And, haven't seen.
Do the whole thing. MLD, yes. I still can't think of what MLD means. Modern life dating.
Or you could just like,
how is that so tough?
Work out. That would also help. Because then everything else would.
Is she telling you to work out for fat loss? This is such bad advice.
Would be like bulked out properly in an aesthetic way and his stuff.
I mean, yeah, maybe some strength training, you know, is definitely something you should look into, right? If you're trying to change your body comp, but that's more of a long-term thing, right? You're, you know, get your gains, you'll increase your, like resting metabolic rate, and like eventually that could have some effect. But yeah, you can't spot reduce. So when people tell you, that, you know, do sit-ups to get rid of like a loose like an overhanging gut, that doesn't work, right? The only way that you're gonna lose a gut is to, you know, change your is calories in, calories out, basically, right? The gut is created and destroyed in the kitchen, not in the gym. This is a big misnomer. People think they can outrun a bad diet. You, in fact, cannot. I'm sorry. I'm only feel obliged to correct the faulty health advice that I feel like is being given out here.
Comic would be less of an issue. That's also an option. That'll never happen.
Could be an option.
You could pay for lipo, though.
Oh, what's up, Dan? We're covering all your stuff.
There's Dan.
Yeah, we're going to cover this whole thing. I was of the opinion, I didn't see how many times you guys tweeted at each other. I was of the opinion that this was just like totally made up when I saw you like talking about it in Spicy. Yeah, I got all your stuff. Yeah. Dan, I'm gonna give you some free advice while you're here, okay? Stop referencing Ladyboy Mindset, okay? You do not want to use this guy as your legal counsel. I realize a bunch of us kind of want you to, and I do not do it, okay? Do not do it. Do not do it. All right. That guy is.
I'm scared to ask who that is with a name like that.
Yeah, we looked into him the other day. This is the guy that is runs like a passport bro advice service. Although he claims not to be a passport bro. He claims that like a passport bro is somebody that comes to a country to date you know, people from that country and then leaves, right? He's not, I don't know, it's just like it sounds like he's being purposely obtuse, right? Because yeah, passport bro is also somebody that thinks that Western women aren't submissive enough, and that they can find a woman who is submissive by dating an Asian woman, so they relocate to an Asian country for that, or that you know, maybe they're an incel and, you know, they think that going to a country where they're considered rich, you know, because of the difference in the cost of living, you know, will, you know, be a way for them to find a wife, or I'm trying to think what else. Anyway, so even Jstlk is seeing some red flags when it comes to legal mindset, right? That's who they're referring to when they're calling him Ladyboy Mindset because he moved to Thailand, by the way, by, you know, sort of making the assumption that that's why he's relocated. And believe it or not, chat, interest in trans women is not the only stereotype about guys that relocate to Thailand. There are actually, you know, some really bad reasons that some guys do it, right? That have to do. I mean, I don't even want to. I mean, like, you know, there's also the specter of guys that go to a different country in order to victimize minors, right? So, you know, there's a lot of, you know, things that they can kind of throw at legal mindset. Some of them probably fair and true, and some of them maybe, you know, just kind of weird stereotypes. But yeah, he does definitely give off like some red flags.
It sounds like Wes's counsel. Oh, I thought you said lady boy. I was like, what the fuck? Just one of Wes's friends.
But he actually might be Wes's counsel, because in fact, one of the services he sells under his consultations is explaining to people how you, Kelly, or anybody fleeing the West, because women, the West, not the West.
Jan Saltman is answering, I'm okay, so he got offered to come on, and his response is, I'm okay, I'm a free spirit, like a plastic bag blowing in the wind. I think that's a American Beauty reference, right?
With the West. People fleeing the West because women in the West are whores who are doing like sugar daddy websites and like OnlyFans. Okay, if you're fleeing the West to go east, to go to Asia, okay, because these women are, you know, they're real women.
They call him Ladyboy Mindset because he has a 20-minute video discussing the intricacies of see if I can say it this time. Gatoy culture between several countries with Ethan Ralph. Oh, was that the clip that they pulled up? Was that the Ethan Ralph clip that they pulled up? Yeah, he's talking about the difference between Filipino. And to be fair, are they talking about like trans women in general, or are they specifically talking about sex workers? Because that was the feeling that I got. I could have been wrong. He would make an American Beauty reference. Katy Perry reference? Oh, it's a Katy Perry lyric. I'm sorry. It's like a firework? Okay, he's making okay, it's not quite as dated of a reference as I thought, but women do OnlyFans in every country that has internet. This guy is confused. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, look, these are not good people, all right? Even the people that are going to criticize the bad people, they're not good people, right? These are former Destiny orbiters, right? This is Kick. This is we're not in the good place, chat. We are not in the good place right now.
Women, they want a family. They are traditional. Okay, if you're doing that, he's got a service for you where you can. Oh, whoops! I don't want to do that. Wait, no, I just want the explanation. Relocation consult, Thailand only. So Wes could have talked to this guy about moving to. People flee the West because he has a ladyboy mindset. True. Yes, but he basically consults with people on how to move to the East, and he's one of the red pill.
He's an agent, right? I mean, that's basically, you know, like it sounds like he runs an agency, right? That helps people with their, but specifically for that demographic.
Guys who is like, yeah, the West has fallen. This is Dan's favorite lawyer on the internet, by the way. This guy.
I don't remember this lyric from Firework, but Narwhal by Nature is telling me, do you feel like a plastic bag twisting in the wind, wanting to start again? Is that in the verse or something? Yeah, Asian and very young. That is, yeah, who these passport bros tend to target.
Oh,
Dan,
weird.
This is your boy. This is your favorite lawyer on the entire internet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go east.
Yeah, I think I saw that too, and I was surprised that it says "ladies and gentlemen," considering his business, his services are clearly targeted at passport bros. Just to be clear, I hate all these people, but I watch anyone talking down Epstein and Saltman. I'm not trying to shame anybody for the fact that some people watch this kick stream apparently is part of the reason that I'm even able to. It's the first words of the song. Why do I not? I only remember the chorus to like every Katy Perry song.
Let's hope he doesn't know about this so much, because he looks like a guy that would do this too. What the fuck?
What does it say on his YouTube? Oh shit! Is my? Oh no, oh no, Kelly, my thing died. Wait. Oh.
I don't know what that means.
I need my charger.
It's gotta. Yeah. Sometimes it happens. You know.
My trackpad died.
Oh, trackpad. I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about his other thing.
Give me 2 seconds. So I'm gonna read this real quick though for Dan, just in case he's still here. Helping the everyday person escape the collapsing.
Dan Saltman pops into everyone's chat to defend himself. Chat, we've talked about Dan Saltman a little bit more than usual lately. Should we pre-ban? Only remember it because it's strange. That is, I didn't realize that. I as I think of it, I can't even remember what the verse is, what any of the verse is like.
West for the East. We'll have information on visas, relocation, housing, business, and more with unfiltered, no BS explanations offering practical advice for those looking to make a permanent change. The collapsing West. The collapsing West. Dan, you're trying to say somebody else is your favorite lawyer because you've been touting this guy all over Twitter, okay? This is your guy. I'm not asking you if it's your guy. I'm saying he is your guy. This is your guy. You can't reference this guy all the time and then not have him be your guy. He's your guy. That's how it is.
I'm supposed to read Dan's chat. I'm supposed to
all the time with no critical thought. All right? That's his guy.
Here we go. Let's Oh my god, I got the cookie settings thing in my way. Dan, what is Dan saying? This dude is not reading chat. They're asking Dan, they're teasing Dan in chat by asking him when is Dan Clancy resigning? When is Dan Clancy gonna resign? Dan's mentioning his lawyer, I guess. He's saying, he's saying that Legal Mindset is not his favorite lawyer. That one is mine is Eric Goldman. I don't know who that is. What else do we have from Dan? Yeah, apparently Dan's verified on Kick. Dude is not reading chat. Shaking my head.
Even if he wants to say he doesn't like him, that's his guy. Okay, sorry, I need to be right back, Kelly. Give me a second.
He's the only one who has discussed the issue, is Dan's excuse for why he's citing Legal Mindset. Or Ladyboy Mindset, as the Jstlk is referring to him.
I see. I was in the middle of reading something, and then I got cut off. Never mind. Oh, I see. No, he's not forbidden from calling in. I don't... Does he have the thing? I think anyone with Notable can call in.
You can totally call in.
Hi!
So yeah, they're talking about Discord stuff. There's a role in their Discord apparently called Notable. If they think you are notable, then you'll get that. What is going on? Am I getting fucking ads? I am. God damn. But yeah, so they give a role called Notable. It's kind of like our role Panel Member, I guess. If you have Panel Member, you can get into the Bird Brains voice chat, and that would be where I talk to people. There's a VOD where Jstlk and Quipman called Dan the Crash Out King. If he comes in here, I will keep my mod hand strong. Somebody needs to make a Dan AI. I had an uncle who would probably use his services. He met his wife in Thailand, but she won't move to the US. He says he can cheat as long as she doesn't know. And the money keeps coming. Yeah, real charmer. Has he had to pay for any veterinary bills so far? That's apparently a meme. Well, sick sick water buffalo, etc.
I do not know enough about the situation. It's just
no,
a
he could
photo
totally
of
call in.
this.
He could totally call in. He's the only one who's discussed the issue. Okay, well. I'm saying he weighs in on a lot of issues, like the collapsing West. How these white women are complete whores. They're all over OnlyFans. They're all over sugar.
So you can see, even though these people are kind of like, you know, reactionary and right-wing coded, they also kind of hate the right as well. Kind of interesting. Right, they're making fun of the meme of the West is collapsing. That the Western women aren't, you know, up to par for these. They're making fun of the, you know, the passport bro and the red pill stuff.
Sugar daddy websites. Okay, is it really that wrong for a guy to want to go east? Is it really that wrong? Oh boy,
That's strange thing.
There goes Jstlk, always running to the Destiny defense when talking about Willie. I am shit-talking Willie for having no conscious thought process of his own. I'm sorry that that's confusing to you, King of Sorrow. Just go over my Twitter post with the most disingenuous take possible, please. I know that will be difficult for you. Do you mean, like... Do you mean that won't be difficult for me? Oh, you're joking. So, listen, King of Sorrow, I'm sorry, you're not here all the time. You understand why I wouldn't think you're joking. A lot of people actually reacted that way to my tweet. They're like, wait, why didn't you address the argument? There is no argument. He just says Destiny is right about everything he just said, which is only one statement.
Dan unfollowed me on Twitter. Rude. Rude.
Oh, he wouldn't have unfollowed me. We're good friends. He did unfollow. You bitch! You soft blocked me, you bitch!
In here?
Yeah, good point, General Public. Technically, if an American goes to Asia, you go west, not east. I think that's even true in the East Coast, right? If you're you know, go to Thailand, for instance, right? If you're going there, yeah, you're not gonna go fly to, I don't know, Paris or Berlin, and then fly to where would it even be, to Tehran? Trying to think how that route would go, right? The hippie trail from the 60s, right? The American hippies that, you know, some of them ended up in Thailand, right? Mostly the goal was Kathmandu in Nepal, was where they were going, because when they started, I believe cannabis was legal there, and it got made illegal. I don't know, maybe because of the hippie trail, right? But yeah, you go, you know, you would fly into like LA or something, and then to Korea, to Seoul, or to Taiwan, and then into Thailand usually. Maybe Hong Kong is a possibility. I don't know. Seems like it would. If I go east, I'll just drown. The only person who would fly east to go to Asia is Eric Adams. Oh, he would definitely hit that Istanbul airport. That's right.
You soft block me, you bitch-made motherfucker.
That's some dedication. I mean, there's some dedicated hippies back in the day, apparently.
I'm following you back. Oh wait, no, I am following you. No, you actually just unfollowed me. You actually just unfollowed. Get the fuck out of here, Dan. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Chud Logic was right about you. You know what? I wasn't sure I was gonna pull this clip, but Chud Logic was right. Let me find it. Let me find the clip. Where's the clip?
It's funny because he must have done it in the last few days too. So I guess Destiny crying about being wrong at chemistry must have been the final nail in the coffin. He's like, Dan, you must unfollow her now.
Dude, Imager with its proxy shit is so annoying. Chud Logic was right about you, Dan.
Oh, look at that. Is that actually Dan? Dan, you're such a little wretch, dude, honestly. I think your campaign is absolutely fucking pathetic, and you're a sick individual, to be honest. Hope you're well, though.
That's
other than that,
wild.
hope you're well.
Dan said you can't give the
Obviously,
no
don't
names
have any,
attention.
like, personal issue with you, but I think you're an...
I have more followers than he does, by quite a lot.
See, don't have
I'm
any,
a no
like,
name, so
personal
is
issue
he.
with you, but I think you're an absolutely disgusting lying freak, to be honest.
That's very
Just to keep it real, okay? Nothing personal, okay? Nothing personal.
I just got perpetually trapped in an attic, by the way. What is happening with this guy? This guy's shooting like a hostage release video from my...
Realize that's what Chud Logic looked like? Yeah, wait. Do we have the picture? Yeah, it's quite the glow up, right? With Chud Logic. Look at this.
I want to be able to say this.
Oh my god, I don't even know if he's... Does that show up anymore? Yeah, it does, okay. Yeah, so that's what Chud Logic used to look like before he did his face reveal. See that in the lower right corner? He would just put that on as his face. And no, it's not a VTube avatar. It's not a anything. It's just a picture of some... Oh my god, I'm trying to remember who it is. There's some conservative, like, writer, some like weird, like right-wing intellectual from, I don't know, the 1700s, the 1800s, sometime long ago. I don't even remember I think it's a French guy. Right? This guy that Chud Logic had as avatar. Didn't realize he had his face reveal. Yep, that was a few years ago. I mean, he also does have a VTuber that he brought on when he would do panels and stuff like that. But then there was one panel where they were like, Chud, I don't think that you should be saying that as a white guy. Like, right? Like, he says something and somebody's like kind of questioning his standing. Like, I'm not sure how I feel about you saying that as a white guy. And he's like, all right, then I'll be right back. And he comes back with a black VTuber avatar. And like a, you know, kind of, I think it was kind of minstrel looking, right? So that's the joke, you know. It's like, oh, I can't make that statement as a white man, then I guess I'll make the statement as a black man. But yeah, that's the classic Chud Logic hijinks and antics.
Afghanistan, as we speak. Wait, Dan went on Chud's stream today? No way.
Is this real? Check. Is this real?
There's no way Dan went on Chud's stream today. Get out of here. He's just typing in chat. Okay.
You avoid him like the plague? Well, like back in the day, chat, the kind of green miasma, like if we go back to this, right? The thing about Chud is he's always kind of followed by like a green stinky cloud, which I would call a miasma. You can sort of see it, right? You see the miasma that's surrounding this guy, and he's still surrounded by that miasma, despite the fact that he's done a face reveal. But back in the day, they used to think that disease was caused by things like bad air, impure air. Something like a miasma would be the source of, would be the source of sickness for people. So you're not entirely off about your plague comment.
Okay. Chud's a wild one. Don't worry, Dan. Chud says mean things about me too, okay? But we have to take, the medicine hurts going down. It doesn't taste good, okay? It's bitter going down. But sometimes he has valid things he says, okay? So some of that will be performative and some of that will be valid. And it's up to you to stomach it and then figure out which is which, okay? Yes, exactly.
Destiny called me a no-name today. I mean... Okay.
Don't worry, Dan. We are going to get to your tweet. I promise. All right? I'm going to restart this for Kelly because we need this context for Kelly.
What the fuck?
I'm very sure that Dan and everyone else follows a lot more people with a lot less followers than me. So I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Anyway, sorry, we need to go back to this shit. Let's check it out. So this was Dan and Nicholas having a little argument there, Kelly.
That's the game.
But I'm not playing the game. I'm trying to get the truth. I'm sorry. Like I'm not here to play your game.
So yeah, we just heard them refer to a argument between Chud Logic and Dan. Like Dan coming on Chud Logic's stream and potentially getting roasted. Is that true? Did that happen? That comment ruffled her. Apparently so. Steven wasn't wrong there. I still don't know this lady. Oh, the Kelly Jean, yeah. I don't really know her either. I know that all I know about her is she doesn't like Destiny. But she was a Destiny orbiter. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think she lived in the Hype House in Miami. Anybody know if that's true? Did she live in Destiny's like Hype House when he was trying to do that? Oh my god. Wow.
It's not my game. That is the game. Like, if you're out here like, I can't believe you're pulling up tweets from 10 years ago. Well, listen, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
She tried to be an orbiter but couldn't cut it in debates. I mean, he still had her around up to like a year ago or so. I think she was like physically in his house. In Hype House? You mean a grape house? Maybe? Potentially? Allegedly?
Oh yeah, that's the...
She was a victim of his leak as well. I didn't know that. Oh no, I did not know this, Narwhal by Nature. All I knew is that she gives Destiny a lot of shit. Destiny had a Hype House. He really is following in Epstein's footsteps, isn't he? Yeah, something like that, right? I mean, there's videos, like if you go back to... I'm trying to remember if it was just like Destiny's stream in general that you'd see this place on, or if it was specifically on like one of the... Was it the Anything Else podcast that would have that? I'm trying to remember, chat, because there was Bridges. No, I think Bridges used it too. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he had, let's see, Irrelevant was there at one point. I'm trying to think of the people that I've seen, like Lycus, I think. Destiny's Cook was there. He mostly recruits barely legal people, like, for the most part. He looks for adults, at least.
The world. That is
barely adults,
is
yeah.
Never changing, ever, no matter what. That is what everyone does all the time, nonstop. It will never end, ever. And your side is based...
It's not a good
argument.
argument.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a good argument. That's what everyone does.
But you're just throwing shit at the wall. What makes you better than him? What makes you better than Hassan Piker?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because my side is honorable, and it was obviously taken out of context. Their side meant it, and they still haven't changed.
Oh, so it's just sides cock. This is the issue.
Completely, 100%.
That's the big issue, though. That's why unironically, that's why we can't do a show.
Well, it's not me saying that.
No, it was you. You just said that.
No, I'm saying that's how the game is. That is the game, 100%.
All right. Well,
do you not think that that's what people do on Twitter all day, every day?
So this is good.
This is kind of funny, right? Because in a way, Dan's right. In a way, Dan, look, as far as the waters that these people swim in, that's absolutely true. And you, honestly, you could probably say that for a lot of the internet. A lot of the internet thinks like that, right? That they're not using critical thinking to ask themselves, like, whose argument makes more sense, whose argument is supported by receipts or anything like that. They're kind of thinking like, okay, well, Hassan is a bad guy, and so if this person's making accusations against Hassan, I'm going to believe it. Right? But I think the implication with that Dan's making is that's universal. Now, here's the deal. It is something that I think Nick DeOrio engages in as well. Right? That is true. Right? That is part of the underlying logic of Nick's defense of Ethan. Is that, well, Hassan's a terrorist or whatever, right? Like that, at the end of the day. So yeah, Dan's kind of onto something real, at least for like Nick. And, you could probably say this about any Destiny orbiter. You could probably say this about Vosh orbiters. You could say this about a hell of a lot of the internet. But, where he goes wrong is that, he's universalizing it. That is nihilistic, what if you actually take what Dan is saying to its logical conclusion, because he's like, this is the way it is. He's not saying this is the way that we do things. This is the way that things are done on this side of the internet. He's saying this is the way that it is. He's saying everybody's like this, right? Like that every argument that you have, every, any issue, right, is just going to be a reflection of people's affinities towards their side and their hatred of the opposing side. Right? And if you really are operating on that logic, then yeah, anything is permissible. Anything is permissible at that point. And yeah, that does, and that makes you a monster, is what it does, right? That's what makes you a monster. Is the fact that, yeah, as Dan said, there are no bad targets, or there are no bad tactics, only bad targets, right? So, anything that lying about Hassan and the brothel is totally, fine. Anytime you want to twist something, to get the optics that you want, that's fine. It's only bad if you're attacking Destiny. Then you'd be a bad person, right? Because Destiny's cool. Or if you're attacking Ethan, you're a bad person, right? If you're attacking Hassan, it doesn't matter how much you're lying. It's based according to, yeah. So he's truly a nihilist here, right? Thinks reality is in the eye of the beholder. He needs to stop using AI. He really does. Before AI constructs a religion based on him. Seriously, you have a fucking ego like that? Oh my god. AI is gonna exploit the fuck out of that. Dan Saltman is wrong. If people on my side start acting like sussy bakas, like Peter Coffin, Vosh, etc., I would no longer consider them on my side, but as opponents, which I do.
This is Nicholas. He's broken the chains today, okay? He's unshackled. He's broken the chains. He's being honest about stuff. You love to see it, okay? Nicholas is reborn. Nicholas is back.
Yeah, but you're the guy on Twitter's banned. There's plenty of examples as it is that are stronger. But all you do is put fodder in there for him to respond and get an easier clapback with.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with you. I mean, especially looking at how many people thought that this was egregious. I think that you might be having a very commentary brain to take here versus what the
commentary
public...
take is to not lie.
Yeah, this isn't the lie, though.
You sent me a screenshot where you circled half a sentence.
Wait, what did you think that was supposed to...
Okay, also, Twitchers, I'm so sorry, Twitchers, okay? But it's not gonna be a Twitch stream day today, okay? We're not gonna go...
Oh, so he is on Twitch too, huh? Kind of amazing that he got banned from YouTube and managed to stay unbanned on Twitch. Usually it's the other way around. Why do people even uncritically accept this propaganda that Hassan Piker is supposedly evil? There aren't any good logical arguments for that backed by evidence. I think that the people that are gonna see Hassan Piker being evil as a self-evident fact are the same kind of people that have been inculcated into looking at the Israelis as as the good guys, right? And are used to seeing the West in general, whatever that fucking means. Obviously, that's kind of a racist term, but like, this is how they would think, right? They see the West as good. They see they see the Muslim world as being evil. So anytime there's a conflict with Israel and Palestine, right? If you are even supporting like the humanity of Palestinian people, you are on the side of the barbarians. The shirtless guy with the turban waving the curved sword around going, oh, right? That shit. Like that's how racist. That's how inculcated with racism some people are from American movies, right? American culture very much perpetuates these images, right? So if you are that kind of person that is like, well, obviously Israel is good, and obviously Muslim any Muslim group is evil, right? Then you see Hassan Piker standing up for the dignity of Palestinians, and you're like, well, that guy is evil, clearly. And where is he from? He's from Turkey. See what I mean? Like, it's like they've already bought into a lot of illogical they've already bought into a lot of illogical premises before they even get to the conclusion of like Hassan Piker is bad. And that's why it's so hard to talk to them, because they are seeing a reality that is tainted. They are seeing a reality that is twisted, that is distorted, right? And it's pretty hard to argue them out of what they're perceiving, I guess.
Go very long. Guys, if you are on the Twitch stream, you're going to have to head over to the Kick stream. We are live on Kick and...
Okay, I'm a little bit worried by the fact that he just ended the Twitch stream. Anybody want to tell me, does anything bad happen here? Is he opening up is he closing down the Twitch stream because he wants to say slurs?
And Twitter, okay? Or watch the Twitter stream, either one. But watch the ones that don't take away from my lovely, lovely Kick income, okay? So I'm gonna send you guys over there. And yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. Bye! Sorry, Kelly, I need to set up my Kick income thing.
The Legal Mindset dude says worse things about America than Hassan. Yeah, here's why you should run away from America. Yeah, I mean, basically feminism is his reason. Was one of the main reasons that he's telling these gentlemen to go east, right?
No worries.
Here we go. All right.
Supposed to be showing there.
The pump
I'll back it up.
screenshot where you circled half a sentence.
So Nicholas is saying that when you do
he gets more money from Kick.
We do these attacks that are like super disingenuous and leaving.
Oh wait, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, probably the one good thing I could say about Kick is it does cut in creators on a larger percentage of So whereas when you support me on Twitch, because of the low number of subs that I carry, Twitch is taking 45% of that, which does kind of suck. If you support me on YouTube, YouTube is taking 30% of that. If I had a Stream Elements dono link, which I don't put that forward because I don't want to make any money for Stream Elements, right? But if I did, they'd be taking 30% as well. Whereas things like PayPal and Throne take a lower percentage, and I believe that Kick takes like 5%, maybe. So they give the streamer like 95% of the money that people sub to them with, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess that would be true, that he makes more from...
Narwhal_by super chatted $9.99. Infomercial voice. Are you still suffering from suffrage? Have I got the continent for you? Index pointing at the viewer.
Oh my god. Index pointing at the viewer. Thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. Yeah, suffering from... I mean, we joke about that, right? But there are a lot of right-wingers that talk about repealing that amendment to take away women's right to vote. I suspect that you're going to see more and more of that, the Trumpian, the MAGA imagination of who is and is not an American. You're going to see that more blatant. You're going to see them like carving back more kickbacks from casinos. Yeah. Oh, is it a crypto casino? Yeah. So the Kick makes, I think, a lot of its money advertising. What is it? Stake.com, maybe, allegedly. Let's just throw that in for good measure. Best super I've read in a week or two. Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Out context, you basically give people like a good way to clap back against you. You give people a good way.
And thank you for the super chat.
It actually hinders the movement in the long term. It can be effective, very, very short term, okay? But long term, it will always come back to bite you in the ass.
I'm sorry, hinders the movement? What movement do these people think they're a part of? Right? Like, this is, to be fair, chat, this is like kind of like, look, there's a lot of Destiny orbiters out there, not so erudite. Pisco was a Destiny orbiter. As far as I know, he still is, right? Until he tells me different, I'm going to go with the DGG law tuber as, how we define Pisco, right? But you can tell a difference between Pisco's stream, where there is some allegiance to the truth, and, well, I mean, I guess there is, I don't know. What am I trying to say? Yeah, there's different gradations. You can see Dan Saltman obviously has zero allegiance to the truth. Nick DeOrio doesn't want to be embarrassed by Dan's ridiculous arguments. Wait, is there a button to like roll this back? Anybody know? On Kick, is there like a Is there a hotkey to just like roll it back like 10 seconds or whatever? I just want to make it like ever so slightly earlier to just rehear what Jstlk just said. Come on. Why won't it let me? God damn it. I rolled it back 2 minutes. Fuck me.
So this is good. This is Nicholas. He's broken the chains today, okay? He's unshackled. He's broken the chains. He's being honest about stuff. You love to see it, okay? Nicholas is reborn. Nicholas is back.
Yeah, but you're the guy on Twitter's banned. There's plenty of examples as it is.
Would they be part of the abundance movement? I don't get the feeling that Jstlk and company are terribly interested. I could be wrong. Are they? Do they do politics? Are they interested in politics? I'd say that maybe the abundance people are too positive for them, right? It's the arrow keys? Nice.
That are stronger.
Let's try that.
All you do is put fodder in there for him to respond and get an easier clapback with.
Guys, if you are on the Twitch stream, you're gonna have to head
to a screenshot where you circled half a sentence.
So Nicholas is saying that when you like when you do these we do these attacks that are like super disingenuous and leaving out context, you basically give people like a good way to clap back against you. You give people a good way to clap back against like your movement. It actually hinders the movement in the long term. It can.
Okay, so he said your movement. He's not claiming the movement as you know, his, right?
And be effective very, very short term, okay? But long term, it will always come back to bite you in the ass.
I think the movement that Jstlk is talking about is the cancel Twitch movement, right? I think that's what he like, you know, Saltman's overall crusade against Twitch.
Always, always, always. And that's why the side of the truth always wins in the end. In the end, the side of the truth always wins, okay? It might take a long time, but it will win in the end. That's how you should live your life. Jordan Peterson said that. Or something like that. I forget.
Wait, what did you think that was supposed to be showing there?
The published confidential information part was pretty important to that sentence. That's a pretty important factor when determining doxing is the confidential information part. We've kind of exhausted this. I'm gonna get back to my segment now, but that's really I'm not really super happy with that combo.
Did you see the don't forget you go to the mic one. That's a much more
the mic stuff is here, it's on the list.
Oh, you don't like the cut, Dan? What was cut out? Do you think maybe listen, we'll go to your tweet, okay? We're just watching this. Dan, I also think you should look away right now, okay? This is brutal. This is gonna be a brutal one. And I have to point it out. I have to call out what happens here. And I don't want to do that with you in the chat. It's fucked up, okay? Because Kelly, you're gonna need this. You're gonna need to watch this, and we're gonna have to talk about it. And it is rough.
I'm gonna talk about it because Mike retweeted something about me. So I'll let you go.
Okay.
Dude, holy shit! Important factor when determining doxing is the confidential information part. We've kind of exhausted this. I'm gonna get back to my segment now, but that's really I'm not really super happy with that combo.
Did you see the
Dude, he doesn't even wait until Dan leaves to go, I was not super happy with that combo. I think I'm gonna get back to my segment. You should go. Oh man, I was not super happy with that combo. And Dan like responds.
Don't forget you go to the mic one. That's a much more
the mic stuff is here. It's on the list. I'm gonna talk about it because Mike retweeted something about me. So I'll let you go.
He has to do it a second time. Ah!
Okay.
Dude, holy shit! I just fed.
You don't have to be upset about it, Dan. He's literally like kicking. He's literally like, yeah, that sucked. That guy sucks. And you're like, hey, you should try this out. And he's like, yeah, you should go. It's just brutal. It's brutal. That's all.
The small commentary channels for a month. What the fuck, bro? Holy shit, dude. All right. So we're gonna run this segment as quickly as possible, I guess. I don't know, because this is gonna get reposted everywhere. Okay.
Go look at any Awk post about this. Oh, should I go look at the tweets from the guy who hates Hassan and has built his thing around hating Hassan, right? Should I look? Which, hold on, that's actually not fair to Ak. Ak has like, he does a lot of other good stuff too, okay? He does a lot of other good stuff. But a very core base there is people who hate Hassan.
I'm trying to think, like, yeah, people are bringing up they're bringing up the fact that, Destiny and its orbiters do tend to be, like, in the enlightened centrist variety. My understanding about Jstlk and these people is they're a little bit more towards the drama than they are towards the politics. The other thing that might be, like, an impediment towards, any sort of affinity towards the abundance movement or something, which, yeah, is basically neoliberalism repackaged, right? Is that a lot of what the abundance people are talking about is policy. And if these people get into policy, I've never seen it. Weird pleasure watching someone you loathe get humiliated by his peers. Yeah, there's been a lot of that. There's been a lot of that going around lately, WB. That's true.
I don't wanna totally shit on that guy, all right? But yeah, it's like just a lot of Hassan hate. Of course,
oh yeah, I should probably let you know, chat. Let's see, we are at 4 out of 5 on the butterfly goal with 1 hour and 6 minutes left. That means there's 1 hour and 6 minutes for you to try to put a butterfly in my hair. I'll put a butterfly in my hair when that number gets to 9 out of 10. Because yeah, somebody did super chat before I got the goal up. So it's actually, 5 out of 10. We're actually like halfway there. Living on a prayer, and if we got 5 more super chats of the teal level or higher. I think it's set to be 100 bots, so it's somewhere around $3 and some change is what it takes to do a teal super chat. But if we get 5 more of those, then I will put a butterfly in my hair. And I always forget to let you know when time is ticking down, but time is indeed ticking down as it is for the bonus material as well. Hassan visits his Uncle Sam Cedar is in first place with H3 reports Adam McIntyre in second place. And if we get to 100 out of 100, which we're at 90 right now, then I'll stick around and do an extra segment with you. So just letting you know where we're at, and we'll go back to the content.
To Ak are going to hate Hassan.
How is Abundant different from Obama's Hope or Change that didn't include universal health care? Basically, how are they different than Obama? There is some similarities for sure, right? But the biggest difference I would say is that Ezra Klein is trying to de-emphasize ideology, right? He's trying to make a movement. I think the fundamental, it's just a problem, like, right? So you can't really have, an ideology-free movement. They're just kind of sweeping the ideology, the real ideology, which is neoliberalism. They're sweeping that under the rug, and they're like, look at the policy, though. Look at the policy. Hey, Gavin Newsom didn't get the, high-speed rail done in California, but if we rolled over environmental regulations like he did recently, then maybe we could get something done. Policy, right? Don't look at the man behind the curtains, though, because that man is still Milton Friedman. It's still Milton Friedman. It's still fucking, Hayek and his bastards. Or, sorry, the bastards are the right-wing inheritors of Hayek.
Hassan and just do anything they can to support Hassan or support hating Hassan. Of course.
I stand so mad. Do you think that I would want to agree with fucking DeOrio? No. So this has nothing to do with being brain broken. I dislike him more than mostly everyone else here. I don't.
But because of his body composition? That's the only thing she said about why she doesn't like DeOrio. Because if I don't know if you can see this, chat here. Let me make it a little easier to see. But you can't. Okay, I have to. Here, if I mute and then play, then you'll probably see what it says under her avatar, right? Do you see it? Destiny is fat is what she's named herself.
Thing. But I had to set this up because this was last night, and we were laughing about it last night. That's all. Kelly's peeking hard? Wait, Kelly, can you speak again?
Am I? I don't know. Hello?
No, you're
that
fine.
fine?
Maybe you might have just leaned in and yelled a little bit. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I just got like something. What is this? Is Dan talking about legal mindset?
Careful, because the attorney that did this is fucking brilliant, is what I would say.
First of all, that's absolutely not true.
It absolutely.
Number one. Number
I know
two.
for a fact it is true.
Whatever.
Destiny was so nice to you here, Dan, too. Destiny could have... I know, because Destiny and I both don't like this guy's legal opinions for the same reason. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, Dan, you are actually true. No, you are right. Sorry, that clip got linked to me with Dan on legal mindset. I watched this video. I reacted to it on stream. This is you talking about the lawyer who wrote Ethan's thing, right? Yeah, this is you talking about the lawyer who wrote Ethan's thing. Sorry, I got linked the clip and I got excited. That's too bad. That's too bad. But I think you'd say that about legal mindset too. Huh. Hi.
Yeah, the reason that we don't have single payer is because most of Congress at that time was bought by the insurance companies. Yeah, and Ezra Klein's abundance plan doesn't even address that stuff, right? It basically skips all the hard questions, right? Look, some of the, the idea of doing big projects, right, is actually very Rooseveltian. And yet abundance is a fundamentally neoliberal movement, right? Why? Why is it like that, right? Why when it has so much in common with Roosevelt's policy, is it actually like a neoliberal thing? And that's because a lot of what's in the way of doing a lot of these big projects, like in the Rooseveltian sense, projects like the WPA, projects like the Tennessee Valley Authority, etc., is actually, moneyed interests. And Ezra Klein just wants to, Ezra, to be real, he's probably on the take from some of those money interests, but his idea is to just like ignore that shit and pretend like it doesn't exist, and pretend like the only thing that's getting in the way, if we can just take down this environmental regulation, this labor, the power of the groups, the power of unions, right? Then we can do all these great things. It'll just magically happen. And no, nothing. You're gonna deregulate, and you've got to have a empowered, like progressive movement with no impediments, right? And instead you have a the weak little dog as the progressive movement with a great big lobbyist, right, standing next to it. In other words, if you deregulate, you're just going to empower right-wing shit, right? You've got to fight and defeat the moneyed interest. You've got to claw back leverage from them, right? Right now they have too much leverage in the system for anything good to be done. So, while deregulation could make some projects easier, the projects it's going to enable are not going to be ones, they're going to be the ones that are in the interest of capitalists. The AMA, especially after the 40s, they didn't want to have UK style healthcare.
I recognize it. But Destiny doesn't respect legal mindset either, okay? Because if you remember, when Legal Mindset did his video on Destiny, he said the Florida revenge porn, the cybersexual harassment statute, that audio recordings could be a visual depiction. That was his analysis. What? How is that not... Hold on. How is that not good faith? Okay. Well, we'll go.
If he thinks that...
Yeah, to be fair, Dan Saltman is defending Legal Mindset now.
We are nobodies. Why is he asking us for coverage? I'm so confused.
I don't know.
I'm so confused.
But it doesn't. Trust me. We don't need Dan's opinion to give him fair and balanced coverage. Okay, we'll make fun of him.
General public making a good point about the similarity between the abundance movement and Xi's government in the way that they also roll over environmental and labor regulations. I guess the difference would be that the billionaires in China And this is not me defending China. I have, for the record, a lot of problems with the, a lot of elements of, how things are run there, right? But the billionaires in China, which do exist, right? They are billionaires at the pleasure of the Communist Party, right? Whereas in the United States, the elected officials in the United States are elected officials at the pleasure of the capitalists, right? Of the billionaires, right? So that's the difference, right? And it is an interesting innovation, free market plus command style economy that China and apparently, an overpowered one, considering that, China's grown much faster than these, capitalist democracies. But yeah, with a lot of issues when it comes to especially nuanced about China too. Yeah. I like FDR's New Deal funding of painters. Yeah. So they could survive and do a lot of the art of the time. Funding historians to record interviews.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals
With formerly enslaved people and with Civil War vets. Yeah, no, there was like, FDR created this social safety net that was only for white people. Yeah. So the Glazers of FDR even not may not be acknowledging some of the real problems. Not to mention his treatment of indigenous people. Hey, not to mention the internment of Japanese people, Japanese Americans during World War II.
Here, but we will be totally fair when we get to his tweets. Okay, we'll be totally fair. I promise, Dan. All right, what do I have here? Oh, I've got like the Shamu thing. This is Nicholas DeOrio. The Shamu thing is after.
Okay, so what are we're trying to find?
Nick tweets this earlier on today. I believe this is where the response is.
So what do we have so far? We got Chud Logic, check. I think that's the Chud Logic thing that people were talking about. We don't have the Quipman thing yet. They're going over the Nicholas DeOrio versus Dan Saltman conflict.
To start, right? This is Dan and Nick going back and forth. I didn't have a time to get all of the stuff, but thank you for that. Thank you for that tweet. Who just sent that? The Kinocopter. Real Shooter McGavin, thank you very much. Dan's extensive ChatGPT lawyer research actually exonerates Hassan. Hate to see it. Uh-oh. We'll have to check it out. Oh, shit. Okay. Hassan Piker didn't dox anyone in this clip. He pulled up the public YouTube channel of Apex Crypto YT. YT means YouTube. This clip has been shared thousands of times across Reddit and Twitter, but not once have I seen a single person think to blur the dox because it doesn't exist. Just going to point out that Hassan the Hun still has not been the recipient of a ban for displaying a weapon, regardless if it was later revealed to be an airsoft, in a threatening manner and doxing two people, one of whom was a completely innocent victim of Hassan's stupidity. I don't think that person got doxed. On stream after almost 5 days, while the person in his chat who made a threatening remark was justifiably banned instantly. Hassan violated multiple parts of the TOS, some of which have resulted in other streamers being permanently banned from Twitch in the past for the exact same thing or lesser versions of the offense, and yet nothing happens. I will say, Turkey Tom pulled out an airsoft rifle on my stream. I got permabanned for that. I got permabanned when Turkey Tom did a funny bit with his airsoft rifle on my stream, okay? But listen, that's to be expected, okay? I'm sorry, you don't ban one of your highest earning. They don't even pay Hassan for ads anymore. He's like one of their highest earning streamers for them. Of course they're not gonna ban. Of course they're not gonna ban him. No, Steven Jellion on Twitch I got banned because Turkey Tom had his gun out. But he asked me. He literally said, "Is it okay?" I'm not blaming him for that. He literally said, "Is it okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's a funny bit. Go for it." Yeah, Turkey Tom's a funny guy. Yeah, oh yeah, it was the Zin shortage. Yeah. So Nicholas is responding to this tweet saying like, oh, obviously it's not a dox. Like literally,
Wait, didn't Tom point it at the camera? I don't know. I don't know about this Turkey Tom lore.
you're showing the picture of the guy, right? You're showing this guy's face. Why wouldn't you blur it if this is a dox?
As Hassan says, lying is OP, yeah.
Okay, anyway, Nicholas continues. A commenter told Hassan he was being treasonous. So what does he do? He was calling for Hassan to be hung. He's saying Hassan should be beaten. In response, Hassan pulled up 2 YouTube channels and showed their public profiles. This does not constitute doxing by anyone's definition.
Can't you show a gun but not point it? Are we talking about on Twitch or on YouTube?
True.
I think maybe on Twitch is where the more... I don't know. What is it? YouTube? You're not allowed to... Huh.
Yeah, we don't think that's doxing.
Chat, I need to pee, but I am so concerned about possibly look, you know, I don't want to leave. I'm just worried that something's going to happen on the stream. Like, they've shut down the Twitch stream at this point, right? I'm worried something bad is going to happen on Jstlk stream. We still haven't gotten to Quipman yet.
So, it's time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Madani communists, let's go to war against the left. Hassan Piker getting beat up soon. Mamdani is such an idiot. We will fight the left before they elect a communist. Every infidel shall be hung for treason. I don't know what that was. Hang Mamdani for treason. Hang Hassan for treason.
Hassan has made several streams at the gun range. Yeah, I mean, that and the fact that he hasn't been banned yet are making me think that whatever they're saying, whatever kind of TOS that Hassan did is not actually a TOS that Twitch recognizes.
YouTube, Steve Angelian. YouTube.
Hmm.
If your response to any of the above blatant lies is, but he brandished a fake gun, first of all, I agree, and I think that should be...
All right, I'm going to try to pee really quick.
At a minimum, but all this tells me is that you're completely morally bankrupt and
I want to listen to my stream while I'm
fucking
there.
lying. There are a lot of examples of Hassan getting special treatment over on Twitch. We don't need to make up fake doxing claims to enhance our pathetic fake gun brandishing claim. Also, if your response to this thread / evidence is he took off the orange tip and that's illegal in the state of California, I just want you to know I loathe you. The funniest implication is pushing this is they've retroactively made Lance the Serfs win his debate with Destiny. He argued that referencing the failed public office run of Mike from PA would be doxing despite his name literally being first name from location he lives in. If pulling up the public YouTube channel of Apex Crypto YT, a Twitch chatter whose name is a reference to the YouTube, is considered doxing, then Mike from PA was actually doxed.
So bad.
Dude.
I'll be right back.
True. Yes, true. Wait, this guy's face is his PFP on Twitch? Oh, yeah, okay. Like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, it's not a big deal. Did Dan respond to this one?
The worst,
oh, maybe not.
The worst this would classify as, if he kept going on it, I guess, as someone that hadn't protected themselves, maybe you could argue for harassment at a certain point. But I can't see in any capacity how this could be doxing. And considering the guy first said multiple times that he wants him to be hanged, I don't even know. I don't even know at that point if I even counts there. Yeah, it's more like, this guy tried to kill me. Oh no. Kelly's mic is insane right now. Really? Let me listen. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hold on. I turned you up a shitload. Now that I think about it, whoops. I turned you up a bunch so I could hear you over the music at the start of the stream. This is better. This will be way better. Sorry, guys.
Oops. Whoopsie.
Okay. All right. Kelly should be way better now. Okay. From here. Now, there's a Dan response to this. I don't know if he quote tweets it. Does he quote tweet it? I can't check the quote tweets. Nicholas, just unblock me. I don't even talk to you on Twitter. Just unblock me so I can view quote tweets. What the fuck? Yeah, I know, Neosick. Don't worry, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to all of it, alright? So, Where's the Dan response here? Dan did this first, which is pretty funny. Oh wait, is this one first, or do I have to go to the pictures? I might have to go to my Imager album. Hold on. Okay, what time is this at? 8:55. Oh god, these screenshots are from somebody else. Oh, I'm kind of losing it on my timeline here. Fuck, Dan, did you? Oh, is Dan not here? I can't tell if Dan quote tweeted this or if he just made his own tweet. Because there's this guy right here, right? There's this one where Dan.
I get
Dan
the
tweets
impression.
This and Nicholas responds. Oh, here we go. No, this is it.
I got the impression we're like a last resort. Everyone else has said to Dan, this is kind of dumb, so he came here as a last resort, and still we're saying, Dan, this is kind of dumb. So he's given up on love.
Dan loves massaging narratives. He goes around everywhere and he will massage the narrative anywhere. The funny thing is when I do read this, which I will shortly, okay, I'm gonna be totally fair. I'm gonna be fair in every way. But this is not gonna be fair. I'm gonna say these two tweets were made, what, within an hour, 2 hours of each other, right? Willie Mac had a choice. Willie Mac had a choice between the guy he's doing a podcast with and his friend who basically, you know, if it's not Destiny telling Willie Mac what to think, it's Nicholas, right? Like, we've established that, you know, Nicholas himself has said, Willie Mac just can't really evaluate information on his own. I kind of have to always point him back in the right direction, tell him how to actually do his job. So, Willie Mac, you know, he went with the old faithful. He said something akin to that, yeah. He said I'm not saying something that's like totally false. I believe he said something like, you know, Willie gets it wrong a lot of the time. I have to point him back in the right direction. I have to like get him back on track, right? Did he call him like a total retard? No, but he said something like that. Am I embellishing it slightly for stream? Yeah, a little bit, but not a lot. Not in essence at all. In essence, that is 100% true. Okay. Anyway, but Willie Mac, you know, he could retweet his new podcast co-host, or he could retweet Nicholas, and he chose Nicholas. Okay, he went with Nicholas here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hope that gives. Now it's time, Kelly. We gotta read this legal definition, his post here, okay? Over under on the podcast not making it till episode 15. If Willie Mac has any sense at all, that podcast will not happen. They will not hit episode 1.
Okay, there's
45 minutes left on the butterfly goal. We're halfway there, although we're much more than halfway done with the stream, so it may or may not happen today. Same thing with the bonus goal. It's at 90 out of 100, but it needs to be 100 out of 100, or else I'm out of here as soon as this is over.
It's one thing that I don't get here. Like, is Dan trying to imply that he's really against doxing, but he's best friends with Destiny?
Well, and he literally has talked about how awesome doxing is and how he likes to dox people, like, multiple times. And
yeah, I'm
dox
confused.
People, like,
I'm
on my
like
stream.
just very confused.
Yeah, it's not a principled position against doxing at all. Dan loves doxing. Dan, there's literally nothing Dan enjoys more than somebody talking shit about him that he can go and look up like their private information and then menace them with it. Like, Dan loves doxing.
It's a very Samantha thing to do. A very Twitch poll thing to do, right? This is like there were people on Twitch poll, somewhat respected people, including the person I'm mentioning was the Booker, I believe, from Prime Kai at some point.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. WB said that Destiny has been calling Kelly Jean fat on Twitter and posting AI pictures of her as a much larger person.
Oh.
Hence her name right now.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. She was just fat shaming people. Okay, so that's not her. She's just reacting to Destiny. It sounds like. Wait, I do have now I do have like a. Oh my god, chat. Can you see the Yeah, you can see the mouse, right? Oh, weird. You can see it when it's over the... Okay, when it's in the window space. I get it. Okay. Starting to understand OBS a little bit more. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. We only need, what is it? Like 4 more super chats to make that butterfly a reality.
Semitism a prolific doxer? I He does.
But yeah, the doxing thing, right? This was something that, like, you know, there's people, when I came up on Twitch poll, there were people who were known like Kiwi farmers, right? That nobody messed with them, right? And I'm thinking of a particularly notorious editor for Lauren Southern and booker for Prime Kai. When I say this, like, there were people there with like known connections to Kiwi farms who nobody messed with because they were afraid that if they did, that, you know, stuff would pop up on the farms about them, right? And yeah, it was just kind of known that these people, you know, if you make them mad, they will dox you. And chat, I made every single one of them mad, and I actually had my college roommate, actually more than a roommate, but doxed on stream as they were like targeting me, right? So they did technically have the address, I guess.
Yes, he does. True. Dan literally brags. Do I still have that Imager album laying around somewhere? I had an Imager album of Dan telling that story, and
I'm sorry, I can't stand it, chat. I call it Imgur. What do people say? I call it Imgur. Is it not Imager? Like, isn't it called, the site we're talking about is like IMGUR, right? He's calling it Imager. Isn't it Imgur?
It's like, dude, there's no fucking way he just told this story about, it was some guy who like was re-uploading. Oh Jesus, is my mic still working? I just hit my microphone. Oh, it's working. He was re-uploading. This guy was re-uploading anything.
A-logger is a reference to people on Kiwi farms that would become so obsessed with their targets that they themselves would become lolcows, right? There's, I think, a guy named A-log or something like that who got so into the whole Christian lore that people started to laugh at him, right? As he, you know, pursued. But that's all A-log means.
Anything else to Spotify. A really shitty thing to do. And Dan like emailed this guy and was like, hey, stop doing this. And this guy was like, fuck you, Dan. And so Dan found his information, called him at work, called the guy's like boss and said, hey, your employee's like doing this shit. They got the guy. The guy was like, what the fuck are you? What? It's... I can't remember if he called the guy first and the guy had his boss pick up, or if the guy's boss picked up first and he asked for the guy.
You pronounce it Imager too? Imager. I guess. I could kind of see how that is a thing.
I can't remember which way that went, but it was like, yeah, it was crazy. He did that to someone's wife. No, that was last year. That was where he came back. Was because that Glenn the Golden guy was, or Greg the Golden, whatever that guy's name was. That guy was like saying something anti-Semitic, saying Dan was like Desi's Mossad handler or something. And Dan was like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna let your wife know that you're talking shit about me. He like messaged his wife. Which, listen, sometimes that could be, some of those things could possibly be like funny in a vacuum, depending on how insane those guys are going. Like with the Glenn the Golden guy, there's some argument that he's doing anti-Semitic like conspiracies against Dan. There's like maybe some argument there that you could do it, but just like reveling in it and posting about it seems a little much. Seems a little much. Anyway. So no, not a principled stance against doxing by any means, but it's okay, because listen, if he has an argument legally, then he can just make the legal argument. He doesn't have to make the moral argument. He can just make the legal argument.
When did Quipman get here?
I just joined. Like,
just joined.
Right as you said that. I didn't even hear the noise. What the fuck?
Like literally in response to his joint sound.
Holy. I didn't hear the joint sound. That was why I was confused.
Yeah, you're kind of Dan stuff. Did you see him in Spicy Chat earlier?
He was just in my chat earlier, just here. Yeah, and I do have some posts from him in Spicy Chat that he didn't redact fast enough.
I believe that the Spicy Chat that they're talking about here is Chud Logic's Spicy Chat. So back in the day, chat, Spicy Chat was an unmoderated channel on Chud Logic's Discord, right? Where, you know, the most vile, racist, transphobic, homophobic, what have you shit was posted. And yeah, I think a non-zero amount of harassment was coordinated through that. Now, it wasn't like a private channel or anything. Like anybody that's was in the Chud Logic Discord, could see it, could use it. So it's not like they was secretly hidden away or something. It's just notable because it was so fucking out of pocket, right? At some point, Discord changed their rules to make it so that having a channel like that on your Discord would have gotten Chud Logic banned. And at that point, he nuked Spicy Chat. He deleted all the old posts, and he instituted the new rules in correspondence with. So it is still kind of a harassy kind of place, very toxic sort of place, but not nearly as bad as it used to be. Now, I'm to understand that there's also, I think that maybe Quipman's Discord has a Spicy Chat as well. I haven't ever looked at it. I don't know what it's like, but I think Quipman. So it's either in Chud's Discord or Quipman's Discord that they're talking about. Most likely Chud's Discord, because that would be the bigger one.
Funny guy, that damn guy.
Wait, hold on. Was he saying something new in Spicy Chat now?
No, I just think everything. He's just a funny guy. I just like him.
He is kind of a funny guy. Yeah, I think he's a fun guy. Funny guy.
Well, we're no-name shitters now, so I don't know how I feel about that anymore.
At least something says I say Imgur. I mean, I guess if you call it a GIF, then it would make sense to call it Imgur. I could see the wisdom in that. But I always called it Imgur. I don't know. I just always thought it was Imgur.
Oh yeah, Dan unfollowed me on Twitter, and I called him out. What a bitch move.
And
what a
me
bitch
too.
move.
Cringe.
It's like, dude, it's just so funny. He was like posting the screenshot of Nick DeOrio retweeting my tweet, and then he's like, "Wow, you're down bad when this is happening." And I was like, dude, I don't think you know what's going on here. I think you're reading this correctly at all.
He missed the stream last night. Oh, did you see this one though? Did you see okay, Willie had one of two choices, okay? He had one of two choices. Nicholas made his post, Dan made his post, and Willie made his decision, okay? He's riding with the guy who always tells him how to not look retarded, okay? Not the guy who feeds him information, but the guy who right? Willie Macshow repost Nick.
Tried and tested strategy, okay? Just follow Nick, okay? Willie has gotten by on this for years. It's not gonna fail him now.
Used to be a member of a Tai Chi group that met on weekend mornings, and I was like the youngest person there by several decades, and Tai Chi is a complicated series of movements, but when you do it in a group, the newer people generally stand in the inner part of the group, so that regardless of what direction they turn, they can always see somebody doing the motions and they can go along with it, right? But if your Tai Chi is following along with other people, you don't really know Tai Chi, right? You can memorize the movements and do Tai Chi, in this case the Yang short form. You can do it yourself, right, with no one there, and generally the people that are more experienced will know the form. But that's what they're describing with Willie Mac, that Willie Mac doesn't really know anything, doesn't really have any takes, and he's just following Nicholas DeOrio, being kind of one of the larger content creators in the commentary sphere, to make sure that as long as he's saying the same thing that Nick says, he's going to be he's not going to be out of tune with the powers that be.
Well, he's easy to follow. Can't miss him, can you?
Oh man, I will say, the one nice thing that I feel like I would reciprocate, okay, is I noticed Willie in the Daliban community, okay, where they consistently try to post the fail docs of me and I guess tag me with it and try to spread it as much as possible, and Destiny retweets these tweets all the time. Willie did go to one of them and go, "Hey, this seems bad. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this, guys." It's like, okay. And then there's a whole bunch of people who are like, wait, Destiny didn't dox this guy. And it's like, yeah, he did. Wait, show me proof. It's like, well, here's the proof. And then they just disappear. Like, okay. So when yeah, people just be doing it all the time. It's very funny, King of Sorrow. It's like funny how they think it's menacing when they're like the least they like can't, they couldn't set off a spark if they rubbed their brain.
Do you see how that works though? He's talking about, I think the Dali, oh god, chat. Somebody help me out here. Is the Dazbala is the Twitter Destiny related community that Destiny can kind of like wash his hands of when it does something bad? That's the Dazbala, right? Is the Daliban a splinter Discord maybe? I don't know what it actually is. In general, it refers to the Destiny community. But he's saying that they doxed him, yeah, and tried to tried to basically spread like his personal identifying information in order to what, I guess, scare him off the internet, since Jstlk, since the victimization, I think, of Cherry, who is very close to Jstlk. We're finding out how close recently, but Jstlk, who used to be a Destiny orbiter, became like just kind of like the #1 channel for exposing Destiny, right? So them doxing him is an attempt to silence him, right? Talking about the people that Destiny has victimized. Dazbala is Saltman's Twitter hit squad. Daliban is a subreddit. Okay. So the reason that these are not, we're not hearing like Destiny's Discord or Destiny's subreddit is because those things ostensibly, if something bad happens there, it gets on Destiny, right? And the whole point of these splintered harassment movements, right, that are they're 100% chat. They are working on behalf of Destiny.
Born Standy super chatted $5.
Yes, you did. Born Standing, thank you for the super chat. Wait, is that? There it is. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. That gets us to 100. We're now only, what is it, 3? We're 3 super chats away from the butterfly goal. We have, what, 30 minutes left? Exactly 30 minutes left, right? So we got one of those goals already, and we may make that butterfly goal yet. But you only have you only have 30 minutes left to do it if you're interested in seeing a butterfly in my hair today. But thank you for the super chat.
Brain cells together, okay? It's like there's nothing going on there. There's no light in their eyes. There's no light in their life. These people are just complete fucking losers. God.
I guess I gotta say a little bit more. Like, I do think that this shit is dangerous, right? I do see this, what Destiny's got, sort of running in the background with all this plausible deniability. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the Daliban. Yeah, that wasn't me. That was Dazbala. That was Dan Salt. Right? He's always it's always this like one step removed thing, so that none of this shit can be pinned on Destiny. And like this is the seedy like underground like sort of mafia, like the underground crime world of the political commentary community, right? And this is why Destiny has stuck around for so long. Is that even when he's wrong, anybody that's willing to call him out on it is subjected to this army of just unwell people, right? And this is probably not entirely unrelated to what I experienced, even though it was more related to a Destiny orbiter than to Destiny himself, right? Of just, unhinged people that are aligned with a fandom, and they wanna make life hell for the people that they view as being antithetical to their favorite content creator. This is truly dangerous shit. And really, Taylor Lorenz, if you're out there, this is something to report on. This is something you should report on before these fuckers come after you, because this is what Ethan's trying to set up. More and more, I am seeing Ethan's community splinter in a way that resembles the Destiny community. Like, he talked a long time ago about wanting to have a Hassan, industrial complex of his own to spread his clips and to get him more viewers and stuff like that. I honestly think he wants to have a he wants to have a Dazbala of his own. He wants to have an army of unhinged freakazoids that harass other content creators to silence his critics. I think that's what Ethan's after right now. And sort of in the early stages of that. Look, if it's gonna be stopped, it's gonna have to be stopped early, because Destiny shit is out of hand. Like, it's just fucking out of hand. Like, nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. And I owe these fuckers, don't I? I kinda owe them.
Anyway. Well, OMFG's pro, the issue is it's not the community so much as Destiny retweeting all of those, right? Himself, personally, and him publishing what he says is the docs in the first place, and him going around and saying, no, this is really him, I promise, all over the place. Yeah.
I'm guessing Destiny isn't able to support Dan at this trying time because he's too busy retweeting what he thinks is your docs, so... Even Destiny's like, you know what? I can't really make this argument.
All right. The other thing that I haven't done apparently is bugged you enough about. I'm not gonna delete my blue sky. But I will point out that the blue sky link for Blastoff has been pinned this entire time, and at this point, it's just becoming an embarrassment for me, right? That I pin a link and, like, only one person has done anything with that link. So thank you, Omega. Thank you for caring, and the rest of you.
Even right now, Dan, I got other things to do.
He's doing it. He's making it happen. We're about to read Dan's tweet. I have not read Dan's tweet yet. Dan did not think I could be good faith towards his tweet, so I'll read it and we'll do actual analysis here, okay? We'll see what gets said. Many commentators seem hesitant to use the term doxing, perhaps because it's often misapplied. Yet both California's AB 1979 and Twitch's Terms of Service, TOS, clearly categorize Hassan's conduct as doxing. In most situations, simply displaying a YouTube profile is not doxing. It becomes so only when the disclosure is intended to harass, intimidate, or embarrass the individual. If the goal is, let's expose who this person is so others can target them, the conduct likely meets the statutory and platform definitions. Okay. So let's expose this person, who this person is. I don't think you can expose who this person... So the issue is if their name is literally, I am trying to expose who I am, then doing that probably can't be a form of harassment, right? If they come to your community and go, hey, you should be hung, you should be hanged, we want to hang this guy. Don't we, guys? Let's go, let's kill this guy, right? If somebody goes and does that with a name that is saying, hey, I'm exposed, look who I am, then they probably don't get that protection, right?
But again, I want to make really clear, and this is an important part, this is something that I learned from my own harassment, that sometimes people with an obvious breadcrumb, linking back to somebody, a trail of breadcrumbs, so to speak. In other words, somebody that comes in and does something awful, comes into a chat, does something awful, does something disruptive, is doing harassment, right? And their name is like, another content creator. A lot of times that's not that content creator doing that with an obvious trail of breadcrumbs back to who they are. A lot of times that is somebody harassing that content creator and seeing if anybody's stupid enough to fucking take the bait and be like, oh yeah, Moist Critical is harassing me, right? It's like, no, I don't think Moist Critical, I don't think that's Charlie. I think that's somebody that's literally trying to fuck with Charlie by using his name in a harassment account, right? So that's the one asterisk to what we're saying here is that, you know, if it's too easy to figure out who somebody is that's doing bad stuff, there's some chance that that person, the person that's indicated in their name is actually the target, not the perpetrator, right? I don't know what nuance takes you're talking about, Miku's headphones.
It's not even. You don't even need to. It doesn't even matter about the hanging part. Isn't even relevant to the doxing claim to me. It's like as simple as your name.
What I'm saying is, in this case, likely the second YouTuber Hassan pulled up was the person doing the harassment, right? But that a more intelligent person harassing somebody would not, you know, leave a trail of breadcrumbs. And that sometimes there is a indication of a content creator that is meant to hurt that content creator. So yeah, it is a little bit more complicated than what we're seeing here. But yeah, in this case, you know, and in fact, like, here's an example, right? In this case, the first person Hassan pulled up, because the name was somewhat generic, was not the guy. Was not the, you know, he pulls up the person. Oh, look at this skinny fuck here, and it turns out that's not the person. That's not the person in your chat, Hassan.
Name is Apex Crypto YT. The YT stands for YouTube. The point of your name is to direct you to another account on another platform,
On YouTube.
which is the account that Hassan goes and pulls up. There is clearly.
Did you see?
I would
Dan's
almost
response to
go
that
as
point?
far as say it's.
I'm giving some of these trolls too much nuance. I'm relating my experience that not all trolls are daft, right? Something like trolling with a name that is the same as your YouTube channel, that's daft. That's really stupid. Going in to make a death threat, you know, on some Twitch creator, with your Twitch account being the same name as your YouTube account, like that's boneheaded, right? And the people that the kind of people that you'd expect to see in the Daliban, in the Dazbala, in Spicy Chat, you know, doing like full-time harassment of a content creator that they you know, perceive to be an enemy of Destiny's, is likely going to know enough not to make it easy for you and to misdirect you. That's I've literally seen a lot of this, right? And if you don't believe me, Miku, let me mod you, and then say something really offensive towards, you know, some large, like, you know, towards Destiny, you know, like piss Destiny off, and see if you know, see if accounts are like, you know, Miku's headphones did the, you know, harassment or something. Let's see if an account like that shows up, right? Yeah, this is just like, you know, in real life, right? What we're seeing here is very unsophisticated compared to what it can be, right? And I'm just speaking from experience. Right? You've seen that shit? Yeah, that's, you know, and the thing is, that's not actually that sophisticated, right? That's just like one level removed of like, okay, well, let me, I want to hurt somebody, right? The simple thing, let me go into their, you know, chat and say fucked up shit, right? And make the atmosphere, make the environment of their chat super toxic, right? That's the first level. That's very unsophisticated. Second level, let me go into a separate channel using a name that points to this content creator or this person, right? And thereby sort of blame, you know, so in that case, the real target isn't the person getting harassed. It's the person whose name is being referred to in the harassment account, right? That's level 2, and it's still not very sophisticated. You know, you can kind of figure that out, right? But yeah, it just yeah. Watch these guys for the last week. Apparently Nick changed when Augie RFC tweeted. Do you know why he's so influential? Augie, he's kind of old school. He's been away for a while. He has got a lot of friends in the commentary community. And I guess people are glad to see him back. Yeah, I don't know. Augie RFC, when Nick DeOrio was a much smaller channel, Augie RFC is like, Oh no, that happens to you all the time. I'm sorry. I was just I was joking about the potential of that, right? Because like, here's the thing: when you're describing this harassment, a lot of the reaction you get is like, "Yeah, that. Are you sure that's really happening? That seems like a lot of effort." And it's like you would be surprised at how much effort some of these people will actually go to, and you don't really. It's kind of like unbelievable until you see it happen, right? But it sounds like you've actually seen that kind of shit go on. But yeah, Augie RFC is definitely an influential old school commentary channel. That is probably why so you're saying Nick changed when Augie RFC tweeted. What about Nick changed? Is it because he was so direct in calling Ethan out? I haven't seen Augie RFC's tweet about Ethan yet, so I don't know what the nature of that is. But yeah, Augie and Nick were, very large figures in the commentary community. Augie left YouTube for like a few years, and then apparently has come back. So, and I think, do we see Augie in the stream? Is that what happens? One of the creators I mod for literally got swatted by the by the state police because of some psycho trolls. Oh my god, that's I was meaning more like that you're assuming these people have more brain cells. Well, yeah, like the guy that was harassing Hassan, if that's what you're saying, Miku, I agree with you. That's not a very sophisticated troll, right? I've seen a lot worse. Yeah, it's
like explicitly telegraphed that you're allowed to look this guy up. You should look this guy up. You should go look at this. That's what he wants you to. That's what his name is saying. So the idea that it's doxing, no, doxing, we would.
Oh, so he was speaking specifically. Wait, Nick fought back about the doxing. Yeah, well, my understanding is that he's having a conversation with Dan. See, that's this conversation right here, right? That he had with Dan Saltman. And he comes on, it's all fun and games, they're all laughing, but through the conversation, when Dan starts to talk about, thinking that Hassan is doing doxing, that's when Nick is like, and he's annoyed because he hates Hassan too. He wants to get Hassan as well. He's team Ethan 100%, right? As opposed to Quipman, who, Quipman and Chud, who are pretty much over Ethan as far as I can tell, but DeOrio's still team Ethan, but he looks at Dan Saltman and he's like, why are you fucking up the bag for this, there's plenty of stuff that we can attack Hassan with. Why are you using the one thing that's easily disprovable? And the reason is because Dan literally feels like there's no bad tactics, only bad targets, right? That anything that he does is justified when going after Hassan. And he's not realizing that what Nick is trying to make him aware of is the fact that if you, even for going after Hassan, making claims like he's making, if you make easily debunkable claims against somebody, and this happened with Vosh, this happened with Destiny, right? A lot of people have made a lot of claims, and some of them were bullshit, to be frank, right? And when Vosh can show somebody is, coming after him with a claim that doesn't hold water, then he can say, oh yeah, no, it's the Vosh derangement syndrome is what it is. Oh, my haters, look at my haters. Oh, they're like Vosh bad all day, right? And then people aren't paying attention, especially people in Vosh's community are not paying attention when something of real substance actually comes up, right? The same thing could, happen for Hassan. Like the more people that make accusations like the ones that Dan's making, that he did a dox when he obviously didn't. When people see the claim and they're like, oh, did Hassan dox somebody? They look into it and they're like, no, he absolutely didn't. Then they start to think, yeah, I think people kind of make up fake shit about Hassan. That actually ends up, hurting Nick and Ethan's campaign to take Hassan down, because now it's like the boy who cried wolf. That's what it is. Dan is the boy who cried wolf. They're trying to get him to shut the fuck up.
Usually at least say the information has to be like not intentionally linked to your current persona or intentionally obscured. Usually that's why the confidential thing is mentioned in the Twitch TOS, it's not because all doxing is necessarily confidential information, but it's because that's the sort of tone of the information that...
But yeah, actually, Miku's headphones, I'm really glad to have more people in, you know, that have... Do you want to mod by chance, Miku? You just said that you mod for another streamer, and I don't want to put too much on you. But it sounds like you've had some experiences that that some of my mod team thankfully have not had to deal with, right? Because again, the shit that I experienced was years ago, and it hasn't happened in a long time, and hopefully I never have to deal with anything like that again. But I just, you know, kind of after knowing that that's out there, after knowing that that's a possibility, you know, it's good to have some people that have seen, you know, kind of like how bad it can get. They decided to say Hassan's glasses were fake. That was so funny. Yeah, the fake glasses. Like, I mean, maybe they are, but it like literally doesn't matter, right? I'm open to it. I'll need to join the Discord when I pull up the PC. Yeah, we'll hit you with a Weasel Cord link, actually, because that's where the mod chat for us is in the premium server.
Doxing usually applies to. It's not just what your current username is.
Yeah, obviously. Did you see what Dan's response to that was?
No, but I'm sure it's fucking retarded.
It was, well, this time it was a YouTube account, but what if it was a Facebook?
Is all this crazy mostly on the Twitch side? Twitch is somehow worse, but I'm sure it can happen on YouTube too. I think it happens, like, it probably happens all over the internet, right? Wherever toxic people are found, you'll find this kind of shit.
Facebook account.
Yeah, retarded.
Wait, who's talking right now? That's Quipman. Okay. I thought it was Chud for a second.
You love this.
All Brits sound the same, chat.
What if it was this entirely different thing? Yeah.
Yeah, what if it wasn't this situation?
Yeah, it's like,
well, then we'd
it's
probably
like,
be handling it
the
differently.
thing he bakes in there is that there's when the example he gives is someone comes into your chat with first name, last name, FB, like Apex Crypto YT, but with a docs.
Yeah.
But that's now two pieces of personal identifying information, one of which you have reason to believe that if that is the wrong person, that is an incredibly sensitive piece of information, right? You know, when you look at a legal name, many people online do not want that name connected to their main persona.
Smidge says Augie appears in one of the streams from 2 to 3 days ago. This one's from 2 days ago, I think. Could this be the one? I feel like I heard somebody say that Augie appears in this one.
And you know that there's not this, you know, it would be bizarre to see, you know, like fucking John Smith FB in a YouTube chat. You would should immediately throw up warning signs to you. But there is no reason there should be warning signs thrown up from an Apex Crypto YT. It's a very common naming convention that uses a alias username that you would have no reason to believe is obscured or attempting to obscure any PII,
It's
any
doing
other
the opposite.
PII.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
doing
No,
the
it's-
opposite.
it's communicating
Like, literally, it would be
additional
their
PII to you.
fault if they had PII on their YouTube that like was there. They are attempting to expose it themselves. That's the entire purpose. Yeah. So the Twitch TOS, I do
In that situation, chat, which I really don't usually see. Like, that would be so strange if somebody in a YouTube chat had the username, like, you know, John Smith FB, right? That literally, I mean, obviously John Smith is there's probably a million John Smiths on Facebook, but if it was something more like a more rare name and then it said FB on it, you see a lot of, like, you know, a name, a YT, you know, of a person, like, say on Twitter, that wants you to know that they also have a YouTube channel, or you know, John Smith TTV, they want you to know that they have a Twitch channel. I don't know what, I never see like TikTok ones, but I'm sure there's some, you know, John Smith TT maybe. I don't know, but this is but yeah, the FB variant is something that would be really surprising to see, and that would be one where I start to suspect that maybe this is a false trail of breadcrumbs leading to a person that they're trying to harass. And in that case, I would probably look and try to see if I could see any harassment of the person whose name is like, because there's some chance, chat, that the person that's like John Smith FD is like, you know, not John Smith from Facebook. It's somebody that hates John Smith from Facebook for whatever reason.
I do believe the Twitch TOS, it's likely not falling into at all. I don't know what the AB 1979. If it's like, oh, you just can't as a streamer. Basically, what the argument would have to be is that if you're a streamer and you pull up somebody who's in your chat, anything to do with them, including their profile, and single them out, like that's doxing.
When YouTube rolled out changes on live chats like last week, where to the ats instead of the usernames, because YouTube usually linked it's usually linked to a Gmail, and standard ats use a combo of your Gmail. Oh, you mean the default at will be like your name from Gmail? Reminder to everyone, go to your channel page, even if you okay, that's a good point. And Miku's headphones is pointing out how potentially, you know, if you haven't looked at your YouTube, and even if you're not a streamer, even if you're not a content creator, you have a channel page, right? You can click on your name and go to your channel page, and it's just, you know, a list of videos. There'll be no videos there. List of you know what I mean? It's just like mine, but there's nothing, you know, there if you haven't put anything up on YouTube, right? But what Miku's headphones is saying is that what will be there potentially is an at that may have been taken from your Gmail account. So if you've got a Gmail account that you don't want to be findable, that you don't want, that is like a personal Gmail account, or that has, you know, is in any way attached to like personally identifying information, then yeah, it behooves you to go take a look at that and change it if it is if that ad is giving information that you don't want out there. Because all somebody would have to do, click on your name, go to your YouTube channel, look at the ad, and if that ad can be Googled, right, to find your real stuff, then yeah, you could potentially you know, be targeted. And when we're dealing with DGG, that's a real concern. Like, that's where a lot of this shit comes from. Not every community does that. Like, I you know, I would assume, chat, that if somebody made like a Cavernacle hate account and like, you know, said, I don't like the Cavernacle all over Twitter, that the Cavs community is probably not going to dox you, right? Like most communities are not like this, right? But some are. So forewarned is what do they say? Forewarned is for something. Forewarned is foreskin. 70 and 7 skins ago, our forefathers frauded their chat. I'm sorry. We're not talking about frottage today, are we? I hope not. We talked about the reach around yesterday, but yeah, no froilage and no frottage. We're just talking about sussy bakas, I guess. I've changed my username multiple times for funsies, so you don't have to deal with that. Yeah.
Doxing.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, that would be an insane thing to do.
And then
that's
the retarded
50%
cope
of
is,
streaming.
well, I don't think that's doxing, but that's what the Twitch TOS says. And it's like, no, that's not what the Twitch TOS says at all. The Twitch TOS is very vague, and it leaves room for lots of different things, because Twitch's TOS is not really expressed in the letter of the TOS. It's expressed in the enforcement. And everyone knows this. Everyone knows this is the case on every social media site. No TOS is followed exactly to the letter. It's all expressed in the enforcement, and that's what you have to look at.
That's like probably people's #1 complaint about TOSs. Is like, literally, it's not clear. It's never clear. I got banned for something that's on the line,
it's always open-ended enough to where basically anything can be banned, right? It's like, that's the point. That is the goal.
Yeah, as many people are pointing out repeatedly, over and over again, this is just the Mike from PA debate where Lance from the Serfs argued that it was doxing him to say he lost a Congress race or something, congressional like primary or something, because that leads to him. His name's Mike from PA. Yeah, you say that he lost this race.
I'm pretty sure that happened when Destiny was on Twitch too. So I'm sure everyone's saying, "Well, thank God Twitch banned Destiny, that fucking doxer." Sure, everyone's saying that, right? Dan's saying that.
Wait, did they ban Destiny for that though?
The word on the street is that Destiny was banned for saying that trans people were inbred. There's a weird stream too. Like, it's strange. Link to the Jstlk stream where RGRFC joins in stream suggestions. Thank you, WB.
Well, no, they didn't ban him for that.
Okay,
We don't know what
for a
they banned
second
him
I was
for.
like,
but,
holy
but,
shit.
You know, but they don't care what Hassan gets banned for either. They just care that he gets banned. So, you know, I don't see it's any different.
Oh, true, actually. Remember when Dan went and found all of Dan Clancy's connected accounts and came on my stream and was like, let's look at his porn accounts. Which was funny, by the way. And that, I would say that's really fucking retarded. When you're Dan Clancy 999 on Pornhub, that is pretty fucking funny. It's easily a little worse than this, though, right? Like, it's easily,
absolutely.
like,
Those are
obviously it's not
accounts that you
Dan
have
Clancy
reason to believe
at Pornhub
would
or whatever.
be. Yeah, you have reason to believe those accounts are obscured from public view, or he wants them obscured from public view. That's not someone's porn accounts is not something they generally want pulled up and attached directly to their work. Now, obviously, Dan Clancy's kind of done that himself, but you've got reason to believe that. So I'd say that meets a way higher standard than someone.
Dan makes such bad arguments here. Oh no, he does the Facebook argument in this post. Actually, I only saw it in the video. He actually does it in this post. It's not good. Okay. So in most situations, simply displaying a YouTube profile is not doxing. We did this. If the goal is let's expose this person, who this person is, so others can target them, the conduct likely meets the statutory and platform definitions. AB 1979 and Twitch's TOS expressly lists public profiles, names, and photographs as examples of information that constitutes doxing when revealed with malicious intent. Conditions that appear to be satisfied here. At Nicholas DeOrio's view that this doesn't feel like doxing is understandable, but it overlooks why the law and Twitch's rules exist. They're designed to stop streamers from weaponizing off-platform information. A Twitch account such as JessByron1 on Facebook, used to provoke a streamer, could belong to a vulnerable individual, for instance, a survivor of domestic abuse. Twitch wants to prevent streamers from directing harassment at such users. The emotional appeals are very, very funny. It's like so transparent. It's just very, very shameless. God, that would be like such a bad situation. But I would say in that situation, it's like, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, I've got the stream with the Augie appearance on it. Now we can take a look at that too. I just wanted to say to anybody who's joined the Discord recently, we have a what's called a airlock system, which is you come in and you can only see the welcome channel, which there's not really much going on in there, right? And in order to get in, all you have to do is not leave the Discord. Because if you leave the Discord, if you come into the welcome channel and you don't see anything, you're like, there's nothing in this Discord, and you leave, then you just, yeah, there is something in the Discord. You just need the right role to be able to see it, and you left before anyone could give you a role. So I guess you're losing out, Enamored Zeal and Batty. I guess that's you didn't understand, and you lost out. But that's okay. You can still rejoin the Discord if you want to, and it's, you know, you stay long enough, a mod will see you and let you in. The stream has a new Melina clip where she talks about Destiny's abuse. Wow. I didn't realize she was talking.
Like, it sucks for that person, right? If they're like a crazy person, but I don't know. Something else has failed there. It's like somebody else has failed, and this person making an account and being there with that. It's fucking crazy. So chatters can harass with no consequences? I don't think so. But I also, like, I think if you went and, like, Googled, what would it be? If you, like, went and Googled and tried to, like, find their name and, like, then went and Googled and found, like, a Facebook profile that they really hadn't tried to attach intentionally.
Anonymous just tipped
you have to follow, like,
$3.
multiple links. That would probably
According
start
to
looking
Dan's
bad.
definition, simply pulling up a chatter's Twitch profile with the intent to embarrass them would be doxing.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, exactly. That's like, what, 50% of Hassan's content is just getting one guide and pulling up chat logs from people and, like, yelling at them? That's like 30 to 50% of his content in the first place. Like, all of his content is doxing, apparently. This guy's picture, by the way, which is basically the only piece of doxed information from what I understand, maybe first name or something, but it's his picture is literally his Twitch profile picture. Like, his face is his Twitch profile picture. Anyway. The fact that a Facebook page or other profile is publicly visible does not negate its identifying details. Accepting a publicly available standard alone would render deeds, property tax records, and similar documents also containing names and addresses fair game. Both the statute and TOS instead focus on the actor's intent. Accordingly, under California AB 1979, Hassan's disclosure was almost certainly unlawful. It plainly violated Twitch's TOS ban on doxing. Intent is central. This is clearly ChatGPT response. Intent is central. Twitch defines doxing as releasing someone's confidential information to cause inconvenience, harm, embarrassment, or shame. So what is the confidential information that was released? Was it his face? That wasn't confidential at all, right? That's not confidential. Was it the name of the account? No, that's pointed to directly. That's not confidential. Where's the confidential information that was released? Names, photographs, and social media profiles. So literally pointing people at the YouTube, not the social media profile. Photograph was in the thing, not photographs. Name, literally, I guess if he said his first name, maybe that might not be in his Twitch profile immediately. An attorney has already classified Hassan's conduct as doxing, and other legal opinions would likely concur. In short, regardless of personal impressions, Hassan's actions meet the legal and platform definitions of doxing under both California law and Twitch policy.
It does not meet the legal definition of doxing. It's like...
we would have to look at the California law. What is it?
You're just like so fucking retarded if you think what Hassan did there would not be protected under the First Amendment. Like, you would have to be so fucking brain dead to think that. I truly... So, yeah, I posted the part of the doxing law on Twitter, but basically it's every person who, with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for his or her safety, or the safety of another person's immediate family, by means of electronic communication device and without consent of the other person, and for the purpose of imminently causing that person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, electronically distributes, publishes emails, blah, 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 makes available for downloading personal identifying information, including, but not limited to, digital image, list PII, which would be likely to incite or produce to unlawful action, is guilty of a misdemeanor. And then it says, so it also defines harassment as a knowing and willful course of conduct directed at a specific person that a reasonable person would consider as seriously alarming, seriously annoying, seriously tormenting, or seriously terrorizing the person, and that serves no legitimate purpose. Now, obviously, if this even got remotely charged or brought anywhere, like even considered, a reasonable person would look at that and be like, well, this isn't seriously tormenting or anything. The point here is this person saying they're trying to hang him, and he's saying, what are you going to do? Look at you, what are you going to do? Hassan is not communicating he's going to go do something, that he wants other people to go do something, that this guy should be in any fear, simply that this guy should not attempt to hang Hassan because he would fail and Hassan would shoot him. That's what he's saying. So how could you be possibly tormented by the idea that if you try to hang someone, they're going to defend themselves? Doesn't make any sense.
Really interesting about what Quipman just said is that it's obvious, right? From our vantage point, looking at this situation, from our eyes, right? It's obvious. It's obvious that somebody that, in response to a death threat, pulls out a airsoft gun or whatever, and waves or brandishes it, whatever, right, is not making a death threat. They are responding to a death threat, right? Really fucking obvious, right? But the reason that Quipman is saying it is fucking with Dan Saltman so hard is he's used to this, sides cucked environment where, where no bad tactics, only bad targets is taken as true, right? And like nobody points out the obvious. People just spread this thing around. Hassan was brandishing a gun. Hassan was brandishing a gun. Hassan was brandishing a gun and he doxed somebody. He waved a gun around and he doxed somebody, right? He's basically telling his, you know, community to go shoot this person, right? It's what you're supposed to think. Or maybe Hassan is going to shoot this person. And they just run with it because it's convenient. And Quipman stating what's obvious to the audience is what makes that they're used to getting away with this shit, right? Normally no one would say anything. They would just run with it. And half of the community would think that Hassan was actually doxing people, think that Hassan was the one that made the death threats, right? And Quipman is just like, well, no, actually, Hassan is not making the death threat. This death threat is coming towards Hassan from this person. And it's just kind of wild because, yeah, in so many, like, nobody stood up for me when Eris made unfounded allegations against me. Nobody in the Vosh subreddit was like, hey, wait a minute. You haven't proved any of what you're claiming here. How do we know you're not lying? Nobody said that because NCC bad. NCC bad. So, you know, you don't have to say anything. And as long as nobody brings that up and says, hey, actually, there's no proof of what you're saying, right? You could be lying. You obviously have a beef with this person. And like, why should we trust you, right? That person just doesn't exist in the Vosh community and doesn't exist in a lot of these communities, right? And it's kind of weird that you're seeing Quipman being this person here. As obvious as this is, this shit does not get pointed out. Did Leafy get banned for less with Pokey? Oh wait, what are we talking about? The Brigade, so many subreddits just spam the same talking points. And then there's those Medium and random slop articles they manipulate SEO with. Yeah, it's fucking evil. It's evil shit.
No. It doesn't make sense. Also, can you link me? Are you looking at the same statute I am? Because you went on a whole other thing here. But
Jstlk is low-key looking like a Kingdom Hearts enemy right now in his avatar. And it's making me want to swing a Keyblade, chat. It's making me want to go play Kingdom Hearts.
You might be looking at some shortened version or something.
Sure, 1 sec.
But, so... I would say probably you could argue, how would you get this to doxing? If somebody had like a Twitch profile and then Hassan got sent like if Hassan threw it in Google and like Googled the name and then like clicked on something and pulled up like the guy's, you know, Instagram.
Welcome Raider, welcome streamers, welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. Oh my. Anyway, you've activated my stand by raiding into me. Good to see you, Echoplex Media. Good to see you, Raiders. Glad to have you with us. How was your stream, Echoplex? If you're still awake, I know it's really late where you are. And how are you doing, Raiders?
Instagram and showed pictures of his family or something. If it was under the same name, if it's under the same name, then you could probably get there. I'd say, like, you know, looking up like personal shit. Man, I'm trying to think of how you would get this like to doxing. What it would have to.
I just gave Echoplex Media a shout out over on Twitch, so if you're not following already, you can click the heart button to do so. Now, if you roll your cursor over the heart button and it shows a broken heart, that means you already have followed Echoplex Media. Don't hit the button in that case. That'll just unfollow you. What I want you to do is follow if you are not already followed and you want a good place to hang out with, to show up on your Twitch feed. You will have that in Echoplex Media.
To be. And it seems like you'd have to go a lot further than this. Oh, like Ethan Klein did? I think you would argue that Ethan Klein's conduct was significantly closer to doxing than what Hassan has done here. Also, literally the Dan Klein.
So yeah, chat, if you were feeling a little bit gaslit by the, you know, ridiculous Ethan Klein fans that won't recognize the obvious, right? Just understand this is somebody. I mean, like, look, I mean, does Jstlk have a bias? I mean, I guess he's, you know, anti-Destiny. I don't think that he is Like you just have another person looking at this and stating the obvious that yeah, what Ethan Klein did on Instagram was likely doxing. What was a lot closer to the definition that we're looking at for doxing, certainly than what Hassan is doing, right? And so you got somebody that like does not agree. Just so you're understanding this, I'm not showing you these people because they're awesome people and they have great takes. They don't. They're kick streamers, right? They are by that very definition not great people. But you can see other people that aren't involved. They're definitely not Hassan. Yeah, let me put it this way: they're no fans of Hassan, and yet they're able to call out the obvious here.
Example is the ultimate kill shot of Dan's argument. What if Clancy had a secret porn addiction and relapsed, sending him into a spiral? Dan's argument wouldn't be justified here, or wouldn't be justified there. Wouldn't be. Yes, it wouldn't be. Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to like connect it. Like, how would you actually make it make sense? So under the statute, it's almost certainly not there. I think just the reasonability statute, or the reasonability standard rather, is on its own enough. Let's see here. That would be likely to incite or produce that unlawful action. Hold on. What is the unlawful action? For the purpose of imminently causing the other person unwanted contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, she was personally identifying information that would be likely to incite or produce that unlawful action. So it's basically like, does Hassan want this guy like harmed? Do you believe that? Does Hassan want him harmed? And is he saying something that will lead people to harm him?
Oh, is this civil?
No, this seems to be criminal, right? Misdemeanor.
Is this the cyber stalking bill? Is that what we're looking at?
Punishable by up to 1 year in a county jail.
No, that's separate. So what you're looking at the top there, that describes the existing cyber. No. Look.
Oh,
so what you're
this does. Yeah, that's why I asked. Fuck, that's why I was like, dude. Oh man, I needed the. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the top there, it's describing the cyber harassment law, and then it goes on to explain the civil course of action for doxing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a civil course of action for doxing.
This added the civil course. Civil. Okay.
Yeah, the thing I've linked to is the actual cyber harassment law, which I believe is the criminal. There's like I think they added like a new thing to it.
Section here is added to the civil code. Doxes. Doxes means an act. Sorry. For the purpose of this section, the following terms apply. I don't really need these terms right now. Private cause of action lies against a person who doxes another person. A prevailing plaintiff who suffers harm as a result of being doxed in violation of subdivision B may recover the following. Oh, it requires like actual harm from them being doxed as well. Emotional distress is one of the harms. So
yeah, sadly I don't think saying ugly skinny bitch is quite enough emotional harm.
Well, and that wouldn't have been with any intent either, right? Like he didn't intend to pull up that guy's profile. It was like a unlucky happenstance? I don't know. Yeah. Imagine the implications of either harassment or physical violence with the implication of the gun being pulled out. Yeah, sure.
Gather
but,
old in chat saying it could potentially. This guy chats in Pisco's chat. You should ask Pisco about that because I think you sounded really intelligent when you spoke to him the other day.
Yeah. For anybody who can't tell, Quim's being very sarcastic. He knows Hunter. He knows Gatherer here. Gatherer.
Yeah, this guy's a complete fucking retard. Yeah.
So just in case people.
He's a complete fucking retard, and he ran like a bitch like 6 times. And was like, I'm at work. I can't call him right now. Fucking bitch.
Okay.
I don't know what happened to Gatherer.
Chill out.
It's a shame.
No,
he turned into a guy that does like spat constantly. Was posting in Destiny's kick chat. It was just strange.
No, that wasn't bad.
Anyway, chat, the TLDR about like the Dan post that we're looking at, it ends with also this is all ChatGPT bullshit because until we get more attorneys to comment on it, both sides are dug into the sand since legal mindset doesn't count.
He was literally not engaging in any bad behavior there, Kelly. It's fine.
Which like I said, if you want to like, ask,
he just likes
ChatGPT questions like, what if you ask it a question like, what is the law in California regarding cyber stalking? and it tells you the number of the law, and you go look that up, and it is indeed a California statute about cyberstalking, then congratulations, ChatGPT just gave you some useful information, right? ChatGPT can tell you things like the existence of a law. Not always. It could also hallucinate a law that doesn't exist, so you do have to check up with. You do have to like look that. You can't take it as like, this is the truth, right? It's not a search engine. But where Dan's going wrong is he's asking ChatGPT to be the final arbiter of whether or not what Hassan did was doxing. And that is not something that you should be... Like, remember, if you're going to use ChatGPT, which, I don't recommend for several reasons, right? But if you're going to use it, use it, keep it... Always remember, because it's a parasocial thing. It feels like talking to somebody. You could ask it things and it will respond to you. Just remember, in that relationship that you're having with a large language model, you need to always maintain the position as the adult. You are talking to, in ChatGPT, which is not a person, but if it was, it would be a child. A child that is very prodigious in terms of being able to gather information, being able to crawl the internet at extreme speeds, but still, ultimately lacks the maturity to be able to make an adjudication like, is this a crime according to California state law, right? You cannot put yourself into that child space where you're like, oh, ChatGPT, is this a crime or not? Oh, ChatGPT, is this a good idea? ChatGPT, is this the business plan I should use? That you never do that. This is how people get in trouble with AI, right? This is all the horror stories with AI come with people looking at AI as a fucking sage, like as a source of truth, right? When you do that, you're occupying the psychological space of a child, and you're defaulting the adult space to ChatGPT. That's where everything goes wrong, and you can see Dan's gonna do that. I don't know if we'll get to this, chat, so maybe I'll just spoil it for you. So they obviously recognized Dan's query as being flawed, and instead of saying what I'm saying is you don't use ChatGPT to make the determination of whether there is a legal case against somebody, right? They go into this whole thing where they're like, oh, you just asked it the wrong prompt. Here, let me give a better prompt to ChatGPT, right? And they fill in a little bit of the information that Dan leaves out, and thereby come up with ChatGPT saying it's not a crime. But look, the whole thing is it's a mistake to ask ChatGPT what's a crime and what's not. If you want to ask it for information like, what California state law is it that regards this thing, and then you look at it, you verify it, that is correct, then yeah, maybe you can, it can sort of aggregate information for you that way. But just, you need to be doing the determination with the information that it gives you, rather than just asking it to, I don't know, render a verdict on a case like this.
Incessantly arguing with people. That's all.
He wasn't arguing with him.
Correcting, making his point. I don't know. It is what it is.
No, one of those.
Asana's gotten people to the point where they're arguing it might be illegal to call someone an ugly, skinny bitch while looking at their YouTube channel. This is the weird.
I thought people just used ChatGPT to help them find sources. That would be a appropriate use for it. Unfortunately, though, Philip Blair, I think a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people really misunderstand what a large language model even is, and they're more on this, chat, perhaps in a premium streamium, which you'll be able to watch if you've got a membership, if you've got a sub on Twitch, or if you are a member of my Patreon. When we do the premium streamium, that is one of the benefits of that, is that you get to watch it, right? And I do the premium streamium on stuff that might not be algorithmically rewarding, but are still subjects that I feel, and I think most of my community would feel are important to address, such as the phenomenon of people consulting ChatGPT for psychological, spiritual, legal, etc. kind of advice, which is, you know, look, the results would be hilarious if it wasn't so serious, right? If it wasn't like causing people to like leave relationships and shit like that.
We have truly jumped the shark.
Well, I think, listen, at least
it's bad for sources. It's good to find some points in the direct. What it's good for is maybe getting you outside of the box that you're thinking in, right? It's not going to give you the answer, but it might jog your mind in finding the answer. I think it's okay for sources as long as you kind of like verify those sources. You just don't want to take it. You don't want to take ChatGPT's word for it, because yeah, it does hallucinate. It does make up. You know, I'm trying to think. What are the examples that I've seen it make up? Oh, studies. Yeah, studies. It'll make up studies, right? It will make up studies that do not exist, that are formatted, that, you know, the you know, in the way that like a paper would be, so it looks like there's a study there, but when you actually, you know, go on PubMed, that study doesn't exist. That study was never conducted, right? It's just kind of filling the blank with what it thinks, you know, completes the pattern, I guess. I asked ChatGPT to give Jordan Peterson's opinion on proving emotional distress in court. It's an incredible tool and helpful for tone as well, the tone of your writing. You make sure the sources are real. The other thing that I think ChatGPT is useful for, what I find it teaching me, when I've seen, like, you know, the more writing that I see from ChatGPT, the more I recognize what LLM writing looks like, and the more I'm able to kind of make sure that stuff that I write doesn't sound like that, right? That it's not generic, that it's that like what I'm contributing is not something that could be, like, you know, generated. In other words, might as well use Wikipedia at that point. Oh yeah, Wikipedia is actually really good for sources. At least, yeah, you're generally not gonna get fake sources from Wikipedia, right? Grok makes stuff up. I'll check. I've checked sources it gave me. Hit death instead ends. I come back and see it, and you kind of want to yell at it, don't you? Like, right when you see something that ChatGPT has created out of whole air, out of whole cloth, and you know, you realize that that's not real. You almost want to go back and be like, hey, like it's gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'll never do that again. Never use it for a court filing. Court research attorney will catch any fake citations. Ironically enough, there are lawyers that do not understand what you're saying, Jstlk, or seem to think that they can just plug in ChatGPT as a spare brain. Elon Musk's Grok was saying unhinged. Yeah, the Mecha Hitler stuff. Chat, is Mecha Hitler like is that like a Dune reference? Not Dune, sorry, Doom. Is it a Doom reference? Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad. 90% of the sources it'll cite for real academic research are made up.
This allowed Nicholas DeOrio to break his chains, okay? He's no longer shackled. He's no longer trapped in the basement of Dan Saltman's mind. He can come out, he can give his opinions.
You mean Augie just tap this guy over the back of the head?
Is it Wolfenstein that has Mecha Hitler?
He woke up.
Okay. Hold on. We didn't finish reading Dan's post. In short, regardless of personal impressions, Hassan's action. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I read this. Hassan's actions meet the legal and platform definitions of doxing under both California law and Twitch policy. Unfortunately, Nicholas DeOrio just got owned by a 45-year-old man. Seethe.
Is this what Dan? Is this Dan's tweet or is this? This is Dan's tweet. Okay, for a second I thought this was Chat GPT generated.
Cope.
Seethe.
I'm kidding, Nick. I still love you.
That.
Also, this is all ChatGPT bullshit because until we get more attorneys to comment on both sides, both sides are dug into the sand. Since legal mindset doesn't count? Question mark.
Ladyboy mindset does not count. Correct. Ladyboy mindset does not count.
The actual literal Ladyboy mindset tweet is crazy. Okay, you saw the Ethan Ralph tweet, I'm assuming, right?
I think so. I think I scrolled past it.
Which?
No, it's not. I don't think it was recent, unless people might be retweeting it recently. Okay. Legal Mindset sure seems to know a lot about Asian ladyboys.
I can understand having been in the Philippines because I can say this, and this is all due respect. There's nothing about ladyboy or not ladyboy. It's just the Philippines versus Thailand. Thailand has a more of a sabai, a cool attitude. You know, Philippines is way more aggressive.
Well, I don't know, man.
No.
Sabari Mai, Sabari Mai is like how you're saying, like, are you doing well? And Sabadi is like, yeah. Sabadi, yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. I haven't heard Sabai. But I think what he's saying is like positive, like here, let me rewind it. It's chill. That's the way I would describe it, right? That the mindset that legal mindset is talking about.
So people might be retweeting it recently, okay? Legal Mindset sure seems to know a lot about Asian ladyboys.
I can understand having been in the Philippines because I can say this, and this is all due respect. There's nothing about ladyboy or not ladyboy. It's just the Philippines versus Thailand. Thailand has a more of a sabai, a cool attitude. You know, Philippines is way more aggressive.
Well, I don't know, man.
No. The Filipino ladyboys.
No, he's actually right about Thai culture in general. Yeah.
In Manila.
Right.
And
now, I just would never, I've never thought of or conceived of somebody being able to start a sentence with, no. The Filipino ladyboys in Manila, like, no, shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I remember that's like when I used to code, okay? You'd have a bunch of autistic nerds sitting around a circle who spend all day, every day coding. You get arguments like that. No, shut the fuck up with passion, right? I just feel like he knows a lot about ladyboys. You wouldn't expect that.
You're an expert.
I can see how that was imported here are far more aggressive than the Thai ladyboys. And
until they're not, until it changes, until the ties snap and it's like.
Well, yeah, but that's a different.
Yeah, true.
You know,
very true.
Like off rip.
I think they're talking about. It sounds like they're talking about that fight that went down.
Well, because next thing you know, it's the gangs in New York on Soy 11 featuring all the ladyboys.
Yes, which was international news. Everyone asked.
Dude, I can't believe. I almost have more respect for this guy than I did before, knowing that he's just like, he just like lies. He's just like, no, I didn't move here. I didn't move here for any sexual reason. I just love living here, and I don't help people come here as passport bros, and I'm not a passport. He just lies. It's so funny, dude.
he lies like a lawyer is what he does, right? You ask him a pointed question, and he reframes that to like, am I teaching people to be passport bros? No, because passport bros are people that do tourism for sex, and I'm not encouraging that. I'm teaching people how to move here, right? So rather than looking for sex, you're looking for a relationship, and he's just being purposely obtuse to what people mean when they say a passport bro, right? It's not limited towards to a sex tourist that is looking to go to another country to have consequence-free sex, and then once they return to their home country to forget about any relationship that they had. right? But so yeah, he lies in a very typical legal manner.
Okay, Dan posted his ChatGPT research. Oh, man. Somebody said the ChatGPT research works against him. Hold on. Because the statute explicitly treats public-facing handles and URLs as personally identifying information. It does not matter. What was that? That was Twisted Rope. Thank you for the 4 months. Let's go. Viewer could sue the streamer for actual damages, statutory damages of...
Yeah, exactly, Miku's headphones. It's a cultural thing. It's Thai culture versus Filipino culture. They're, that... I don't... Yeah, it's,
this much punitive damages, blah, blah, blah. Defenses are narrow. There's an exception for sharing info solely to report a crime to law enforcement. Caveats. Case-by-case court would still weigh intent and whether a reasonable person would feel threatened. First Amendment and public info arguments. The streamer could argue the handle is already public and the stream was commentary, but AB 1979's drafters deliberately swept public opinion identifiers, public online identifiers, into the definition to blunt that defense. The viewers should consult a qualified California attorney if they're considering action. Interesting. I'm trying to see. Somebody told me that this was not working, the whole ChatGPT thing, but I'm probably not going to read all of this. Why would you? You want me to read the whole thing, Dan? You want me to read the whole thing? You want me to read all of it? All right, you know what? I'll read all of it, okay? I'll read all of this, and we'll walk through it. If a California-based live streamer was harassed by a live viewer with the name of Joe Smith YT, and the streamer then started waving a gun around, asking, "What are you gonna do, Joe Smith YT?" and then pulled up the youtube.com/Joe Smith YT to try to show the person's face, would this be considered as doxing by AB 1979? Oh, hold on. Doesn't this imply that the face is obscured? Wouldn't this really fool ChatGPT here, Dan? I feel like you need to include that within the profile on that platform, the person uses their face as a profile picture. Thereby, they are not obscuring the profile picture at all. They're not obscuring that picture or their face.
He wrote this prompt to get the right answer here. How many different attempts do you think it took?
I'm not sure. Hold on, let me do a little test. Let me do a little test here. OCR. Some OCR really quick on this. I'm gonna run this through ChatGPT myself, guys, okay? And I'm gonna modify it slightly.
Nothing wrong with ChatGPT.
Okay, so when I saw this at first, I thought, hey, Based, you're showing Dan that you can get, by manipulating the prompt, you can get whatever answer that you're looking for from it, right? Based, right? But watch what Jstlk is actually doing here.
I don't think there's
what
anything
you're
wrong
saying
with ChatGPT
into
either.
it.
Yeah.
If you don't know,
I think there's something wrong with just pumping something into ChatGPT and regurgitating it on Twitter as legal analysis. I think
Well, you should
No,
read
I'm-
it and see how it applies.
Yeah, I'm saying the tool itself is not the problem. It's how it's used. Yeah.
I would say it's what purpose that you're using it for. Like, if you use a wrench to hammer nails, you're probably going to break your wrench, right? Use a hammer to hammer nails. That's, what it's meant for. And if you're using ChatGPT to give you the answer to something as nuanced as the potential outcome of a given court case, given the information that you think is pertinent to give it, then you are lost. You are lost. If you think that you're ever going to get anything useful, anything reliable out of ChatGPT through that, you are absolutely lost.
The person's face is visible.
So watch this. He's rewriting it.
Harassed by a live viewer on platform A with the username of Joe. Oh, I should pull this over. Hold on. With the username of Joe Smith YT. And the streamer then started waving a gun around. A an airsoft gun around, asking, "What are you gonna do, Joe Smith? Why?"
It's funny that he thinks the airsoft would be the thing that makes the difference.
And then pulled up youtube.com/JoeSmithYT to try to show the person's face, which was already available via their profile on the original platform. Would this be considered doxing by AB 1979? Person's face is visible. Consider that Joe Smith YT is broadly understood to.
You should include. I think you should include at the start. Put in that a chatter. This chatter was requesting that Hassan be hanged. I think you should include that. Just see if it factors out in the tool as well.
Live viewer on platform A. By a live viewer on platform A. This live viewer is calling for the death of the streamer. Using Joe Smith YT. And the streamer then started waving an airsoft gun around, asking, okay, let's see what it says.
Chad, did I misinterpret what somebody told me? I remember a chatter telling me, did you see Quipman go on Dan Saltman and Nick DeOrio and Jstlk stream? I guess I was assuming, because of the nature of Jstlk streams, I was assuming that one or more of them got in the chat along with Quipman and we saw Chud Logic be brought up as a clip, so that's how Chud Logic. I was thinking they were all in Jstlk stream, because that is sort of the kind of stream that he usually does, right? But I'm starting to get from this that it's Quipman going off on Dan, Quipman being on stream and Dan being in the chat, and then I don't know, they pull up Nick's videos later on. Does he go in on Nick? Does he go after Nick?
As I think, based on what I've seen, you're not adding that the wrong person was doxxed. Wait, were they doxxed?
No, he pulled up a YouTube channel.
Yeah, but hold on, like, is that doxing? If it's like literally he's trying to.
Yeah, looking at someone's
YouTube
YouTube channel is doxing. You don't understand. That's what the Twitch TOS says, except totally ignore the part where it says often confidential information. It's obviously vague and is only expressed through the enforcement.
It sounds like, by the way,
it's like a retarded argument.
I would expect this to still say that it would violate the law because it ticks like the boxes superficially. I would expect the reasonability arguments to be what strikes this down, right? Like, it would be about how reasonable it is. That is what I would expect.
I was going to say it could fall under, but I'd imagine.
So do you see what they're doing? I thought that maybe Jstlk was being based here, and what he was going to show is that you can manipulate ChatGPT to get the answer that you want, but instead what he's doing is just literally being like, oh no Dan, you wrote the prompt right, you wrote the prompt wrong, right? Like, right, you can get reasonable legal advice from ChatGPT. You just got to make sure you write your prompt right, and that's wrong. That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Never based. What the fuck are we talking about? Because it's an easy thing to say, UV Catastrophe. If somebody is waving around ChatGPT and showing you screenshots of what they got from their prompt, and you want to show them that it's malleable, right? Then what you do is show, like, here's how you get a different response from it, right? Instead, what Jstlk is doing is assuming, oh no, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Go to ChatGPT for the answer to a legal question, not a question like, is there a law in California regarding, cyber stalking, which, you probably could use it for that or something like that, but ask it a nuanced question like, what would, given these set of circumstances, what would a, would this case go to trial? Would the judge find on on behalf of the plaintiff in this case, right? That's just way too nuanced for a large people are for there's just a lack of understanding that you're using a large language model. We call it AI, we call it artificial intelligence, and it's not. It's not intelligent. It's not intelligence. It is a vague sort of pattern finder, and not even to the level of the human mind finding pattern. Oh yeah, no, I knew you meant Jstlk. Yeah, why? I mean, it's a good question. Why would you think Jstlk would be based? Why would you expect this guy to be based? I just thought that he would do the simple, easy thing to show Dan what he's doing wrong, which is using, ChatGPT to analyze a potential court case. That is something that somebody mentioned legal. There was like legal LLM software that you could get that might be. I don't even think that's what it's used for though. Like I don't think lawyers are consulting this of like, is this a good case? Should I file this case? I don't think that's how that software is used. I actually know somebody who might be able to answer that question though. I doubt she's awake right now. When you have no intelligence, a language program looks like a sage. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, instead what he's doing is just being like, oh no, Dan, you wrote the prompt wrong. Here, let me rewrite it for you. And it's just like, no. It's not that he wrote the prompt wrong. It's that he's using the wrong tool, right? That is a tool. Large language model of any kind is a tool that is not suited for the job that you're trying to do. You kind of do still need a human brain to render, and a human brain that probably understands the law a lot better than any of these people, to render a meaningful verdict on, a potential court case, right? Lawyers use legal AI for drafting memos usually. They run it through Westlaw after. What's Westlaw?
Okay. Did the streamer disclose personally identifying information? Under AB, PII can include full legal names, home addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, images of the person, if not previously public. Other. Oh! Uh-oh!
Uh-oh.
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 So he's seeing that it changed the results, right? And yeah, it's like yeah, Law and Order is a better source than ChatGPT, probably.
Oh, a public YouTube channel URL by itself would not generally qualify as PII under this law if the
Westlaw is like the law history and decisions. It's required to be a lawyer. So wait, like case law, kind of?
person has voluntarily made it public. If the face or identity shown on that YouTube profile was already publicly available and connected to that username, it's less likely to be treated as sensitive, private information. Oh boy. Oh boy. Was the intent malicious or to cause harm? Okay. So you shared the YouTube page to threaten, intimidate. Oh, this one's gonna go in Dan's favor. Are you good?
That's Dan right now.
Are you good?
Dan right now.
Chat, is that chattering teeth? Is that
Jesus,
is
my
that what that
ears.
is? The streamer shared the YouTube page to threaten, intimidate, or encourage harassment of the viewer, even in response to the viewer's threats. This could arguably be construed as retaliatory and harmful conduct. However, merely pulling up an already public YouTube channel without sharing new private information is a weaker case for a doxing claim. If the streamer intended to shame or expose the viewer to harassment by showing their face to their own audience, a court might entertain a claim, but the strength of that claim would depend on the circumstances. Was this information already publicly available? California law and First Amendment principles carve out exceptions for information that the subject has made public, that is part of public records, and that is part of legitimate public concern. If Joe Smith YT had publicly linked their face and identity to that username on their YouTube profile, then showing that YouTube profile likely would not constitute doxing under the law, even if the context was hostile. Bottom line, likely not doxing under AB 1979, assuming the YouTube channel and face were already publicly available, no additional private information was revealed, the act was defensive, not a proactive harassment campaign. But the aggressive tone, waving an airsoft gun, and calling them out, could expose the streamer to other concerns, such as threats or brandishing a replica firearm. If the streamer encouraged their audience to harass Joe Smith YT, that could potentially violate platform harassment policies, or in extreme cases, still be cited under anti-harassment statute.
Well, that's what I
Though
said.
Probably not AB 1979 itself.
Wow, it could be harassment. Yeah. Wow.
Well, crazy how when you actually describe the situation in the ChatGPT prompt, you get a completely different answer. Wow.
Hypothetically,
Crazy. Wow.
if an unrelated third-party YouTube channel were pulled up in the same fashion due to mistyping the URL, thereby directing people to thereby revealing the face of someone unrelated on their public YouTube page, could
Something says the watermelon looks good. All I have is gum and a Premier protein shake. Makes me wonder, why isn't there protein gum? Like, right, if you couldn't... I mean, there's probably a good reason for that. There's gotta be a good reason. Could there be protein gum, though? Like, I just think that would be really cool. Like, if there was, like, a gum that you could chew... I'm in Willy Wonka. I'm in Willy Wonka territory here with the four... What does he have? Like, the 5-course meal that's like a gum?
that be considered a violation of AB 1979? This is a much more legally ambiguous situation. Here's a precise breakdown under...
Oh yeah, good point. It would probably taste horrible.
This law. Does pulling up a public profile count as a disclosure under AB 1979? Yes, potentially, if it meets the other elements. Defines disclosure as communicating or making available personally identifying information of another person to a third party, showing an unrelated person's YouTube profile and face live on screen.
Yeah, oh yeah, you know, you're not gonna absorb protein through your you're not gonna absorb it sublingually or anything like that.
Could qualify as a disclosure, even if the information was already public, because the act of pointing...
I think the real bottleneck would be the size of the gum, right? The protein is not something that can... Like, for instance, you can't have protein water, right? If you add protein to water, it's going to change the... Wait a minute. Oh my god, that's right. There's, like, hydrophobic... There's hydrophilic amino acids and hydrophobic amino acids. That's some of what gives like protein its shape on like a tertiary and quaternary level.
Out in a hostile context might change its legal character. Maybe. Does it count as PII? Possibly. Images of the person, especially if not connected to the public controversy. Online account users' names in combination with the identifying images. Information that could reasonably allow others to locate or contact that person offline. So, in this case, if that guy had... So that's difficult for me because you're going to a public YouTube channel and there is like a hostile context there. I think that would start to come down to if something happened to that person, no? I would imagine that was...
Is it reasonable to expect something would happen? Like, I don't believe the...
Well, yeah, like you can put caffeine in water, right? There's caffeinated sparkling water, which I don't think there's even really any taste to the caffeine in like highball or something, like, right? It doesn't, you don't taste the caffeine, but yeah, it's let me look at the structures.
It is sort of like the fire in a crowded building type of standard to me. Like, I thought that's generally, I thought the First Amendment is pretty...
But there are like the Bragg's liquid aminos, right? You can have like liquid amino acids, but yeah, it wouldn't be like it's like a soy sauce almost.
Strong in America, you have to have like really good reason to think an actual like unlawful action is going to occur as a result of what you're doing, and there just isn't that with Hassan. There just is not. A reasonable person would not think, oh, someone says they want to hang you and you accidentally go on the wrong YouTube channel and then switch over to the next one. No one's going to be like, oh yeah, Hassan totally thought that someone was going to go and shoot this guy in real life. Hassan thought someone was going to go and start dropping shit through this guy's mailbox. Like, no one would think that was reasonable.
Okay, also, just really quickly, what about the intent requirement? I believe the intent appears to go away if Hassan goes, oh, we got the wrong channel before, never mind, guys, whoops.
Well, he didn't say never mind whoops, did he? He just sort of moved on.
Well, I have to imagine he went, "Oh, my bad," or something.
No, I don't think he did
Failed to
anything
clarify
like that. I don't,
quickly
no,
that
no,
it was a
no,
mistake.
No. What he did was
he fail to clarify
he
quickly?
gets the new one. He says, "Oh, wrong guy," and then pulls up the new one. Then goes, "Oh, this is even worse," and then mocks this guy for his appearance.
Sorry, but failed to clarify it was a mistake. So it is clear that it was a mistake.
It is clear. Yeah, it's clear that it's not the right guy. Pretty immediately. He doesn't say sorry or apologize or anything, but it is clear it's the wrong guy.
Sure. So what about intent? This is where things get complicated. AB 1979 requires the disclosure be made with the intent to cause harm, harassment, or fear, or with reckless regard for whether such harm might occur. If the streamer mistyped the URL but still mocked or ridiculed, they did wave the airsoft gun around while their face was on screen. Failed to clarify quickly that it was a mistake. I think he did actually say, "Oh, wrong."
Oh, interesting. Salts can either...
It was literally just wrong guy. I think that's all he said. He said wrong guy, and then he said...
Salts can either enhance or reduce protein solubility, depending on the salt type, concentration, and depending on the protein. At least that's what Gemini thinks. God, Gemini is not gonna be where I'm getting my nutritional advice.
So he goes like, "Oh, wrong guy," reading a chatter, and then he goes, "This guy's oh, this is even worse," because he sees this guy's an uglier, skinnier bitch. So he's mocking his appearance instead.
I would say there is a chance that guy, the third-party guy, might have some case. I don't think so, given that Hassan said that it was wrong.
For a second.
But
I don't believe for a second
like,
that guy would have a case. I seriously don't.
I don't think a lawyer, no lawyer would take that on. What is it? Where you take it with you get a percentage of winnings or whatever. What's the word for that?
Contingency or
contingency. Yeah, you take it on. I think it's contingency. Yeah, I don't think any lawyer would take this on contingency. I don't think any lawyer on unless they just hated Hassan.
No win, no fee, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it doesn't even matter. It's not even about whether a lawyer would take it. I don't think they would win a case like that. I don't believe for a second that you could sue someone for that. I do not believe that.
And not have it like thrown
Show me a single comparable case.
dismissed.
Show me like a single comparable
They're looking for take it on contingency.
successful case.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen So there's I've heard a few different terms used here. Is there something like on speculation, or?
I do think the like saying, "Oh, wrong guy," and going to a different channel, and like I think that would be correcting the record, but anyway, so we get to one of them possibly.
Dude, wait. If you could win a case like that, Ethan Klein would.
Oh, that's amazing. Play something. I'm so surprised you found a personal trainer that gave you the negative on Zens. I feel like a lot of those bro science people, and no offense, right? I've got a certification of my own. I'm just because I've dealt with the industry, I know how common this kind of bro science is, but like I feel like those kind of bro science people right now, they're the kind of people that'll like argue with you that actually nicotine is a nootropic, right? Nicotine is it's good for you.
Sued so many people so long ago, we would not even be at this fucking point.
Ethan Klein would be sued himself, right? As soon as you file that case and win it, Ethan Klein would be getting sued, like by a lot of people. So you know what? In light of that, I don't have principles. Yeah, get this guy to sue.
Go find me this lawsuit. Let's go. Just total fucking apocalypse. Let's fucking rape everything. Let's ruin everything. Burn it all down. That's what people want, right? That's what we've decided we want now. It's just awful legal precedent. Just rape.
So yeah, play something. My cousin is gay, so he's escaped bro science, but not the gay science. Sorry, Nietzsche reference there. But that's how that works. I think. That's what you need to do, chat. Get yourself a gay personal trainer if you want to avoid the bro science bullshit.
Everything. Awful
we just need one win over Hassan so badly. I would literally blow the planet up. I would literally nuke the world.
At this point, I'm just gonna go like set myself on fire in Hassan's lawn. Okay.
And Saltman just tipped $3. Do you consider sharing nudes without consent doxing?
Oh, somebody is asking Dan.
It's debatable about Zen's what in terms of the effects on your gums and teeth, or I'm trying to remember whether it's better than chewing the tobacco or tobacco pouches. Like, are they better? Oh, yeah. Comparing harms, definitely. It seems like Zen's would be better than smoking or vaping. Yeah, mouth cancer. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing that, and I didn't even know it was a question. I thought there was evidence on, it having some kind of negative effect on your oral health. And oh wait, the other thing people talk about is like heart health, right? The other argument against nicotine as a nootropic is that it, and I haven't checked on this, but somebody mentioned a study that associates nicotine ingestion or consumption of any variety with a lowering elasticity of the cardiac muscle. Those are the type of muscle. Those are the type of fibers that you find in your heart.
And
right, you've got skeletal muscle, you've got smooth muscle, which helps you digest, and you've got cardiac muscle, which pumps the blood through your circulatory system.
He considers sharing nudes without consent doxing. Ooh. I think no, because of the intent factor there, having to prove the intent factor. But that is a funny question to ask.
Yeah, no, I totally know that. Yeah, it plays something. I've thought the same thing. I have ADHD. I'm in a country that does not allow like Adderall or Vyvanse, right? A lot of the ADHD medications that are, that people use in the United States are literally illegal here as far as I know, right? I think Ritalin is an exception. I think Ritalin is legal in Thailand. So I was kind of thinking that too, especially considering that like I don't have the excuse of it being too expensive, because I think in Thailand it's pretty, somebody told me like you could get a 10 for like 300 baht or something. I don't know, maybe that's wrong. Let me look that up. I shouldn't look that up though. I don't want to buy Zens. I should not buy Zens. I should not get into it. I would rather try to treat my ADHD with exercise and diet, which, is difficult than use nicotine.
I'm sure Dan's gonna go ask for a mod in the Dalaban community to remove potentially doxing information about people he's friends with, right? I'm sure he's got a really principled stance against doxing, right?
Wait, no, they just fall back to, well, no, it's the Twitch TOS. I think that's stupid. I don't care about doxing, but that's the Twitch TOS. That's what he does every time. It's not a Twitch TOS. He knows it's not a Twitch TOS.
Okay. All right. So, hey, I think we just did a fairly good faith questioning Dan's shit, right? Oh, brandishing a gun while addressing the viewer. What are you going to do, Joe Smith? Is classic intimidation. Oh, this is another... I think it misunderstood here, and you'd have to clear this up.
Yeah, because you haven't included the part where that is in response to him saying, hang Hassan.
Saying, if you tried to...
Okay, so what they're saying is... What they're trying to say here is that you just haven't included enough information, right? And they think that they've fixed it by editing Dan's prompt a little bit, right? And what I'm going to say is that none of you are lawyers, none of you are judges, none of you are even people who like work in that field and have seen what that world is like, right? And so I don't think any of you can even like write a prompt that includes exactly, because what's going to happen is a trial, right, is like the defense brings up stuff, the prosecution brings up stuff, and the judge sometimes looks at that stuff and says, this is not admissible, this is admissible, right? So as far as knowing what's going to get admitted, what's admissible, what's not admissible, and to some degree, chat, what actually gets, is considered admissible and non-admissible might have, might be dependent on the judge, right? And so, and ultimately, chat, there's just no way that like ChatGPT or any AI is going to be able to take all of the relevant stuff into consideration and render, you know, a nuanced decision, right? It's not there yet. It's not going to be there anytime soon.
Do this to me, I would.
Yeah,
like,
it's obviously a
literally
response. It's obviously about self-defense. That is what is being communicated there, very obviously. And any reasonable person would see that.
By the way, I'll just keep reminding people, Dan can literally just click the button on his Discord and join this chat anytime he likes. Join this voice call, like, immediately. I just feel like it's important to highlight that, because he's in chat right now. He'll probably say I don't have a microphone or something again.
What does this have to do with Destiny mind rape? We're not talking about Destiny, Dan.
Yeah, they're not wrong in calling out Dan for being full of shit. They're just wrong in thinking that they can rewrite his prompt to include everything that would be in consideration and nothing that would be thrown out for being inadmissible.
What do you want about?
Destiny hater, snarker, anti-Semite.
Well, the funny thing is, he just said something. If Dan had really been watching the stream enough, okay, he would know we talk about him on this stream like 10 times more than we talk about Destiny. But unlucky. Okay. Where are we going?
I would rather side with Dan any day over fucking DeOrio. I don't. What? I'm just baffled. I think everyone in this call would also do that. But you gotta give us a crumb of anything that makes fucking sense.
Hey, Jstlk, report that. Report that, Jstlk. Jstlk, report that.
Yeah.
Jstlk, report that.
I'm not gonna, you know, I don't even want to make the joke just in case, you know. Not. I don't think it would work. I just don't want to make the joke. Like, I don't have a listen. I can't even look at the quote tweets, okay? Nick, just unblock. I just want to be able to run my stream normally from my main account, okay? What the fuck?
You can look at
him. Is Nick in fucking chat?
You can look at him. Go to the dots in the top right corner.
No, I want to click the fucking button. I don't want to click.
Oh my god, you're such a
engagements
bitch.
Or whatever. It's so annoying. 2 clicks instead of 1 click. So annoying, dude. Anyway, this you? Get fucked, nerd. This is Nicholas DeOrio posting pictures of Dan Saltman. This is fucked up. That's really fucked. That's PII. That Dan can't stream handle on Kick. This is PII. This PII. He's directing harassment to Dan's Kick channel. That's fucked up, man. Okay, we'll go into this one. Why are you arguing with me, Lamau? I didn't write the law or Twitch TOS. Find an attorney who says you are correct. This is obviously a contract/legal issue and not a feeling issue. Maybe Pisco will back you up. I'll accept it if he does. Oh. Is Dan respecting Pisco's, is he respecting Pisco's legal opinion today? Are we doing that? That's awesome. Because you're a discourse rapist. Hold on. Wait. It's totally bad faith to call somebody a rapist, right? This is a disgusting attack. Are we really gonna denigrate the use of the term rape? We're just trivializing the use of the word rape now? Is that okay? I don't know if that's okay.
Look, chat, I mean, if Donald Trump can molest the money, I guess...
Dan is a D-rapist? Dan is a D-rapist.
I guess discourse can be... it's not a funny joke, though. Like, it's only funny if if you consider rape some abstraction that could, like, never happen to you or anybody you care about, right? That's the only way that this, you know...
A discourse rapist. That's just true. Who makes us all look worse by comparison?
This Nick guy is the same guy who's been arguing for the whole last year that anyone who makes a wrong statement during discussion is a rapist. So I mean, this guy's been wrong before, so I think he's a rapist. Okay.
Dan, you're not even listening to the arguments. We called you a D-rapist because Nicholas DeOrio called you a discourse rapist. You're not even listening to what... You're not even getting the jokes, Dan. He said, if you're going to call me a rapist as virtue of destiny, you are as well, Jstlk. That wasn't what I was saying.
Why does he keep talking about destiny? Why? None of us are doing
I don't
that.
know. I don't know. God, I would
Dan,
love
why
to
don't you
know
just get
what
on
he
call?
means.
Dan, this would be such an easy. We'd be so much chiller if we were on call. You're getting hit up because you're in chat. You're hearing our voice. We're not hearing each other's voices. We could be having such a more,
productive,
human conversation if you're on VC.
We would be much less dehumanizing, Dan, if you were here in voice.
I'm not dehumanizing at all. I
voice.
just feel like we're getting, usually we have such a good relationship with Dan, and I don't feel like it's being properly conveyed through text to voice.
Wait, did Destiny refuse to watch Dan's conversation with Nick and like take his side? Is that what I'm reading here? Is that what I'm reading? That seems to be what I'm reading. Okay, hold on. Okay, why is it bad faith? So hold on, I have to restart. Nicholas DeOrio says, because you're a discourse rapist who makes us all look worse by comparison through bad faith attacks like this one. Why is it bad faith, Dan asks. When should we substitute our own feelings of what something is versus what the law says? You are not really engaging with anything in my post, just calling me bad faith. I am not even sure that what you disagree with. Twitch calls it doxing. California law calls it doxing. ? Well, I think we went through and figured out that like California law is dubious on whether it is doxing or not. We could go through the Twitch stuff with ChatGPT as well, but I feel like, I don't know. It seems missing out on the fact that there is no actual PII that is not made public explicitly by the person involved. I think that is a critical thing, Dan, that you need to ask those questions properly, and you've omitted it from your question. Anyway, Nick says, you sent me this screenshot last night, ignored the words sensitive information, and could. Then you admitted it wasn't illegal doxing last night live on stream, and most of the critique of Twitch's policy you intentionally misread. You have frantically been trying to find a new position to better fit your end goal all night, clearly.
So, as much as Nick is obviously right and Dan is obviously wrong in this argument, I will point out that Twitch, in their decision on the Hummusgate, right, they didn't consult their terms of service. This was not a legalistic analysis of is what Frogan, Denims, and company did, a bannable offense. What that was Twitch showing that if it gets enough negative attention, that it will literally throw anybody to the wolves. Like they did to Frogan, like they did to Denims, like they did to everybody on that panel, right? So in a fucked up and perverse way, Dan is right? Dan, if Dan and everybody in DGG, and just like everybody that hates Hassan, were to fucking, just like nonstop like tweet, the bad faith interpretation of this without, the intentional misreading of Twitch's terms of service, I think Twitch would probably, serve Hassan like a 24-hour ban, right? I, at the end of the day, as sad as this is to admit, I don't think it's about being on the right side or the wrong side of the terms of service, right? I think it's more about, Twitch just is they're gonna manage their PR, and if they have to make a unfair moderation decision to do that, they will absolutely throw you to the wolves.
This could include, yes, publishing confidential information about a person. This could include.
Jstlk is irritating. Yeah, I mean, we're in the bad place, Vadim.
Social media profiles would be ones that are not explicitly made, almost certainly would be ones not explicitly made public by the person. Like, you could not get me on doxing either if I put the link to the profile in my Twitch page and somebody went to my profile and clicked on it, right, on their stream. Like, you are literally inviting people to do that. There's just no way. Anyway, we continue. Dan responds, find an attorney who agrees with you? Fuck it, I'll take ChatGPT agreeing with you so long as it's a fair prompt.
Well, there we go. So
just did a prompt. Dan agrees with us now. Maybe Hassan doxed the random guy who was like sad that Hassan called him ugly. I don't think so. I'm pretty confident no, but it's obvious he didn't dox the actual chatter, right? Obviously. So are you just agreeing that you have no idea what you're talking about and frantically throwing prompts into ChatGPT all night to try and avoid taking an L? LOL? Dude, Nick is brutal. What happened to Nick? What did Augie do to him? Was Augie like the real Don all along? Is Nick like a front for Augie?
Why am I seeing a map of all of the sexual relationships in your Discord?
Because people are mentally deranged, mentally unhinged.
Can you pull this up on your stream?
Oh, I'm so glad that I'm not on that.
No, I'm not pulling it up on my stream.
I better not be on that.
Kelly, I'm sending. Have you sent this, Kelly? I'm sending this to you, Kelly.
I'm explicitly never pulling that up on my stream, ever. I am aware of what you're pointing to there. Yeah, no, I'm good.
What the fuck?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I am good. So Dan responds that he has not been just throwing props into ChatGPT. No, I'm correct and trying to give you a graceful way out before even more attorneys agree with me. We are
give you Nick a graceful way out. Yeah. Spoiler chat. The person that took the graceful way out was not Nicholas DeOrio in this situation. What was Dan? My understanding is that the Dan and Nick Britch has been unburned after Dan admitted that he was wrong. I am getting a little bit bored of this, though. I gotta admit, I don't know like how much more I want to watch. Somebody sent me the previous night's stream that apparently has a clip from Melina, Destiny's ex, and what else? Augie is maybe on there.
Talking about the definition of a word, but you don't want to rely on attorneys. Instead, your wrong personal view. Doxing is mostly based on intent. This is obvious. In the same way that if I was to send a message to someone on Twitter saying, hey, cool, yeah, can you send the package to my sister's house here, 123 Main Street, would not be doxing, but let's destroy this girl's, Sarah's life. She lives at 123 Main Street. Would. You're lost in the sauce. Hassan didn't do that. Hassan didn't pull this up and go, let's destroy this guy's life, obviously. Why does Dan just keep...
Yeah, Hassan didn't say 123 Main Street. Who's Augie? Augie is a... So this is the... Look, okay, let me try to break this down. Kelly Jean and Jstlk are from the Destiny community, although they are haters of Destiny at this point. They got their start. The reason that they are, you know, anything other than nobodies is because they orbited Destiny for some time. Quipman and Nicholas DeOrio and Augie. Well, actually, let me not say Quipman. Quipman's a little bit different. So Nicholas DeOrio and Augie come from the commentary community in YouTube, and their participation, a successful participation in that community, you know, winning fights, winning debates, you know, being right, has caused them to kind of rise to the top of that community. Augie, and it's spelled Augie, Augie like an auger, right? RFC is from the, you know, from the real old school of the commentary community when it was just starting, and actually has been absent from YouTube for a few years now, right? But he still has the respect of the commentary community. And then, yeah, Quipman and Chud, I would say, are more so with Chud, is Chud comes from Twitch poll, which apparently I do too, according to... I think he's actually called me Twitch Bowl before, which is funny. Twitch Bowl is anybody on Twitch that you don't like, apparently. But there was, back in the day, an actual Discord server called Twitch Politics, right? That was run by some of the same aristocracy. I'm trying to remember who all was involved in that. Aristocracy is probably one of the bigger names, but essentially it's an outgrowth of a political Discord server run by Nazis, right? So which ended up being incredibly influential on the world of Twitch politics, which is what made Twitch politics so toxic for so long, right? Is just the admission of groypers into the mix, right? So yeah, I think I'm describing everybody involved here. So yeah, Chud Logic comes from there. Quipman is kind of a Chud Logic orbiter, right? Although I'd say at this point he's, you know, he's not relying on Chud at this point for his Was some wait, Girly Bear? Do you know about Twitch? Do you know about this? Do you know about this Discord server? This is a Discord server chat where the nightly activity apparently was hate watching NCC in the voice chat, right? And yeah, Samantha Banana would have been right there watching that stream, right? When I say Samantha Banana, just know that I'm talking about Lauren Southern's editor or ex-editor. I don't know if she still edits for Lauren. But yeah, somebody on Twitch poll that claimed to be an anarchist for years and years and years. Anybody who was an actual leftist did not take that claim seriously, but other people were like, don't gatekeep. If she says she's an anarchist, even though she's saying like right-wing shit, right? And those of us who were saying she's not an anarchist, she's a Nazi, were ultimately proven right when she signed on to work for Lauren Southern. So you were a member? Oh my God. Do I have some questions for you? No, probably not anything that's relevant anymore. It's been a few years. It's been a little bit. He's been meowing by the... Oh, your cat? Oh.
Referring to things that didn't actually happen. Is it like, why not just analyze the situation as it is? Well, he's not answering anymore. He could come on voice and answer if he wanted. He says he's working though. We're not talking about 123 Main Street. We're talking about a youtube.com/. Oh, also.
But yeah, the server itself was kind of, I think that the design of it, the idea for the Twitch Politics server was supposed to be like a place for content creators to set up collaborations with each other, and thereby sort of giving the people that ran the discourse a little bit of extra power, even though Aristocracy was never like a large player in terms of actual Twitch streaming. She got the sort of the power by virtue of she's running the Discord server that these people are using to kind of get to know other Twitch content creators. She can decide who gets in, who doesn't get in, etc. That was kind of the design of it, and by virtue of this, it was a way for the politics Discord to fairly well, to control the the sphere of Twitch politics pretty completely, right? For a while, until some of this stuff got outed and leaks apparently came out, and a lot of these people that were key members of that Twitch poll cadre got exposed so hard that they no longer participate in their streams. Their channels have gone dead after it was revealed what they were doing behind the scenes. But yeah, I never really caught up with that whole stuff. I think Smugbug might have been, I think Smugbug maybe was one of the people that behind those leaks. Just because it was there, too big and fast for me though. Yeah, it was for a while. The movers and the shakers. Yeah, see, Girly Bear knows what she's that. That's a literal meme.
A good point from Connor here. Yeah, you're a moron.
Movers and shakers, and creepy 50-year-old women who hang out on Minecraft servers with a bunch of miners, right? Just really interesting people.
Man, dox is a broad term and factors matter like intent. That's the entire point, but you're too smooth-brained to understand anything that involves nuance, obviously. The Oreo
What were they doing behind the scenes? Mostly rat fucking people that they didn't like, yeah.
Brigade gotta be the dumbest mofos on the internet, lol. Dan, your people are retarded. These people, these like random 70-follower accounts that like pump you up all over Twitter, they are the dumbest people in the world, okay? Somehow, if you put like...
Are they calling us the DeOrio Brigade? Do they know who we are?
Yeah, they would be calling us the DeOrio Brigade, I guess.
DeOrio has Jstlk blocked, and he
Dan
insults
said in
me
chat...
all of the time.
Wait, no, he's talking about Exate. Like, he's saying Exate because this...
I didn't know about your wild past. Play something, I mean, I don't know. Minecraft Discord server? No, I'm just talking about like somebody that, was involved in the Twitch poll, Discord server that would just kind of manipulate people. Let's just say manipulate people. Not in a bad. I'm not accusing this person of being like a groomer or anything like that, but manipulate people that were much younger than her to do her to do her will. Yeah, until she got exposed, and I never really got to see what the fallout of all that was. I think I was concentrated on the whole all the Vosh scandals at that point.
Orgy's ex-roommate.
But I'm saying that we're on this side. We would be a part of the DeOrio brigade here. Like we have this position, so we would be attached.
I think you have to be really brain broken to think we have some kind of positive bias in this situation. There is fucking none.
Mashup 45, you can join this Discord, okay? Discord.gg/Jstlk. You can join the Discord, and if you want to
exactly, play something, not a groomer, just a loser.
Argue that we are wrong, okay? You want to come in and argue, no, you're wrong! You can do that. You can hop on the stream right now. Discord.gg/Jstlk. Hop in the waiting room, and I will give you a one-time special offer, okay? You get to pick. You get to pick who you want to talk to. All right? And then the other two people will let you talk to them for like 5 to 10 minutes unmolested, okay? We will not do any sort of dog pile on you. No, we don't answer the question, then you join.
Wait, who are they trying to bring in?
You join, okay? It's Discord or ban. That's the only way this
Okay, somebody that like is flipping out on them in chat, I guess. There were several plot lines going. Yeah, there really were.
Works. You don't have the power here.
I think they probably lost interest in me when they found that they couldn't. They tried to kill my stream. Basically, like those watch parties, those late night hate watches of NCC were not for nothing, right? That was an attempt to get rid of me, because I was very inconvenient to this group of people. But I think when they just found they were getting diminishing returns with the harassment, that they fucked off. The ukulele apology is so catchy, even years later, isn't it? Yeah, you still remember those little nuggets.
We'll just move on with the content. You can come on the stream if you want, and we can talk, and I'll answer your question on the stream. Or you can not come on the stream and stay in chat.
Like Girly Bear, part of me is curious about how everything shook out, but when I really think about it, it's mostly irrelevant. Like the important thing is that I survived, and that I'm still here, and a lot of these people we're talking about are not. So,
well, you can't stay in chat only because you're banned already. But
was this all over? I don't know. It started with the Dylan stuff. I feel like it was more than just that, though. Part of it was jealousy. Yeah, I can say that pretty safely.
You know, that's how it is. Otherwise, just moving on with the content. Good luck. I don't know if anyone answered you earlier, but I think Destiny watched the Dan/Nick debate and argued the intent point as well. Oh, damn. Okay. So, somebody said, I literally don't know. Somebody just said that he refused to watch it and takes Dan's side or something. Also, I meant to read this chat because it also is about Dan. Dan said in chat he won't join because he's friendly with Destiny. He's super terrified of the Cuban. Yeah, he is scared of Destiny. He can't be on here, okay? That would be really bad.
Here's one Destiny to leak what happened in Miami.
Hawaii, but yes.
That was it. No, fucking Miami. They live in Miami, of course.
They do live in Miami, yes.
Why?
I was briefly dragged into the Kat and Dylan saga. Was Kat the person that got Was Kat the person that was talking about the? Was this the person that I mean, I'll say it. That got sexually harassed by Prime Kai. Is that who we're talking about with Kat? I can't actually remember. I vaguely remember Dylan doing some drama stream going after. Oh my god. Slowpoke Tail, thank you for the contribution to my Throne account. Thank you for helping me to be able to afford my trip to Vietnam that I'm going to need to do, both to send you to do some cool content in Vietnam for chat and to do some streams from Vietnam, and to also get my visa, which I'll have to leave the country and come back in to do that. So yeah. See, I thought for a minute about like, you know, the official line is that like Dylan or not that Prime won that battle against Dylan because but in reality, I feel like Kat had from what I remember, had a pretty strong case, and that she was kind of they were kind of rat fucked by Destiny, you know, by aristocracy, by Destiny. There were a whole bunch of people involved, right? And even though Prime was a pretty dear friend of mine, right? We came up, Prime Kai and I came up at the same time. We were doing, you know, panels at the same time. And he would always raid into me whenever I was playing Kingdom Hearts because he loves Kingdom Hearts. And it fucking pains me to say it. But like, and you know, like, look, the shit that he did probably came in a large part due to just like, you know, a kind of social ignorance that I don't believe that Prime Kai maliciously tried to exploit his employee. I feel like he just didn't have a lot of experience with women, and that he was putting her in an awful place without even really fully grasping what he was doing, right? Not realizing that somebody that is your employee that doesn't push you away after you make advances might be doing so because of that, you know, boss worker relationship rather than they're not actually put off, right? I think that's kind of what, yeah, it's a terrible situation. That he covered for Kurt. Yeah, Kurt the perv. And Tom covered for him? Oh, he and Tom covered? Wait, sorry. Somebody and Tom covered. Yeah, I mean, Prime Kai was just too important to Twitch poll. And then afterwards they started something that was called the Cancel Council, right? They were like, cancellation is a really dangerous thing because it can take out people that are pillars to what we're building here, right? Prime Kai is so damn important. That platform is so damn important to us. We cannot risk like losing something like that over, you know, what was being portrayed as like Dylan's rivalry. Dylan being in the same, which they were definitely competing. They were definitely like the two biggest panel streamers at the time. And so they decided as a group to try to meet, I guess it would have been in secret, and manage and adjudicate in any situation who gets canceled and who is in the clear, right? And I think that left a really bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, right? I mean, it informally, that's what they were already doing. Like, I've experienced what they were already doing, but they wanted to, you know, kind of make it an official thing of like, yeah, nobody gets canceled without our, you know, say so. And these are like the worst people in the world. These are the last people in the world you want adjudicating anything, you know, involving people's careers. Prime and Tom covered for Kurt. Oh, I see. Yeah. I unfortunately knew Kurt as well, although I didn't have the same kind of experiences that some people had. Like, right, with Kurt, I was exploited in a completely different manner. Let's just put it that way, right? Cancel Council sounds kind of like a cancer council, in which is a charity organization here. Oh wow, it's a real thing. Sorry, I did a Rogan there. That's a real thing. Is that what Keemstar and all of them do? You know, to some degree, something similar to Twitch poll probably happens in a lot of places, right? There is a social infrastructure to any sphere of content creation, and yeah, maybe a lot of important decisions might be being made out of public view, which is why I've always tried to maintain transparency in my own in my own career, sometimes to my own detriment, right? But yeah, I just don't like the idea of a fucking secret group meeting, you know, in some Discord to rat fuck people they don't like. That's Tom was the head of that, of the council, the cancel council. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, it reminds me that he actually was, for a brief period of time, he was a somebody. There was I mean, like when I met Tom, he was definitely a nobody. And then he said his fucked up thing in Twitch chat that got him banned, and then got mad at me for not defending him. And I was like, oh, well, you know, let me see. What did you say? And I saw, you know, what he said. And I was like, fuck, I would have banned you for that. Like, yeah, you deserve to eat that ban, Tom. Like, you earned that fucking ban, right? Every bit. I'm not defending shit with you, right? And then, and yeah, like through his, I guess, contacts, you know, his relationships with people like Destiny, and, you know, he's always a big ass kisser with Destiny and with Vosh. He was able to make somewhat of a name, create somewhat of a stream that people actually watched for a short period of time before he was revealed to be a lolcow. And in specific, the type of lolcow, and this is just from what I've read, right? I can't, you know, verify this stuff. But the kind of lolcow that creates Reddit accounts to talk about how sexy, how much riz this tomfoolery guy actually had. Just the most cringe self-glazing you could possibly imagine, right? And yeah, I think that's when he became a lolcow. That's ancient history, though, and it kind of doesn't matter. And I almost feel bad about bringing it up. Yeah, because, like, I mean, you know, this was a traumatic time for me, right? I don't, you know, I don't love remembering that time. But part of me is always curious, because they're just like a lot of the stuff, you know, I never got to, because yeah, my career went in a different direction. I covered different stuff. And I was on YouTube while most of these people were primarily on Twitch. And so, you know, in the end of the day, at some point, they stopped being able to hurt me. They stopped being able to meaningfully go after me. I called Tom out because Tom, Eris, Samantha snuck around behind Kat's back to protect Prime. And God damn. And look, I'm saying this as somebody that it pains me to say how out of line Prime Kai was in that situation, but I gotta be honest, chat, even about people that were my friends. But yeah, I feel like Kat kind of, like, I almost blame Dylan for that situation. Not that I have a lot, like, not that I hold a grudge or anything like that. That would be a very old grudge to hold. But in terms of what put Kat in that position, it was two things. Dylan using Kat's, you know, exploitation as a subject for a drama stream, right? I think that is not the way to come out with allegations. I kind of get why it was done. Right? If it had been somebody like me bringing it forward, it would have certainly not been taken as seriously by as many people as those who took it seriously when Dylan brought it forward. But what the problem was, there was a conflict of interest, right? There was a huge conflict of interest, being that Prime Kai and Dylan were competition. You don't ask the person's competition to help you bring out your allegations, right? Because that screws the whole thing up. The other thing that really fucked up Kat was actually Samantha Banana, and I'm trying to remember exactly, and I don't know if she did this on, because there's part of this case, chat, where Samantha comes off looking pretty good, right? That at one point in this drama, in this, you know, about Prime Kai and Dylan and Kat, right? At one point, like, Samantha seemed to be the only person helping Kat. But it was something that Samantha said that was, she said that she'd talked to Prime, so that she had conveyed Kat's concerns, the concerns being that my boss is hitting on me and it's making me uncomfortable, but I can't say anything because he's my boss, right? And Samantha's, you know, working for Prime, but maybe, you know, further up the ladder, right? And Samantha, you know, said something like that, that she talked to Prime and she told Prime, like, you know, you got to stop, man. You got to stop what you're doing. And when we looked at the logs didn't have Samantha explicitly saying, you've been sexually harassing this person. I know about it, and it's got to stop, right? That was how Samantha represented it, but the actual logs looked more like, hey, check out these logs, right? And it was Kat talking about what Prime had done to her. And Samantha, I think, thought that Prime would get, this is you. Like, right, there was an again, Samantha worked for Prime. So there's still that conflict of interest, being that you don't want to tell your boss bad news. And the bad news that, like, you know, that you know, that the shit that you've been saying to your employee is vile and fucked up. And you know, she's in a position where she can't, you know, do anything about it, but you got to stop this, right? Or else, you know, we're gonna bring this forward. And yeah, when we actually saw the chat logs between Prime and Samantha never explicitly said this you, right? But it's just kind of like, you know, and so was it like Prime being purposely obtuse and pretending that he didn't get that was about him, right? Or was Samantha, you know, being really devious and rat fucking Kat pretending to be her friend, pretending to try to be on her side, pretending to try to bring forward her claims while, you know, having a conversation with Prime that allowed him to wriggle out of culpability by saying, I didn't know that was about me. And in Twitch poll chat, that was all it took, right? If you got a content creator who is, you know, a large panel streamer and does not have the maybe, you know, social wherewithal to realize that the response that you get from an employee is not like a natural human response necessarily. You know, did Samantha set Kat's case up to fail? Or was this the one time in Samantha's horrible, ignominious career where she was actually trying to do the right thing? See, I'll never know. That's the kind of shit I'm curious about, right? And you know, it's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. These, you know, most of these people not even relevant anymore. Oh yeah, the Destiny call. This was when we got Methstiny chat. Destiny had been in the Netherlands, I guess, and I think he got a hold of what he thought was ecstasy, and that turned out to be something a little bit more speedy. And he didn't the story is that he didn't realize that he was on, you know, he was on speed. Then Destiny got on the call with Dylan and went over and over about the wake-up calls. Oh, I forgot about the wake-up calls. Tom was feeding Destiny talking points on another. So that's how he got so in with Destiny. Interesting. He knew it because he knew it was about him. Prime knew it was about him because he asked Kat if there was a problem. So right there, yeah. Right there was some evidence, you know, a detail which, if focused on, might have yielded a different result. Because this person, Kat Chat, who, yeah, from what I can tell, was the victim of sexual harassment by her boss. You know, she was driven out of the commentary sphere. She was driven out of Twitch poll. On the, you know, with Destiny, Eris, and company pushing the idea that she had, you know, made up fake charges against Prime, and that Prime was the the victim. And the outcome of all this, right, chat? The one time that I kind of wanted Dylan to win, like Dylan lost. Dylan had to apologize to Prime. And again, Dylan's not guiltless here, right? I do think that turning some of these allegations into a drama stream was ultimately detrimental to this person. But yeah, the end result was that Dylan talked to Prime, apologized to Prime, and that Prime said, "That's great, but never, ever talk about me again." And that's where it got left. And you might think that from there that Dylan's career would have crashed and Prime's career would have taken off, because like this is the whole thing about them, the conflict of interest between Dylan and Prime being that they both do the same kind of stream. They are the two largest panel streamers on all of Twitch. Would mean that if one of them faded, if one of them suffered a scandal and what got, people stopped watching them, the other one would benefit from that. The winner gets the loser's viewers, right? And that's not actually what happened. That's not actually how it turned out. Prime Kai, for whatever reason, his numbers slowly went down, and Dylan's numbers, stayed steady for a while, for as long as Twitch poll and Vosh versus Destiny and all the rest of the stuff that was kind of, at the center of what made Dylan a large panel streamer in the first place, until that was no longer relevant. And in fact, maybe even until Dylan went to Ukraine and started doing content reporting on the Russian-Ukrainian war. But yeah, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. Okay, chat. Well, that being said, hey, you didn't expect you're going to get a deep dive. I'm sure some of you are a little confused. Maybe some of you are a little bored. Like I said, this stuff isn't particularly relevant anymore, right? It's not relevant to anybody that we're, currently talking about, other than, I guess, Destiny. And most of these people that were relevant are no longer relevant. Somebody said that there was something for me to look at like 9:30. I'll put it to 9:27 here.
It's an easy choice.
Well, that's a choice. What am I supposed to be looking for here? This is Augie RFC. There he is. He back. Augie is back. There he is. Or there he is in avatar form. I feel like Jstlk here is redeeming the classic NCC points, channel points redemption of make NCC bounce. This is like make Jstlk bounce here. He really is enjoying that thing.
What if we bring Tommy Sand hooked to confront him?
He's not going to show up because he can't handle any
I will
He can't handle any. He can't handle any. This fat fucking wife mooching fucking piece of shit, smoking inside, giving his entire family secondhand cancer. Okay, this guy.
Smoking inside is cool.
Will never, ever go in any hostile environment where he does not have complete control because he's a pussy. He needs.
This is Augie talking about who?
To know that he can kick you at any time and like play his little nuke effect, so he could like think he looks cool to like the two like autists in chat. And actually, that's so cool.
Wait, he did the nuke on Aiden. He did the.
Did he? I thought he hasn't done that bit in years.
No, he did it. He was like, he goes.
From what I've seen, Dylan seems to have taken more normie positions, maybe to boost his viewers. I don't know if his viewpoint changed. I'm sure he's not able to do the same kind of self-dealing that he did back in the day, because he just does not have that power. What gave Dylan the power, chat, for the record, is not his size, the size of his audience, especially the audience for a normal Dylan Burns stream was never that big. It was his connections to other streamers and, his panel being, one of the two biggest panels on all of Twitch, right? That gave him a power that he just does not have anymore, right? So I would assume that's where some of the self-dealing maybe stopped. And but yeah, normie positions, The only thing that he did that puts him in more of a normie space, I guess, maybe that he doesn't fuck with Destiny anymore, I think, or at least I haven't seen him. He was, you know, very close to well, then again, we were talking about a situation in the cat you know, the Prime Kai drama where Destiny did, you know, kind of fuck up Dylan's we're almost ended his career there. And there was some kind of backroom deal that was made that basically saved Dylan's career from the trash heap at that point. But yeah, it was Destiny and you know, Eris that essentially, you know, turned the tide on that story. He tries to act woke when he goes against Hassan. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I mean, all he really is a liberal USA dick rider. You know, that's his brand right there in a nutshell.
Get the fuck out of my life. And then does the nuke.
I'm saying,
it was like so cool in his head.
Do you know how many times I've wanted to tell Aiden, get the fuck out of my life, and then nuke him? That's just based.
Hello, Jakey Boo. I hope you're.
Are you good?
What the hell
are you doing?
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
Jstlk secret files?
That's great.
Huge things happening here, clearly.
Quipman, you know this Jstlk guy is in love with you, right? What does he have a gift of you doing that?
Yeah, I know this guy's fruity as hell.
I got a question, like, who makes these avatars that Jstlk is using? Because Quipman's nose is not that large in real life, and the fact that they pick Quipman as the to be the Gonzo character, I don't know. Seems a little bit anti-Semitic. I don't know.
By the way, I like how I have art on the stream, but Aiden doesn't. He's such an irrelevant caller that nobody even bothers to draw him art on the stream.
Who are you?
What? Are you fucking serious? That's what Augie tweeted? And it only got 446 likes? Damn. Wait, was he kidding? Like, what's I mean, he's right there though. I mean, I don't know if he's ruined it now, but he's definitely like on track to ruin. Yeah, I mean, like this is a real concern. What Augie is talking about, like as an OG of the commentary sphere, that's on the table, right? If he goes through with this case against Denham's Rogan and everybody, you know, it could ruin the ability to even do React content, right? That is a possible outcome. 11 hours. Yeah, the stream is 11 hours. Yeah, Jay, you think you poor NCC streaming for what so far? Oh, 6 hours. This is a short stream for me so far, right? Well, yeah, this is Jstlk doing it in an 11-hour stream.
Oh, my mic was muted for all of that. That seems way weirder now that you didn't have any of my.
I thought you were just going.
I gotta say though, chat, you know what we're watching here kind of is a panel, right? I mean, it's definitely not like a traditional Twitch poll panel, and they're talking about politics, not drama. But you know, I mean, this is essentially the nature of it. You bring a bunch of people on, they argue with each other, you let them speak their piece, and it's the probably the reason, I guess, that Jstlk streams are so long, right, is that the more people that you bring in and don't, like, you know, shut down, be like, all right, you've had your 2 hours, you're gone, right, the longer your stream is gonna last, right? So that's probably, yeah, you just people have a lot to say. People have a lot to say, and that's also what makes the panel host kind of, that's the easy part of the job, right? That yeah, if you are you know, if you bring enough people on, if your panel is relevant, then you know, it sort of puts you at the center of everything, and you know, you got sort of other people doing your content for you. The annoying part of that is, though, is that now these other people are doing your content on your stream for you. And, you know, somebody could pop off with something that could get you banned. Somebody could pop off with something that ruins your relationship with somebody else. If you don't handle a situation, you know, in a way that pleases everybody, you're going to be, you know, you're going to develop haters that way. So, you know, there's a lot of headaches to being a panel host in addition to the, you know, the part that's easy, which is that, yeah, you know, other people are making your content for you. I saw Dylan on a Destiny Saltman stream weekly roundup podcast maybe 10 months ago. I'm pretty sure it was before the election. There was major tension between those three. Does he ever have people on stream who aren't awful, who Jstlk? I mean, that whole sphere is kind of, look, I'm not trying to insult and I pointed out, you know, I pointed out the iota of a moral compass that Nick DeOrio has, right? In terms of objecting to Dan's ridiculous accusations that Hassan did doxing. I pointed out the somewhat intact moral compass that Quipman seems to possess. So I'm not afraid to give these people their flowers on, you know, things that they are doing that are, you know, on having some kind of moral or ethical consistency, right? But yeah, in general, you know, this is the bad place. This is the bad place that we've entered into. Abandon all hope, I guess.
No, now that seems way weirder. I was like, oh shit, I don't know why the audio's on. I was just showing off like new tech, big new tech coming out. Okay, we got new tech animations, custom animations for people. I was like talking through the whole thing, and you guys were just letting it play. What the fuck?
I thought you were just like zanned the fuck out.
I actually knew it was muted. I just didn't say anything. It was silent for too long.
That's where we did like the Kelly one as well. What else we got here?
Ugly as fuck.
Wait, what did I? Oh my god, chat. Now I'm worried that I didn't go to the right. I thought they said, okay, we're not quite at 9:30 yet. Yeah, the person that sent me this clip, I think, said 9:30 is the time stamp to check.
Kelly.
But yeah, at present they're just going through the. These are the avatars that he uses for his stream.
Kelly completely owns you.
Kelly totally mocked you that one time. I will have my day of reckoning. You actually never recovered from that. That was crazy.
But yeah, chat. If I had one of these, it would definitely be me eating fruit.
You guys mentioned Tipster. He maybe 2 months ago he added me on Discord. I accepted. I said hi Tipster.
For the Minecraft server?
No, he didn't. Nothing about a Minecraft server. He added me as a friend. I said hi Tipster, and he said you're an F slur. He just typed out the F slur. I don't want to say it, and then he unfriended me after, and I was like, what the fuck?
Wait, Tipster called you the F slur? I didn't know that was part of his repertoire.
Tipster, the VTP?
That's I think well, he says slurs.
I mean, obviously, like I know why Tipster would maybe, you know, be negative towards Augie. You know, they definitely made fun of Tipster a lot back in the day. But yeah, it's just like I thought that Tipster didn't do homophobic shit. Maybe.
I tried to get him to play Pokemon with me on stream. I thought it'd be good. I don't think he liked that.
That would have been good. That would have been really good. I would have watched that.
Are you bad at Pokemon?
I don't know. Probably, yeah.
Which Pokemon?
I was gonna get him to play.
I feel like Dylan was the odd man out while Destiny and Saltman were acting like bullies. That's interesting how the worm turns, I guess, right? Yeah, a lot of Dylan's original clout came from the Destiny community and came from the fact that, look, the holy grail back in the day is if you could maintain a decent relationship with Destiny in that sphere, and at the same time maintain a decent relationship with Vosh and that sphere. I, of course, maintained a decent relationship with no one, right? Everyone hated me. But yeah, the reason that Dylan was in kind of a sweet spot is that he could pull, you know, Vosh, and he could pull Destiny. Same thing about Tom, same thing with Tom for a while, right? He you know, maintained relationships with both of those content creators. The Molina timestamp for the VOD is 8:31. For some reason, I thought you were saying 9:31. Is there anything at 9:30?
Poke MMO, which you can just play like Gen 1 through 5, but like with your like online with other people.
Damn.
It pissed him off though. Fucking made him real mad, I think.
A tipster can say that word because he's pansexual. You know, he's got the power.
That is true. That is true. It's not evil for him to say that.
Right.
He's using it. Yeah, it is. If he's using it as a pejorative, right? If he's calling you the F slur because he's like, "Hey, F slur, how you doing?" You know, like, right? If he's being like neutral or positive about it, I guess, right? Or if he's using it to refer to himself, whatever, that's fine. Like, you know, this F slur doesn't roll like that or whatever, right? Right? You know, but if Augie, you know, if you hate Augie RFC and he tries to talk to you and you're like, "Shut up, F slur," that's not reclaiming the slur. But anyway, I'm silly for even entertaining that question.
Jesus. Sorry.
Augie, you're on the Tecton hate train. I'm saying you're on the Tecton hate train.
Yeah, so I don't really know who he was. I had a bad take on him originally.
Yeah, and I schooled you on it, and you conceded to me in private.
So by the time I talked to you about Tecton, I'd already changed my mind.
No, you didn't. This is total. You just can't give me a W to save your life. I own you.
No, I remember like originally, like it was like a couple months ago, I saw Hassan was just like ripping into him, and I hadn't even seen any of the context why, and I just assumed like Hassan was just like going into like his family or something for no reason. But I didn't realize that he put out this tweet or something where he was talking about like my military dad didn't die.
My father didn't fight to. Yeah,
exactly.
He just pushed terrorist propaganda on Twitch.
Yeah. Because I put up my tweet, everyone was like, what the fuck? And so I was like, wait, what's going on here? But yeah, no, I think he's pretty fake. I also never watch his content. To be honest, I don't even care about like the rape stuff. I just
What? I'm sorry. Anytime you hear somebody say, to be honest, I don't really care about the rape stuff, like that's questionable.
Watch his content. He comes across very fake and disgusting to me.
Yeah. Wait, you didn't hear what a Cheeto said?
What did Cheeto say?
He said like when Tecton talks, it like Wait, Jstlk, can you
like march in the streets?
Yeah, Jstlk, can you pull up this clip?
Yeah, I will pull this up right now.
Wait. I need to listen to this.
It's such a great clip.
Let's get this shit up on the screen immediately. Are you putting it in chat?
He's actually ready to.
I'm sending it in your DMs.
Tecton, it's crazy.
Okay. All right.
Wait. Okay. So, I didn't have the original, but I had this version. You can play this one on stream.
Okay.
Let's just see what this Tectone clip is about, and then I'll go to.
What's happening? Discord.
Then I'll go to 8:30.
I got it. Oh, it's a .move file though. Gonna have to put it on stream.
Oh, look at this. We got a lot of old school old school Twitch poll chatters in the
I don't know why Chrome can't play .move file.
I'm surprised that Jstlk's chat is so slow moving. It seems like he has a lot of people, a lot of concurrence. It seems like he has a lot of people in chat. I mean, I guess it's Kick, so there could be some botting involved. I don't really know. So surprised at how slow the chat. Like my chat generally moves faster than this.
That seems fucking retarded. But
I know I have nowhere near the concurrence that Jstlk does.
He gets me fired up when he talks. He's just like,
what the fuck is that Tectone?
yeah, I don't know. He's got like a political delivery to what he's saying, to where I feel like I gotta get up and march. I have a dream.
He just said, "I have a dream" to a Hitler speech. For the record.
Okay, so the original was
this is a good version. I like this.
I'm sorry. No, wait. Maybe this isn't. Maybe this is photoshopped. And is it possible?
The original was Tecton. The original was Tecton. I had someone edit Hitler.
I suspected.
There instead, because I thought it was work.
I wasn't even looking at that part of the screen. What the fuck? Oh man.
You lost it.
That is crazy.
Okay, Aiden, which Tecton clip was it? That he's talking over?
It was just Tectone saying some random fucking. But wait, I think I know who tweeted it. Oh, I think I can get you the original clip.
Why is he like jerking him off? He's just like, when he talks, I feel so motivated.
Because this guy like, this guy's like your like average fucking like righty centrist, bro. Knows nothing about politics. Just like likes Asmongold. Hold on.
That's not the problem with knowing nothing about politics, dude. I'm apolitical, you know.
Oh my.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, listen, this guy had a Ethan Klein video recently. This guy, we might need to get this guy in the Discord, okay? The Sleepy guy.
Sleepy?
Yeah, we might need to get
He
this
has
guy
the He has the strongest jawline I've ever seen.
Yeah. We need the Easter Island statue on the stream, okay? We need him.
Dude, he gets me fired up when he talks. He's just like,
okay.
I don't know. He's got like a political delivery to what he's saying, to where I feel like I gotta get up and march.
Oh. Wait, I'm sorry. Chat, help me out here. Who is this clip of? A Cheeto. It's a Cheeto. Yeah, that clicks. Right, the way they're describing him as like a center right dipshit. That's a Cheeto. That's a perfect description of a Cheeto. Oh my god, is fucking Themios in the? Is that? Whenever I see an account that says like trans and like the name of a content creator, I like assume that is a Themios parody account. I could be wrong here, chat, but I'm seeing a trans Augie RFC, and I'm wondering if Themios is up to her old tricks again.
Another man, you get me fired up when you talk.
Okay,
can we
hold on. What other political leader got people to stand up and march? Like, is he not clearly thinking of Hitler? Is he not clearly actually thinking like Tectone is like Hitler?
He's gotta be thinking of Hitler. Dude, what's worse is that.
I mean, at least he's not doing it to Synthetic Man. I'm trying to think what would be worse, Synthetic Man or oh my god, what's the Andy? No, not is it Andy Pants? Who's the bad one? There's Andy Pants Gaming versus. I think is Andy Pants the one with all the bad takes? Anyway, I mean Tectone's pretty cursed too. I actually don't think it's any less. I thought epigenetic memory was taking over for a moment.
Hitler is second-rate Asmongold. That's
Honestly,
their Hitler.
if it was between Asmongold and Hitler, I'm going Hitler every time.
Okay, and with that, let's see what's on 8:30. I feel like this conversation has run its course for us. Let's see what we got here. Let's put it right at 8. I think you said 8:31, so I'm gonna let it run a minute before. Said Nicholas DeOrio, Discord chat. I hope you guys liked the Dan and DeOrio podcast. That never happened. He redacted our DMs following the call. Oh, that's so perfectly Dan. Look, it's got a tipster react here. God damn, chat. I'm gonna have to get out the soundboard.
All right. Well, I mean, that was an amazing end to the stream. God damn. Oh, what are we gonna do here? I don't necessarily have to end. I was gonna.
Oh, he thought he was ending. He thought he was ending, chat. He thought he was getting out of there. Chat, spoiler, he doesn't end for another, I think, 3 hours or so. All right, so. I mean, since it's finally relevant again.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
This is going bad.
Dingus Gambit.
Weasel, 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 weasel.
It's so good. It's so good.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
There's that doesn't it feel like you're in a tipster stream?
Keep streaming for a little bit because I'm not getting anywhere. I was gonna like spelunk through this VOD because somebody told me Molina was referencing stuff. Just check this.
Oh, this is what people are saying. This is the Molina. If you don't know, chat, Molina is Destiny's ex. She left Destiny at some point and is now apparently sharing some of her experience being, I believe, married, if I'm not mistaken, to Destiny for a number of years.
Basically, like, manipulative relationships and how they got really fucked up by somebody who, like, had a fetish for having power over people, and how there was a 10-year age gap in that relationship. You know, could have possibly been referencing anything.
That type of thing. Okay, I see.
Really could have been talking about anything.
Well, that could be anything. That could really be anything.
It's basically impossible to say.
She could be talking about. I think that's about Leafy. Actually.
It could be. Yeah, I think Leafy
Can we
was
talk
like
about
that,
this?
yeah.
Leafy? Can we get Leafy on the line? I think there's allegations against you.
Oh, did we ever get the boner? I forgot to tell you, chat, that the butterfly goal, it ran out. I'm sorry. Needs more hip hop air horns. Those are on, yeah, those are definitely on Discord.
I was gonna look around and see if I could find it.
Are you saying to feel like a tipster stream, you'd have to have the air horns?
Stressed out anymore because I'm thinking about stuff from the past and I'm like, oh, and then it feels nice.
Wait, she's dating a Skarsgård? Wait, is that like a famous family in Sweden?
And it's like, maybe that's what I need to do. Thank you, Sherman, for the 57.
So true.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. There's more talking here. Let's see if this is... Oh, she comes back? Why is there...
Some candy right here.
The one with all the bad takes doesn't exactly narrow it down among these people, true.
Whose emote is this?
I'm just by the...
It's a famous actor family? Oh, okay.
way, guys. It's okay if you,
He is? What is, the guy that she's dating now? What is his, is he like a TikToker or something?
talk over this. I'm just looking around.
Do I like Lighto a lot?
I kind of think this might have been it
Oh, that
earlier.
started to like bother me. Maybe like a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not.
Yeah, how awesome would it be if Melina actually just, you know, came out with it? But I know she won't, because this nigga is just like the most unhinged freak and knew her for so long.
and-
There's almost shit over her.
Like, realistically, anything he did that was bad, almost certainly she would have done some of the same things. She was like 18 when she met him, and would have just been, or 19.
Yeah, but
So,
it's just like, who the fuck is
like-
Melina? Who gives a fuck about, like, exactly, that's the thing. Who is Melina? No one gives a fuck about Melina. Like, the idea that we would fuck.
Look, who's Destiny? And the real answer is, like, the first person to figure out how to do streaming and make it a business, right? The only reason that we know Destiny's name is I don't know, do you call that a founder effect, Chad? I feel like I might be misusing the word. What is a founder? What is the founder effect? I might be misusing that word. Let me make sure that I'm not talking bullshit here. Oh, wait, did I get, Yo, Slowpoke Tail, thank you for the contribution. I think, oh, did I? Yeah, I just haven't added it yet. Yeah, the goal should be at it should be 110, right? But thank you. I did see your own contribution, and I thank you for that. Yeah, wait, I was trying to, okay, founder effect. What is that? What is founder effect? Founder effect. I'm probably misusing it. Oh, it's a biological term. Yeah, I'm definitely misusing the fuck out of this. Reduced genetic diversity, which results when a population is descended from a small number of colonizing ancestors. So that would be if, like, I don't know, a small group of people or butterflies or turtles got, like, you know, isolated in a I don't know, like there's like a mountaintop with a lake there or something like that, and for years and years and years, during like an ice age, right? And then the ice melts and they, you know, get out, and yeah, it's definitely not a founder effect, what I'm trying to talk about. And it sounds like we're talking about inbreeding here, but I guess it could be associated with increase. Anyway, founder effect is definitely not what I'm thinking of, right? But it's just like ground floor, right? He's in the right place at the right time. He was there first. He got there before anyone else. that's why we know the name of Destiny. He is a decent debater, right? And that definitely helped him. And he was in the right place at the right time to be able to take on some of these right-wing figures in blood sports debate who thought that the left was afraid to debate, right? But yeah, no, in general, I don't think we know Destiny's name. Like, let's say that it wasn't StarCraft that was popular at the time when Destiny sort of made its name in esports, right? If he didn't have like the esports on his CV to begin with, he might what I'm trying to say, Chad, is that like Destiny is not as exceptional as some people seem to think. When they first got together, she sometimes disappeared for 6 months. He was perfectly fine with it. And then when she actually did that, he got all mad. When she got with Walter.
Fucking chased down some, now 20-something-year-old, but was 19 to whatever at the time, girl who's basically quit streaming from what I'm aware of. I've literally never heard her name, so I don't think she's streaming a whole lot. For indiscretions when there is like this total insane freak who is constantly still doing the exact same shit at 36 with massive backing, massive resources. It's like, why would you even dedicate your fucking... No, give us the information, let's go. Come out publicly, let's go.
Yeah, I would just love for her to like literally sue, but she is by far the best case. She would absolutely like get it paid out. Honestly, she should just send a demand letter. He would pay. He sent a reasonable demand letter. But anyway.
I just want a manifesto. Yeah, she should come out just for my benefit. So Destiny just drops a divorce stream part 2.
And just openly threaten her again. So awesome.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff going on all the time with me. And,
So he played Faust in Lord of Chaos.
A lot of things that I like. But I feel like I haven't been able to really look at the stuff that I've been doing. And really think about it.
Did he have to leave the esports scene in a disgrace due to a variety of scandals? This is way before my time. Way before my time. So I don't know. I have heard that he wasn't like particularly good at StarCraft. Yeah, that's what I've heard too on Onogami, but this isn't coming from me. This isn't like, this isn't first-hand knowledge. This is second or third-hand knowledge.
0.2k viewers and they don't chat. I think they just like to listen like a podcast. I would not. If I was watching Twitch, I would not be chatting.
They're straight gripping. Be serious now.
Don't worry, Kev. I wouldn't be.
So
I get it, but lurkers rise up. See, they are here. They're like engaged, but they're not listening. No, sorry, they are listening, but they're not chatting.
Mm-hmm. That's what I tell myself too.
Yo, hello Mordka, how you doing? Not even really sure why. They're just stressed out. I think I've been doing a lot, which has been good.
Yeah, that's a good way to place something. He was as exceptional at his craft as people of the 60+ age range were at affording homes.
Trying to process things. I think, which makes me nervous and confused and stressed out because it's like it's too much. I'm doing so much. Just look at my Instagram the past month or 2 months actually. No, to be honest, I did a radio show and I got,
I'm just looking. I thought maybe it was there. She talked about thinking about.
I prefer not thinking. I think I'm a big fan of thinking. I think I really like it. But I'm trying to navigate if it's good or not.
If thinking is good or not?
Did you just say, I think I'm a big fan of thinking?
Thinking?
Is she really trying to decide if thinking is good or not?
want to listen to what they have to
This
say.
bitch so dumb.
You know?
Oh, rude.
I prefer not thinking.
It's gotta be
I
said.
think I'm a big fan of thinking. I think I really
I think she's saying thinking as opposed to chatting.
like it.
They are kind of being mean to her.
Okay, that a little tongue-in-cheek comment to chat. A little bit tongue-in-cheek. It was tongue-in-cheek, okay? Wasn't that bad. All I heard was I'm thinking.
It did sound weird to me too, but I think I get what she's saying.
I like thinking about thinking.
I
I don't know.
if it's good or not.
I think I like thinking. Oh boy.
It's almost done. I think it's actually turning out pretty. Thinking about it, reflecting and learning from it, and moving on. Or just forgetting about it.
Possibly promising.
Crazy how you're going through Destiny's
But-
ex-wife stream, man. You're obsessed. I'm sitting next to Destiny right now.
Weirdo.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Creep.
Yeah, I am. This guy hates me. This guy wants me dead. If I can watch this clip and laugh at him a little bit, I would enjoy
Yeah, the avatars are ugly. I think the animation is what freaks me. It's a little uncanny.
that very much. Thank you.
I don't think drinking, reflecting, and learning from it.
I don't, hold on. I think someone just sent me another clip here.
Okay, good. This must be the good clip, maybe.
Just watch this on stream.
Hopefully we're getting to something here.
Passport bro is interesting.
Oh no!
Because the definition
Oh no!
of passport bro is
Wait, did we get anything from that? I don't know. Like, if that's all of the Melina content, it doesn't seem like she's really added anything, unless I got the wrong. Let me just scroll back. Oh no, I can't chat because I deleted my. Or I didn't delete, but I keep on having to refresh my chat because of the bug that makes it impossible to see which one of you is actually saying the thing in chat, and so I don't accidentally call any of you stream elements, right? When they first got together, she sometimes the disappear thing. Wait, okay, so somebody, okay, yeah, 831 Melina. WB, is there anything here? Like, I don't know. They watched the Melina clip. It didn't seem like there was anything. She was just talking about, like, everybody's so quiet. Why are you so quiet? Oh, yeah, well, I guess I'd be quiet if I was in chat, too. Haha, I'd like to lurk. Unless...
Anybody can be a passport bro as long as you're leaving the West for the East. I mean, you could be a passport bro. So if you're a guy listening to this channel and you leave the US, you could qualify.
She pops back up. Or he pops back to it, yeah.
The definition.
This is funny, but I think you want a little more long form. I think you want probably more of his like criticism of Hassan, more of like his
passport bro
clap at Hassan, right? You want his like passive aggressive. Well, I guess you're the passport bro because you need to go to Germany to go to brothel because it's your only sole purpose.
That's true.
Also, you can throw in this tweet, right? Because I believe this is when he went to. Whatever it was called, Artemis.
905 is where Augie joined in this one.
Right? So he was. I'll send you this tweet as well. I believe this is when he went to Artemis, and
Artemis is the brothel.
2019
brothel.
It's on Piker, Artemis. Streamers 2021 controversy explored as Dan Saltman viral clip. 2019 after a clip. Wait, hold on. In 2010. He went in 2010. Okay. Never mind. Don't throw that tweet in. Do not throw that tweet in. I knew I had to check it before.
Oh, yeah, Vadim, I almost missed this. I recall talking, I don't know if you're still here, Vadim. I recall talking in debates with aristocracy just a little bit. Yeah, no, not enough to know she was a Zionist. And back then, Vadim, everybody treated her normal, right? She was, she was only revealed to be incredibly racist after, I think it was Bad Empanada found her talking about Palestinians in a really dehumanizing way. Then so it was only October 7th that you realized that she was fucked up. See, I thought she was nice too, because essentially what she does is it's just chases clout. She was chasing my clout, right? She was and you know, if somebody comes into my streams and is like nice to people and respectful and stuff like that, people aren't gonna like go and look into their history and dig up that Eris is involved in a far right Discord community, right? They're not gonna even find that, right? We're just gonna make the assumption she seems pretty nice, she seems pretty cool. Oh, she's on Vash's stream, she must be a leftist. This is literally what people said. This is literally what people thought about aristocracy, one of the most far right people that I have had the displeasure to deal with, right? One of the most toxic people that I have had the displeasure to deal with. And yeah, the way that I would describe her is as being possessed of a predatory type of a socially predatory type of narcissism, right? She is a nightmare, to be frank. But yeah, she got exposed, so not really relevant. Talk to her about Israel, and yeah, she seemed like a clout chaser. She really did want to have a like a streaming career, right? I think at one point.
I was like, oh, axe that tweet.
Yeah, that's right. Baduism. Bad Empanada ended her career.
Axe that tweet. That is not a tweet. We do our due diligence before we tweet about stuff. Make a big spectacle, okay?
Because the definition of a passport, bro.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Back to this guy. Back to this guy.
For just forgetting about it.
Wait, Hassan really went when he was 18 to lose his virginity. Really?
And actually, Vadim, now that I think about it, like, I might have connected you with her, and if so, I'm sorry. I really did not realize how toxic she was until she went off on me, right? I think a lot of people had that reaction. You know, it's just the kind of thing, like, there's just no reason to question something, and so you don't look into it any deeper, and you just make the assumptions, okay, this person's hanging out with leftist streams, seems like a leftist to me, when in actuality, she had a history on the internet of being, you know, far right, of hanging out in some of the scariest, like, far right Discord servers that you could imagine.
What?
I feel like you made that up, Missy Elliott. Okay, I lied. Yeah, you did.
Okay, so we're gonna get to the this is, I guess, the revelation for Melina here. This is for anybody just joining us, this is Destiny's ex-wife, I believe.
Also, if you feel like you need to drink, it's not good, right? Oh, I need to put away this. A second.
The site that they were looking at about Hassan and the brothel is one of the sites that manipulates SEO.
I don't know if sourcing support still does anything with these guys, if he's partnered with them at all. But like transcript search would be really good on this, unlike these Twitch VODs.
Yeah, no idea.
Because they have the transcript or whatever in this stream chat thing.
Well, we drink this now. Can you even see these ones? Just, you're thinking of the future. I was actually thinking about this today because today is a very deep day for me.
Sorry, I'm gonna be that guy. Do people really just nibble at cookies? You just don't put the whole thing in your mouth and just eat it? Am I crazy? You guys just nibble on shit like this?
Girls who weigh 120 pounds usually nibble on most things, yeah. Just saying.
Oh, I have a responsibility. I feel like I could, but I also feel like I'm not in a mental state to put on a bunch of heavy stuff on my shoulders, if that makes sense. If I can do it and it's not like a big thing, sure. But for me to like take a bunch of heavy stuff on my shoulders at the moment is not ideal for me.
No, we believe in Melina. She's a fighter. Melina, you're a fighter. Come on now.
Also because I have been having a lot of stuff on my shoulders for many years, so.
Oh, very promising. Okay, very promising.
I do feel like making videos and stuff is fun. I enjoy doing that. It's probably the thing that I enjoy the most when it comes to social media. But I also
Wait, she accused you of being a rabid anti-Semite soon after October 7th for just calling her out on her crazy bigotry? I mean, yeah, what she tries to do is kind of, you know, get people off on their own. And then you see, like, her true personality come out. You don't get to know Aristocracy, the person, as long as you are in the large group of people, right? This is the nature of this kind of like social predation, right? The truly antisocial, fucked up shit that she does and says, her willingness to play fast, loose with the truth, only comes out when it is only visible to to her target, right? That's what makes her so dangerous. That's what makes her so vile.
I feel at the same time of something deeper than just humor. I like humor though a lot. Do that.
Like if you remember the atmosphere right after October 7th, right? A lot of people were afraid to say anything, even those of us who realized that the result of October 7th was going to be mass slaughter of Palestinians. If we were to express any kind of concern for Palestinians, that would be read and we would be portrayed as anti-Semites. And if you can, take Vadim and be like, yeah, this guy's an anti-Semite now, a lot of people, if they don't know you, if they're not close to you and they don't know otherwise, will just be like, yeah, I guess I don't fuck with Vadim anymore, right? It's too bad. It's too bad he turns out to be an anti-Semite, right? And they'll never even like look into it, right? It's like it's a scary thing. Yeah, I mean that's how she operates.
So that's the stuff that I'm focusing on. Sweden relationships, drug tea. Drugs. How do you think your thoughts or priorities in life has changed the last year in terms of staying at home in Sweden, relationships, drugs? Drugs? I don't.
Did this really just close? Seriously? I hope it saved my place.
I don't take drugs at all, really. The only thing I really do is like, I drink alcohol sometimes and...
Oh, wow.
Coffee.
How do I do not want to shit talk Melina, but I do think she basically just becomes like a copy of the other person, right? I think that's sort of her thing in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Is he talking about in the sense of like mirroring, that she mirrors people, or is he saying that she becomes like the person she's in a relationship with?
Did you say a lot of women or all women?
Yes, I said a lot.
Otherwise I don't.
And say, no.
I think I've like...
Not lesbians.
Yeah, George Jackson, I know nothing about Rathbone.
One sip of a cigarette.
I've heard the name. He's like a TikToker. I think I've seen his YouTube channel come up once or twice. I don't think I've ever watched his videos though.
That's a joke. That's a joke. Do not.
How has things changed the past year?
Sulfur, I'm sorry, okay? I did not see you there. I apologize profusely.
Last year was a big... I did a lot of really big changes.
Oh, here we go.
I did...
Maybe?
Why?
Oh, no.
Take my head off my mouse. It's very annoying.
I did like a giant change. I feel like I had a couple of weeks where I was just like, I gotta do something. Now we're doing something differently.
Honestly, I was shocked with what Destiny pulled on Melina. He got with Lauren Southern right in front of Melina and then made her send him money for all the rent he paid for the duration of their marriage. That's fucking insane.
So I started doing that. So my focus this past year has been acting. Has been the main focus. Then there's been some incidents or stuff that's happened that was not pleasant. That's affected me mentally, probably. It's
Okay,
kind of annoying.
there you go.
It probably still is, and I haven't really been able to really take care of that yet because I've been so busy. I have changed.
Let's go.
Friend groups almost completely. I'm working too much.
Yeah, it sounds like he froze her out.
I think I'm really, I really am.
Which can be, you know, like a tool of manipulation.
Working too much. I think that's also why I lose identity a little bit, is because I'm just like a machine trying to, you know, here's the next video and here's this and that, and it's like, but also at the same time, you really have much time to process what's going on. I'm getting back to my roots, that's true. But also at the same time, you realize when you, like I was in Sweden, I lived in Sweden, I had my thoughts and my feelings and my opinions on my life 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Oh, she's got music playing.
And then I left. And then I felt stuff there differently. And then towards the end of that, I started to miss certain things. And I was like, you know what? I kind of appreciate these things that I don't have here. Like being in the US and far away from everything, and no one really knows you, and you're struggling a lot with a lot of things.
Huh? Oh boy.
You know, you start missing things, and you start viewing things from a different perspective at home. And then you come home and you have that, and you're so happy. But then also at the same time, you have a lot of problems that you had when you were here first. So it's like, well, there's good and bad. But the good thing is, when I'm here, I can always have the good things from my childhood, which is amazing. And now I can.
Didn't think of this before you left your country?
I guess you should not really be regretting things, but there's stuff that I feel like, oof, that didn't feel like me. A lot of the things.
I don't know, chat. That's coming off like an American that's never left the country. Oh, you don't realize that before you leave, huh? You would think that you.
That I.
You just don't know. You just don't know. You just don't know what another country is like. It's hard to imagine. Chat. Any of you who've been to another country, can you remember what it was like before you would if you are like from the United States and you went to a different country at some point, can you remember what it was like to not be able to even imagine what another country might be like? You know that some stuff is going to be different. You assume that some stuff is going to be the same, but you don't really know what is and isn't, right? Like, for instance, my sister, she thinks I am living in a third world country here, and my experience of Thailand is obviously, very different than that.
That was my persona online years ago. I feel like was never me, and it was influenced by other people.
What?
And those are things that I'm definitely not proud of, and I feel like, oh, that was so far away from the truth of who I am, It's a good thing as a friend, but I could also be taken advantage of. It's important to also give some time to please yourself. Yeah, time to yourself is the point of it, I think. Have you considered? Short films would be awesome. I would really like that. I've been considering it, yes. I just don't really know how to start doing that yet. And also finding the time. Coffee Visitor 2 it is. Occupied with events in your life and I've been so... I feel like my brain has been trapped by other people. Almost my entire life. And I didn't start living until last year, to be honest. Otherwise, it's been...
You think she feels like she was trapped in the basement of somebody's mind?
People control.
I remember all the right-wing chuds saying, do you want this country to be like Denmark? And then I went to Denmark, and the answer is yes, actually, yeah. Denmark is one of the, is constantly rated as one of the you know, when they do research on countries that people are happiest in, right? Denmark consistently ranks towards the top, with a number of other Scandinavian countries as well. I heard Thailand is beautiful. I would love to visit one day. Yeah, no, it's amazing, Chad. I get to look at just like yeah, no, I can't even describe it. And you know, yeah, there's the natural beauty of the place. There is the yeah, frankly, like refreshing attitude of the people compared to, you know, sort of attitudes I'm used to in the United States. There's obviously, you know, some things that, you know, aren't great. Like there's going to be everywhere. I would say that, you know, for instance, the sidewalks where I'm at are not particularly, you know, I feel like the, you know, the place that I'm at could be more walkable, right? But that's like a minor complaint. Public transportation in Copenhagen is amazing. Only ever visited one other country, never lived anywhere but where I was born, except for weeks at a time. Always get homesick when I'm away.
Trolling my brain so hard. Do you ever think about, is this video gonna be bad? Yeah, of course. Sometimes I'm like, oh, this is something different. They feel better about themselves because they're... Yeah, and I think something that, oh, this really makes me upset. People love to criticize other people.
Who dat?
We've seen this guy before. I think he was involved in the conversation regarding, oh my God, what was it, like President Sunday and Willie Mack? I can barely remember this chat. Oh yes, STV Philly. Oh God, I'm trying to remember. Something about Willie Mack, right?
Oh, what's up, STV Philly? How's it going?
I think this was this was when Sunday I think embarrassed Willie Mack.
What's going on? What's up, Jstlk?
What's up, man? I think stream was over, so we just decided to watch this Melina VOD. How's it going?
Oh, is the stream over?
Stream was over. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't know what you define stream as, but you are still streaming, my dude. Oh, he's got like a timer, I guess. I don't know what that timer is about, right? But it's run down to 0.
I didn't know.
No, it's
no, it's live. Sorry, like the time ended. I just wasn't chilling, and the time ended.
Oh, all right.
Overtime, just having fun.
STV Philly was a tomfoolery guest a lot.
Philly, you're like the guy who killed Doomer Media, right?
That's what they say. I don't know.
It was Doomer Media. Yeah, I forgot about this. Maybe it wasn't Willie Mack. Maybe it was Doomer Media.
Did he ever come back? I know he didn't.
He did not. I don't think.
No, you killed him.
Like never seen him again.
I don't think he came
back.
back.
Yeah, that's what the fuck he gets. That's what he gets. What a fucking pussy.
Jesus.
That was crazy. I mean, like, do you remember that whole fucking stupid ass argument where it was like, oh, STV Philly, it's not fair.
Hamburg, Copenhagen, and Amsterdam. The only city that I'm really familiar with is Amsterdam. There.
You came out early, like you didn't even give him a chance to pay it, and I'm like, guys, he's not gonna pay it. Like he's a fucking weasel, a coward, and everything.
I think it was a valid point, but even if you're right, I think it's a valid point. But it's fine.
Right, but at the end of the day, what did it change? Nothing, right?
Didn't pay.
Do you think his Hassan video would even have been good?
Doomer video. Oh, I remember that, Vadim. Yeah, Doomer Media called Vadim a crybaby. He was pretty much caping for Dylan at that point over the controversy. Oh God, it was a hippy dippy championship. Demon Mama, Destiny, and Vosh were involved in it, and I think Vadim, if I'm not mistaken, you were one of the judges. As was friend of the VOD, Danabo.
It would have been
probably.
the run of the mill. The Vosh one was good.
It was before the Vosh's. What was it called? It was called like Vosh's Unironically Evil. The title was "Hey, It's Vadim is a Crybaby." Yeah, very simple titles, I guess. Not gonna lie, Hippy Dippy's not missed. Yeah.
He's good at writing scripts. He is actually good at writing scripts.
I don't know. I remember watching.
Isn't he
the
the reason Willie Mack
initially...
didn't seem retarded a lot of the time for like a 6-month period?
I think so. Yeah, he was writing for Willie Mack for a while.
Wow, these guys even. I'm not obviously approving of the ableism, right? But they're also critical of Willie Mack, who I think is a vastly overrated content creator. The only thing I like about Willie Mack is his voice. I feel like Willie Mack, if I had like a radio station in my head, I'd like choose Willie Mack as a DJ. That'd be pretty cool.
For at least like 3 or 4 videos. I think. I don't know. I was a little bit behind, so if you guys are like vibing and joking, I don't want to come in here and ruin it. But I was I was listening.
His voice makes me nervous. I was kind of kidding. He just has that. He has like kind of a DJ voice, doesn't like a wacky DJ.
All right,
You got
so
a topic, man. Go for it.
I got this burning question, right? So I just real quick, I am not some sort of like,
I predict where you're going to go with this, STV Philly. Oh,
sure. Take a crack at it, Quipman. Go ahead.
So I thought you were coming in for a victory lap on defending Hassan before everyone else and saying that Hassan gets too much hate to like Tom and Willie Mack and all these people back in the day.
You would be right, but that's not why I came in here. But you are.
Hey, ramble here and go back to Melina at 9:02 in case you get sick of it. And you said there was something at 8:50. Were you say? I'm trying to remember. Did you say 8:50 is when Augie joins? I actually left Twitch because of the way Irene was treated. I didn't really know her, but the hate was so weird. Yeah, it was pretty weird. And maybe kind of strategic, right? Maybe I needed to be made to disappear, maybe it wasn't convenient having me in that world, but surprise fuckers, you got me to deal with now.
You came in here to call out Mrao for his insane race play DMs, right?
Well, sort of.
We don't have to talk about it with Philly. He killed Junior Media.
Let's get it cracking. Yeah, let's get it.
Well, look, no. So here's what I don't understand.
Like Phil, I'm not racist. I just want to.
I got you. I got you. That's not even my question. I'm not coming like, are you racist? No. Here's the question. Listen, I fucking listen to Sam. I love Sam. I love Sam. That's weird. I get Sam, right? I get race jokes. It's all funny. It's all good. So I got the cream of the crop of, the N-word DMers in here. I got Quipman, Jstlk.
Yeah, it's sadly almost requisite in these spaces. Like, if you are any kind of marginalized identity, to be like, oh no, I love T-slur jokes. Oh no, I love that shit. I love being misgendered. It's fucking awesome. It's the best. No, I'm not bothered by that shit. Okay, 9:05 Augie. So 9:01 or 9:02 they get back to Melina. 9:05 Augie joins. 9:50 Dan Saltman admits that he did his Twitch crusade for Steven, which we all kind of knew, but it's nice to have the clip of him actually saying it.
I don't DM people the N-word.
Okay, all right.
Quipman, do not search DMs right now.
So the question is, and guys, listen, you don't have to worry about offending me. Just be real with me. Be real with a nigga. You feel me? Listen, what is so funny about that word? What is it? Like, cause there's slurs that I like technically.
Okay, you know what? You've convinced me. I think we'll take a look at what's at 9:01. It was interesting for a little while where we were talking about the Doomer Media, or no, we were talking about Doomer Media and stuff. But oh no, why are they watching Nick? Why are they watching Nick Fuentes? I guess we'll never know.
This is just like the kind of shit that. Yeah, dude.
Oh, you see Augie tweet? Someone said some shit to him, and he was like, "I'm Hitler," something like that.
No. Good shit though.
I really wish Augie streamed more.
Dude, this guy's the gayest Jew hater I've ever seen. Are Jew haters like infamously straight, or? That's interesting. That was an interesting comment. Curveballs. Okay. All right, we're back to the Molina stuff. Wait, what did you ask, Morale? Sorry.
Destiny's boyfriend, Nick Fuentes. Yeah.
I asked anything.
Oh, I was
Probably
I was
because it makes them feel better about
messages.
themselves
You
because
being
they're
crazy.
probably criticizing themselves a lot too.
I gotta give Jstlk some credit here. If I watch a clip and it's not high yield, I will generally not come back to it. And it sounds like he's gonna get something out of this clip through coming back to, like, he gets, it gets boring, he gets distracted, he watches something else, then he comes back and watches a little bit more, it gets boring, he eventually does come back to this and apparently finds something interesting.
But really, when it comes to people, and people doing bad things in the past or doing things that they're not proud of, I think it's perfectly okay for people to move on, and be a different person. I don't think you should be like, oh, this is who you are because you were this 15 years ago, I don't think so. I think we need to make, because everyone has something in the past that they're like, it's legit every single one. And probably something pretty heavy for everyone, too. And I think,
novel and original
yeah,
thoughts coming from a very intelligent young woman. I can see why Destiny said she was so smart for so long.
It's kind of like
What do you
saying
think,
like
Melina?
your 7-year-old kid is smart. Like you pick him up.
Well,
you got,
it's just
an
like
A+.
I feel like it has to be pointed out that this disgusting pervert was like lying constantly when he told his audience, "Oh, I know I said that 19-year-olds are essentially 15-year-olds and they're all like children. I would never fuck them because that would be like insane and it would be like a really weird manipulative relationship in my view. Because I know I would just manipulate some fucking teenager. I could just like completely subsume their personality. Actually, the thing is that she's really smart and worldly. It's like, I don't personally think that you could never date a 19-year-old.
Yes.
But when you've laid out exactly how it would go, and then it seems to go that way, it's like, okay, well, it seems like you did kind of just pick up this girl who could barely talk English, who was hot, who you could have around as like a subservient, childhood housewife.
Let
The best was when he's in the red pill arc and he's like criticizing passport bros or people who get like mail order brides, and you like go through the actual circumstances of him bringing Melina to America, and it's like, wait, on paper, you write this out, it does not seem that good, right? Met this girl super young in another country, she couldn't speak English very well, you brought her there, she's dependent on you for a green card and all of her income, you get her to do a job that depends on you entirely to maintain that job, right? Like, it's like, oh, wait, there's some weird shit going on here, isn't there?
There's some red flags being thrown up here. That's interesting.
Chat, those of you who were locked into the conversation earlier about the Dylan Burns Prime Kai controversy, think about those of you who know what I'm talking about there, right? Think about why Destiny might have been motivated to defend Prime Kai. Now, I already gave you one reason, right? That Destiny was part of Twitch Poll, and Prime Kai was very useful to Twitch Poll, right? Prime Kai was a key player at that point in Twitch Poll, right? But in addition to that, think about how Destiny might see, like, he's got, I didn't know this, right? That Molina was ostensibly working for him too, right? So in addition to, her being in a country where she didn't speak the language at first, and in addition to her being 19, apparently when Destiny met her, or when she started dating Destiny, she's also, he's also got, it sounds like his employee, right? So, and this is a motivation that is a lot of the people that Destiny defends, and he's defended a lot of fuckers with a lot of, sussy charges against them, right? I am convinced it's because he sees himself in the perpetrator, right? And maybe even it's strategic on some level. He knows that if some, perpetrator actually pays the price for their abuse, that that could serve as a precedent when the stuff that he's doing is finally revealed.
If they understand that this is bad or this is something you want to change, it's like, good. But I don't think people should be, captured as this is you, when you're trying to be a better person. You're trying to change for the better.
Yeah, chat. Confirmed. My chat right now, with like, I don't know, 80 some people in it, is running faster than Jstlk's.
Keeping slang. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll see you later. Yeah,
What are you saying? I don't remember Melina having
think I need
English
to-
issues. Bro, okay, did you just like not watch the streams when she first started showing up? I was a pretty regular viewer back then. I feel like she did not speak great English when she.
Wow, apparently Quipman's been a viewer for a really long time. He even knows a little bit about me, strangely. I was surprised to when I somebody linked me to a video where he talks about me. I was surprised that he actually did know a little bit about me.
She first started.
We're not all super fans like you.
I thought she literally used to say that she didn't speak good English when she came to the States, and that was what was challenging. I thought she said.
Yeah, I feel like that was a point. That was like a point of issue in their relationship.
Guys were super fans. Not everyone was there.
I wasn't there.
This guy was your father.
Why did you first start watching Destiny, Queen? I know you've said.
When did I first start watching Destiny? I started watching
Like, why?
Destiny. Why? I can't. I always forget whether I saw the Naked Ape video or the JonTron debate first. But I remember watching the Naked Ape video and being like, "Oh, it's funny that he does these incest debates and shit, and he owns people in them." And that was basically it.
I feel like the Naked Ape video makes Destiny seem like retarded a little bit. Like
Yeah,
slightly
if you don't go and like watch the material behind it, like a lot of it is bad for him regardless. But if you don't go watch the material behind it, then
it's the guy.
He looks absolutely retarded.
This guy texted us 15 euros. Let me go watch him.
Yo, this
Texted us
guy
15 euros.
ignored my DM and did not even go live. It's crazy.
I'm going live next week.
Yeah, you've been saying that for 3 weeks, bro. I believe I fucking say it.
Listen, I've been busy, man. I've been busy. But no, this here's the thing. I get too bored of commenter shit too easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's
I think you need to kill
good
Nicholas
out.
DeOrio, and then maybe you'll be. more
Yo,
No, he's
dude.
based now. He's based now. Did you see what? Did you
Right.
see his new stream tonight?
He like
Yeah,
posted in
so
his
I
Discord.
heard-
He's like insecure. He's like, "Oh, Dan fucking redacted my DMs." He's like crying and shitting himself, dude.
You read that
Gotta
as
do something.
insecure? He's exposing.
He's like freaking
him,
out. He's
right?
like freaking out and crying, like going into his little Discord hug box and like freaking out.
Raz
His
trolling
audience,
right now.
dude.
Raz just trolling.
See, I see that as just he's exposing Dan. Dan's like freaking out. Dan's mad at how that debate went. Dan's mad. This is my cabal sweep. Dan's mad. DeOrio's exposing him. DeOrio is
Wait, but there is no exposing Dan. You realize that, right? Dan will always say,
Dan
"I'm
literally
saying
said
what I
what he
need
was
to say to
doing.
win."
Bro, I don't know
Dan literally
anything
said,
about.
"This is how you lie about people," and I'll admit
I know
that I'm lying about
nothing.
them.
Does he really say that? I know nothing about Dan.
Yeah, Dan is an open, outright, sides-cocked liar. He is just like he will say what he has to say to win, and
So
he
an
will tell
open
you that he's
liar,
saying
that
it.
implies that he goes on stream and he's like, I'm lying, I know that I am, but I don't care.
I've had conversations.
He's doing the the thought experiment of like, I can only, everything I say is a lie, and what's the whole thing with it's like in Labyrinth, the two doors, and one of them can only lie and one of them can only tell the truth or something, and she doesn't know which is which. That take from Quipman does not do much to allay my fears. That's what I was thinking. Vadim, he didn't fill us in on the rest of the history, right? Which would have been interesting. But he did say that he got, he got into Destiny, right? And we know at some point he got into Nick Fuentes. And, the history of Destiny with Nick Fuentes is that Nick Fuentes' career essentially died. And it was Destiny, maybe amongst other people, but I honestly think mostly Destiny that brought him back. Why did he bring him back? Because Nick Fuentes was an infamous name from yore, right? During the halcyon days of the Bloodsport debate sphere, Nick Fuentes was somewhat infamous, and he was very young at the time as well, right? And he kind of disappeared and faded into the background. Destiny literally brought him on his stream, so you'd have somebody who he could argue with and say, look, I'm de-radicalizing him. Oh, he's not really a Nazi. oh look, he can be taught, and Nick Fuentes absolutely snaked dumbass Destiny, and he came back, and he's more influential. Nick Fuentes is scarily influential, right? And so if you're thinking about Quipman and his probable trajectory, remember you got Destiny, you know, and DGG as the main community. You got Vosh, which is where you go if you are too socialist for Destiny. You end up as a Voshite, and then there's Mr. Girl, right? Who's saying a lot of really reactionary stuff, a lot of really sketchy stuff, and kind of like if you leave Destiny, but it's not from Mr. Girl, then it would be from Nick, right? The fracture point. So the fracture points for the Destiny community are like Vosh, and it's really more of like a Hassan thing, right? Destiny crashes out or like just goes on the attack on Hassan, decides that he hates leftists. Vosh is a prominent leftist that Destiny has debated, has platformed, right? So when Destiny purges his community of leftists, you know, and you get kicked out, you get banned from Destiny's community, you very likely end up in Vosh's community, right? Let's say you stick around because you're not one of these soy lefties, right? You stick around for a little longer. Okay, well, next stop is maybe, I might be getting this out of order, but I think next stop is either Mr. Girl or Fuentes, right? People that Destiny did a lot of content with, was very positive, very much platformed. Both Mr. Girl, yes, the guy that sings the song, the name of the song is I Am, as in he is, a PDF file, right, is the name of the Mr. Girl song. This is a guy that gave a positive review to Cuties because, in his words, it was quote unquote hot. Cuties, he said, was hot. And the DGGers, while he was friendly with Destiny, the DGGers could not get enough of Mr. Girl because they said he was amazingly morally consistent. He was a creep. He was a scary person that you would never leave your like young relative in proximity to, but he was somehow morally consistent in a way that was refreshing and appealing to Destiny's community, right? So then you have Mr. Girl flip on Destiny, and some of the a very small amount of the Destiny fandom leaves with Mr. Girl. For instance, I'm trying to think of, oh god, Will and His Channel. Will and His Channel is an example of a Destiny 2 Mr. Girl kind of story, right? But then you know, the other exit, the other stop to possibly get off on, it would be Nick Fuentes. And you know, I haven't seen it, but supposedly there's a debate where you know, where Nick Fuentes beats Destiny, and I think it was about like, you know, I think it was about like Hitler and stuff. I don't know. I haven't seen it, right? Is Mr. Girl and Lonerbox both sang the song? Yeah, that's right. That was the Mr. Girl song that Lonerbox was singing. It was called "Would You Still Love Me If I Was a PDF?" was the name of the. Mr. Girl, look, is a very musical person, chat. Look, like they talk about Hassan and you know, calling the Houthis very musical people. Lest we forget that the Taliban had its own bard in Mr. Girl, who they had no chat. The only problem that these people had with Mr. Girl was that he was saying bad things about Destiny. None of the other stuff, none of the fucking far right shit, none of the transphobic shit, none of the you know, the PDF stuff. What was a bridge too far for the Destiny community, right? What was a bridge too far was saying bad stuff about Destiny. Right, and yeah, a small amount of Destiny fans agreed with Mr. Girl and went with him. The rest of them stayed. So yeah, with Quipman, then we got. I don't really know. You know, obviously he got off the Destiny train at some point. I'm not sure if that was with he got off of it with Nick or if he got off of it with the Mr. Girl. But either one is really so. Yeah, as much as Quipman is coming off smelling like roses in this whole situation, like, you know, coming off better than almost anybody else here for his takes, right? Yeah, let's not forget Let's not forget who this guy actually is.
Conversation with him on Jstlk stream where he literally says that he doesn't really care about truth, he cares about winning.
Winning?
Yeah.
He literally said, "I'll say whatever I have to."
What is he? What is he fighting for?
For the Jews in Israel and against Islam.
Unironically for the Jews.
For his children.
It's
for
like
his children.
it's a
always for
mix
his
of
children.
personal, yeah, it's personal vendetta against Hassan and the Jews. Okay.
What is his personal?
But I don't think he has a personal vendetta against Hassan. I think he has a. I think Destiny has a personal vendetta against Hassan.
Okay, is it really like about the Jews?
Slighting
Like,
Destiny, slighting their group, whatever.
this feels like I'm walking to like some like anti-Semitic trap. I don't know.
No, you're not legit. Dan
Look at
has
Queen's
said
nose
he has like
in the
a.
book.
Shut up! God damn. Yeah, it was a reference. That's goddamn.
Anti-Semitic tropes.
Well, he's Jewish. He can...
And he's all like, I'm okay with the little anti-Semitism. You got to roll with these people. You got to, whatever marginalized identity you are, you got to be okay with a little discrimination against that group, right? You got to show them that you are, one of the good ones, and you do not mind them saying bigoted shit, making bigoted, jokes at the expense of your people. That is the cost of doing business here in this sphere of content, right?
Get away with it. I'm not.
I know. I play this.
So if I was there, for instance, chat, I would have to be laughing at the attack helicopter. Is that what you identify with? Very funny joke. No, that's a very funny joke. Yeah, let's hear. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Me too. I know.
Dan will say shit like that. They're saying crazy shit about my people. They're saying crazy shit about my people. A pay against my people is allowed on this platform. We should be able to stop it. He'll say this shit.
I did see this screenshot. I'll send it to Jason.
he'll say this shit, Quipman, but you of all people should know better than to take him seriously about that.
This is like Dan from DeOrio's chat tonight. And I just take this stuff as like jokes, but like you guys are telling me this is like legit. This is so funny to me. This is when
The funny thing is that Augie's been away for so long, they could literally tell him anything. They could literally tell him anything.
I was watching, I think, Legal Mindset.
Oh my god. You want to watch some awesome legal mindset stuff?
No.
Wait, hold on. Do you know which video DeOrio watched? Did he watch the defamation video?
It was the doxing one. It was the doxing one.
Oh, unlucky.
DeOrio? Are they talking about Mr. Rahim? That DeOrio?
You know who was telling me a lot about Legal Mindset last night? My boy Ethan Ralph. Me and Ethan Ralph were DMing a lot last night.
Yeah.
And he told me some
Two
crazy
people both
stuff.
drunk on Twitter on 4th of July. Yeah.
He told me some crazy stuff about Legal Mindset.
Did he
Apparently,
tell you that he's like runs a website that sells consultations to move people to Thailand?
I wonder if Jstlk edited that VOD. WB, can you tell me, are kick VODs editable? Can you edit a kick VOD? And what would he be cutting out of there? This is making me feel so conspiratorial. What would he be cutting out? I swear Melina was talking about how Destiny made her have an open relationship. Jstlk then it's not just that it's not just that my eyes glazed over at that point. Like, they didn't actually say this and I missed it or something. Talked about the Lauren Southern stuff. It seemed like there was more. Weird. Well, so, if there's an edit, then there's an edit point. There's a point with a strange cut, and if you've edited videos before, you know what that looks like, right? You know what because there's not really a way in a VOD to edit some. It's very unlikely that whatever you have to cut out that you can seamlessly edit out without leaving a mark, essentially. And I didn't see anything that looked like an edit. So that's making me think that maybe he came back to it later. Is that possible, WB?
And explicitly says you need to flee the West because white women are all whores who go on sugar daddy websites.
He did point me in that direction. He didn't go into that much detail though. That's crazy. He told me, He says he helps other expats in the area with their immigration. No other reason to go to Asia permanently, let's be honest. And then Ethan Ralph was talking about some other stuff like pandering and Mercator drama and stuff like that. I don't really know that stuff. But yeah, he told me he's not a big fan. Legal dick sucker is what he calls them.
We go with Ladyboy Mindset.
Thailand only?
Yeah, relocation consultation. This is one of the services he offers. Tells you how to like set up your apartment, bank account, internet, phone, medical care, aesthetic services like haircut and shit, or any other accommodation.
The funny thing, chat, is what they're describing in terms of the consultations that he offers for Thailand. I mean, I haven't been here nearly as long as he has, but it's the kind of stuff that if somebody, you know, asked me about, I could probably help them out with most of that. You know, like this, in other words, what I'm not trying to flex here. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to say I know everything about Thailand. What I'm trying to say is that this stuff is pretty basic. Where to get a haircut, I can tell you that. How to set up a bank account, I haven't done one for myself, so you know, I know the, you know, the basic, you know, the trick to that is that some visas allow you to have a bank account and some don't. Also, he might have done this before a major change that went on in Thai banking. It used to be much easier to get a bank account than it is now. I could tell you, yeah, about apartments and internet service. Yeah, a lot of stuff is not that. I'm not a lawyer, chat, and he's not acting as a lawyer. He doesn't have, he's not a practicing lawyer. He is acting as a consultant. He's acting as an agent for people that are trying to relocate, to, you know, tell them the, you know, the things that they need to do to successfully relocate, right? But yeah, no, this isn't me flexing at all. I don't think I know that much about Thailand. I'm just saying that this stuff that that he's talking about is not that deep. I don't, you know, other than the, you know, the bank account thing can be tricky now, right? I know that Thailand has a 7-Eleven. There you go. There's your start. You go to the 7-Eleven. I'm going to do that later today to pay my electric bill, actually, only because you've mentioned them. I want to see Destiny get humiliated by Michael Brooks. Oh my God. There's a clip of Destiny saying that how glad he is that Michael Brooks is not alive, because he thinks that Michael Brooks would be insufferable in the Israel-Palestine discourse.
Needed upon moving to Thailand. I feel like this guy definitely hooks people up with massage therapy.
Yeah, he'll definitely tell you like he probably recommends a massage place and then he gets a kickback if you go there. Like he's probably like, you know, I don't know. He probably gives you like a QR code and he's like, here, scan this for a special deal. And the real deal is that every time that QR code gets scanned, he gets a kickback. I don't know. I'm imagining. I don't know if this is true, Chad. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just imagining. I'm just imagining how that would work, right? Because again, you know, even stuff like agency, which is a service directed specifically at migrants, right? People not from Thailand. Even agency is fairly cheap here. And I can't see him making that much money from offering these services, especially when it seems like he's got kind of a basic, like, he seems to have kind of just a basic knowledge of a lot of this stuff. I'm not a lawyer. I just have the name Legal Mindset on. Well, no, he is a lawyer. Okay, so he's not a working lawyer or whatever you call it, right? He's not a practicing lawyer. His law degree is in the United States, in the state of Florida, and he's relocated to Thailand, right? So he doesn't have any kind of law certificate, as far as I know, for Thailand. He cannot act as legal representation for you in Thailand. What he can do is give you a consultation to try to be like, this is where you should, you know, look for an apartment. This is who you should talk to for an apartment. This is you know, where you can go to get your haircut. They speak English here, and potentially, chat, any of these places that he, you know, he's saying the services that he's offering are recommendations, and it's very hard to divine whether somebody's recommendations are based on them having, you know, tried every possible hairstylist there and finding that this is really the best one, or whether it's that he's got a deal with a certain hairstylist and he's like, I will recommend you and to my clients, and you will pay me, right? You don't know. I don't think there's any way to know. So
like low key, when Ralph sent me that DM, I thought there was like some hyperbole going on there, some trolling. I don't know, but I didn't know that this is literally on his fucking website.
Yeah, no, it is
wait, Ethan Ralph was giving him legit information? That's kind of surprising.
Son of defamation for saying that he's a passport bro.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if this clip is cut together exact, but here, I'll throw this clip up and see if.
Okay, well, Hassan had to have gone harder than that, right? Did Hassan
He
say
said,
that he
so
like...
he said he's a fake lawyer was probably the hardest he went.
Okay.
That's probably the worst thing he said was fake lawyer.
Not that he's some like pedophile fucking underage
he said
lady boy
No,
in Thailand.
he held back from the Elon Musk criticism. He didn't go that far.
And for the record, chat, we don't have, as far as I know, we don't have any anything that would lead us to believe any of those things, right? And unless there's something, you know, apparently this guy's tangled with kiwi farms before, so maybe there's something out there, but there's not anything that I know about in implicating him in that regard, right? He, you know, I guess in that clip we saw, he expressed his familiarity with I couldn't tell if it was just like, yeah, use promo code GOE69. Yeah, that's right. That's the go to the hairdresser and tell them, you know, give them the promo code GOE69. You'll get a 30 baht discount on your on your like 500 baht Thai haircut. I watched like 1.5 Legal Mindset streams a while ago. If I recall correctly, his day job is doing some kind of contract work for VTubers. Okay, well, that makes sense, because I don't think, it doesn't seem like, and this is just me guessing, again, I'm not an expert on any of this shit, right? But this is just me guessing that this business is not super lucrative for him, right? Just based on the things that I know.
He said he's a passport bro. He said he does like right-wing, like Rumble lawyer streams or whatever the fuck, and he's a fake lawyer. That's basically it.
Trying to get this clip cut together right now. Let's see if this delivers it correctly.
Hassan has.
Well, so here's the deal about him, okay? He's not a practicing lawyer, right? If you have, my understanding is, if you have you know, if you've passed law school, right, and you've passed the bar exam, and you're still in good standing, you're a lawyer. Right, but that doesn't mean that you're a for instance, you know, I have one of my dad's friends is got his law degree, and at some point got really depressed and stopped practicing. He's a lawyer, but he's not a practicing lawyer, right? This guy lives in Thailand. He could look, if he's in Florida, you know what I mean? He could maybe act as your lawyer, you know. But in Thailand, he can give you advice on how to get your visa, maybe, and that's about it.
Slandered me, committed some defamation in response to my reaction to what was going on with Twitch and the situation with Twitch. So today I'm going to respond to that publicly, clear up some of that misinformation, and also talk about some hot water that Hassan may be in legally in the state of California. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is the Legal Mindset where we teach you to be your own judge.
Who offers fucking courses on becoming a passport bro, who primarily fucking streams on Rumble.
Neither one of those things are true. I do not have a single course.
Wait, Asmongold said this guy's not a lawyer? I mean, that's the whole thing, Chad. It depends on what you mean by lawyer, right? He makes the argument, right, that technically he is a lawyer, and therefore Hassan is somehow slandering him by saying he's a fake lawyer, right? I don't think that's actionable. I don't think that he could prove damages or anything. But he's acting like he's got a potential case against Hassan, right? Based on the narrow definition of a lawyer being somebody who has successfully completed law school and who has successfully passed the bar exam, right? He fits those criteria for a lawyer, but the story that I've heard is that he practiced for about 2 years before leaving to Thailand. And, you know, he's not, I don't think, able to practice law there. I think for that, he would have to, you know, get his he would have to get Thai credentials to act as a lawyer in Thailand. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is that, like, in a strict definition, he is a lawyer. In the colloquial way of how we use lawyer, as in practicing lawyer, he is not. Does that make sense? He admitted on Twitter that he is not a lawyer. I don't know. He's not a practicing lawyer, or that he's not. Did he say that he didn't really go to law school, right? Did he say that he failed the bar exam? Did he say that he never took the bar exam? I'm not sure what he, you know, would have meant by that. But yeah, he does say in his Hassan video, you know, responding to Hassan, he claims that Hassan slandered him for calling him a fake lawyer. And like I said, you know, while that might be true in a very technical, you know, sense, it's not, I don't think he has a case. I don't think he has a case at all. He doesn't speak Thai, let alone know Thai law. He spoke, I heard him speak a little Thai, but yeah, it doesn't sound like his pronunciation wasn't that much better than mine, so. He said, I'm both a lawyer, possess a law degree, and an attorney, a lawyer who is registered to practice by the bar. Let me clarify, I meant Asmongold is right when he said you do not need to be. When he said you do not need to be a lawyer for what? Lawyer? I hardly know her. Sorry, lawyer is how it's pronounced in the non-southern states.
On becoming a passport bro, and I do not primarily stream on Rumble. I only stream on YouTube. So yeah, there we go. Passport bro is interesting because it definitely,
which is funny because the only socials that he left at the end of his video, his recent video, were in fact for Rumble and Locals, right? Which is a Patreon-like service associated with Rumble. Actually, funny enough, Locals, I believe. The proprietor of Locals is Dave Rubin.
Passport bro is sent is to me.
Yeah, we're taking his word for it because we don't. Oh no, I believe we do know, or I believe the internet, let's just put it that way, knows his real name. Now, I'm not going to go, you know, rolling around in the filth to go find it because it is from what I've heard, on one of the darker corners of the internet. A place that has been at various times obsessed with people like Cuffles, right? If you get my drift, right? But yeah, so maybe the internet does know his real name, yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch to his lore. Apparently, I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of interesting things about this guy. Ethan calls it. I don't know which of it's true and which of it's not true. Which of it's, you know, right? Ethan calls his credit card company was doing chargebacks live on stream for all the pay-per-view tickets he had already purchased for the fight long before the Content Cop.
So this is another video. I think you need to let him do it.
Oh, Ethan was charging back what, iDubbbz?
His whole definition there.
Do that, yeah.
Xbox. You let him do his whole definition for the. I didn't realize this is a nice smash cut, but trust me. Anyway, this is another video he did. So basically, he says definition of a passport bro is somebody who's like going here to like get sex only or something, and temporarily, and like I'm a permanent. I can actually probably pull it up, but do I have it here? I do have it here.
And I do not primarily stream on Rumble. I only stream on YouTube. So yeah, there we go.
Why do you guys come in here and ask for this stuff? It's
interesting because the definition of a passport bro is typically someone that would visit a location for a short period purely for sexual purposes. And for anybody who knows anything about me, I'm a long.
So if you've fallen in love, you're automatically not a passport bro, according to this guy's twisted definition.
Long-term resident of several countries in Asia. I've been a resident of the Republic of South Korea, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Philippines, and Japan. These are all wonderful, amazing countries, and I do help people.
What is bro doing?
What is he doing?
Yeah, like why?
So like,
why have you been arrested in all those countries?
Why?
So that's what he does, and then he's like, but I'm not a passport bro because I'm a permanent resident. And then we go over to his go back to this clip here, or I threw the clip up right here. This
anybody play something finishing his sentence, a passport bro, and play something finishes it. is typically someone with this haircut I have here.
Passport, bro. As long as
You could say the same thing about a far-right extremist or a Rumble streamer or a, you know what I mean? He's kind of got that Richard Spencer haircut from way back.
If you're leaving the West for the East, I mean, you could be a passport bro. So if you're a guy listening to this channel and you leave the U.S., you could qualify into the definition.
Amazing. He literally says the phrase, like right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like anybody who leaves the West for the East could be a passport bro.
Any guy watching that channel who leaves the West for the East could be a passport bro.
The entire tagline for the channel is helping.
I'm looking at this channel too. I see a video in the double digits. Wait, no. Does that say 3K? Maybe it says 3K. I see a lot of videos under 1,000 views, right? It doesn't look like he's had a lot of success with this Go East business. I don't know though. You'd have to ask him. I mean, to be fair, he wouldn't need that many clients. He wouldn't need that high of a conversion rate to be. But yeah, we're talking. Look at like latest video is under 1,000. 1 month ago. It's been up for 1 month. It's got under 1,000 views.
The everyday person escape the collapsing West for the East. We will have information on visas, relocation, housing, businesses, and more with unfiltered, no BS explanations, offering practical advice for those looking to make a permanent change.
So, his did he deny being like right wing in his video?
Yes.
So he doesn't put any politics in his videos. Yeah, it's so retarded.
Yeah, I believe his words were no politic. I'm Israel high.
Which like escaping the collapsing West. I mean, that's obviously like right wing.
Yeah, and there's like a bunch of videos ago about like who's ruining anime with wokeness and like shit like that. It's all just like the most like he does like right wing law slot content, and he says he doesn't do drama as well.
Ready for him to explain Pepe the Frog to me any second? Yeah.
Right wing.
He claims he doesn't cover drama as well, but he literally covers drama.
Oh, that's hilarious. I feel like I've seen him cover nothing but drama.
Don't even have a lawsuit involved. He would just like try and put a legal analysis on it.
Yeah, speaking of another guy that doesn't cover drama anymore, I saw Destiny's video on you. He put out yesterday.
His name is all over Twitter. I've seen documents with his name about the money that he owes. The story that I heard was that he challenged the farms to do research on him, and they did research on him. They did all the research on him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said that you said that mentally ill girls, when they get fucked, they're getting raped or something like that.
Yeah, which is an obviously retarded position that he's just maliciously lying to try to put on me. And you've got like only the lowest IQ individuals on the planet could possibly believe that, right?
Yeah. Well, look, if somebody has a clip of you making that claim, you're cooked. But I mean, I haven't seen that yet, so.
I know somebody who believes it.
What is this here?
Not William.
I know somebody who loves throating Destiny's cock.
Oh my god.
And it's nobody in any leaks.
Everything Destiny's saying is true, and this is the thing that Jstlk spent the last year saying having.
Oh, sorry, that was Destiny that was saying that about Jstlk, not Legal Mindset.
Ill people equals rape. Yeah, see, I'm waiting for that clip to be produced.
I think what Destiny's saying there is that, like, look, there's one of the victims of the Destiny leaks who was audio recorded being intimate with Destiny is somebody that I guess Jstlk was revealed to recently to have been in a relationship with. So that's what he's referring to, right? She's a streamer. She's talked about, you know, yeah, some mental issues that she's experienced, and Destiny's saying that by Jstlk's logic, that means that he has said that, you know, that sex with her would be tantamount to, you know, that essentially she could not, she's incapable of giving consent.
Because I've never heard you say that claim. I thought like calling Destiny a rapist is because, and again, calling him a rapist is hyperbole, I assume, at least from you guys, right? Like, where it's not, he's not literally a rapist.
I don't think we literally accused him of rape.
Yeah,
we would say the term e-rapist, and then we'd say like explicitly it means violating
because
consent
he
through electronic
hates.
means. Go ahead.
Yeah, he doesn't care about girls' consent. He'll share their nude imagery with any random person on Discord. I thought that's where the rapist thing came from, not like the he goes after BPD girls.
Specifically about the audio recording thing, it was like you're using an electronic device to violate someone's consent in a way that they would completely reject the interaction if they knew you were doing, right? So like it's sort of like we think of like I think most people think of like any kind of rape by deception as like it only rises quite to that level if they would like completely reject the situation and have like some kind of trauma.
Oh god, Tipster is in chat. Tipster is in chat. Wait, is that really Tipster, chat? Does Tipster have a Twitch, sorry, a Kick channel? It says Tipster Live. Oh god, I can't click it. I don't know if that's the real Tipster, but they're saying, is that Augie RFC's gay ass?
Truth, and that absolutely applies to the situation. And an electronic means was used, so you can easily make an argument. Rapist applies. Obviously, it's
I'm gonna guess that's a fake Tipster.
tongue-in-cheek hyperbole, but it's like a very specific argument that isn't just, well, you fucked mentally ill women, so you're a rapist. Actually, like that's not what anyone was saying.
Right. Well, the criticism about him fucking mentally ill women, I thought, was just more so like you can't really feel sorry for him when they explode on him because he knows what he's getting into by engaging with people that are, you know, like that, right? It's like you can't feel bad. It's like, oh, this woman's like exploding on him and exposing all of his stuff and going crazy and nuts or whatever, right? But it's like he knew what he was getting into, so who cares? I thought that's kind of
weird.
weird.
Like maliciously uses their mental illness against them as well.
Right. Yeah. Maliciously. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was just like, I mean, if somebody has a clip of you making that argument, obviously, again, they've got you dead to rights, you know? But
what?
I just haven't
I feel
seen that
like if
produced
somebody
yet.
had a clip of me making that argument, wouldn't that just be a clip that constantly get thrown in my face as me saying something totally retarded and prevents me from actually commenting on the issue?
Doesn't this Destiny guy always say, oh, if someone says something about me, just ask for a clip or just ask, you know, show me that actually happened? Doesn't he always say shit like that?
Yeah.
He doesn't do it for anyone else. Very curious.
I'm gonna be honest, I am getting really bored with this, but at the same time, I'm kind of tippy. Yeah, I think this is Tipster. At the same time, I'm kind of like, supposedly there's something with Melina, like, you know, giving some more information about, like, you know, outing some more information about Destiny, like her experience with Destiny. And, somehow we're not seeing it here. I'm tempted to skip ahead to 950 to see the Dan Saltman admitting something that he has in other places denied, but I'm kind of like, well, if I skip it, is that gonna be where they're watching more Legal Mindset? Looking at more Twitter. Tectone, Trump talking to the South African president. Or not, sorry, not, I don't know if it's the president. It's, yeah, we know what that is. President or Prime Minister. Oh, there's our relevant. Speaking of scumbags, this is the motherfucker that debated me because he thought that being trans was tantamount to blackface, right? That trans people put on femininity in the same way that a racist might put on, like, you know, blackface, right? What an absolute scumfuck. And then he tried to play it off as if I had approved of blackface, as if I had said there's nothing wrong, as if my response had been, but there's nothing wrong with blackface, of course. Why would that be wrong? Just like something that anybody that knows me knows that I would not say. But yeah, he's a fucking predator. is what he is. Like, looking around for somebody to fucking ambush in a late night Twitch debate. I entered into it with him in good faith, thinking that, you know, not knowing what an utter scumfuck he actually was. And that was the debate that came out of it. But yeah, it's
kind of a waste of time. He's just, well, he's basically admitting he's a troll, you know?
Yeah. It's like, if you engage, you're retarded.
Yeah.
You have to engage with people that are repeating the shit he's saying.
I'm curious to see his show with Willie Mac, because I know they're doing that weekly now.
I don't repeating the shit he's saying.
It's just kind of a waste of time.
I thought they weren't gonna.
And does.
Your specs are open. Like.
Point even.
Nice.
Wait, have they played it yet? Have they played the clip?
For thing.
I thought you cared.
Oh, here we go.
It's like 2 weeks of my life.
I think later in this stream, and like corrects this, he said this with Relly on the stream too. I forgot he was super zanzed out. He had way too many sleeping meds before he said this. He comes back, I think, later in this stream and like corrects this, but this is like an opinion I feel like he stated more than once.
You know, it's sad because I've dedicated the last like 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
What?
So one, not like anti-Semitism, but to fuck with Twitch because they banned Destiny.
Which one? You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
I thought it was more your thing than.
Why the fuck do I care about Twitch? I'm not banned there.
I thought you cared because they were like anti-Semitic and being weird.
Nah,
Okay.
it's just fun.
Comedic mispronunciation of anti-Semitic aside, chat for the record. Our relevant just said anti-Shemitic. No. But comedic, you know, mispronunciation aside, right? This is, you know, our relevant is gonna try to save Dan's bacon here, if I remember this clip correctly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So okay. So this is actually true.
This
So,
is-
I mean, that's like,
This isn't
I
the
suppose
clip we're
before-
talking about. He had an
Yeah, but
explicit
this
conversation.
is true.
with
This
me,
is
by the
a
way.
separate thing. Dan, really, the thing that is actually driving him at his core is he just wants to be a leader of like a raid online. He just likes like doing raids and brigading.
It's Rust.
He just like he
It's
just
just
that,
Rust.
he just wants to be that guy. He just wants to go around rallying the troops and attacking people and feeling like he's on top.
He's like a Mongol. Wait, they did cut it short. Yeah, you're right. They didn't show the money shot. It's like the next, you just hit play for like 10 seconds and you see what I mean, he did say, like, you know, I did this on behalf of Steve, right? That this was, you know, so there we go. It's not about anti-Semitism, it's about Destiny.
It's like a core, it's like pure.
Remember the Canadian guy who was a Destiny orbit, Dr. Heem? Yeah, former friend of the VOD.
Animalistic, like he is just
absolute opportunist.
Like an old
Sounds
dude
like a
walking around on the
psychopath.
internet and trying to feel cool. No, it's like an old
I
dude
believe I met him through Ico Rules.
who like gets off on feeling cool online.
Wow. Well, I like him in that case. I have no issues with him. He's cool.
But yeah, I always say like I don't mind Dan because he is just an open liar, and it's like I don't have to even. It's like there's no point even like condemning him because it's like I mean, what do you say? Like he's an open liar.
Isn't that what Tommy C said about you? Your specs are open. Like openly.
Yeah, but I'm not actually like that. I'm not actually a liar, and I don't actually go around saying, yeah, I just lie. Yeah, I just fucking lie. Dan does. And that's like, there's no point even combating him at that point, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of a waste of time. He's just, well, he's basically admitting he's a troll, you know?
Yeah, it's like, if you engage, you're retarded.
Yeah.
You have to engage with people that are repeating the shit he's saying.
I'm curious to see his show with Willie Mac, because I know they're doing that weekly now. I wonder if Willie Mac, have him and Dan interacted at all? Or
When he went to Destiny's house, they would have interacted a lot.
well, yeah, I guess personally or whatever, IRL. I'm just curious, like on the internet, like have they done much? It seems like he's pretty dead.
Anti-Shamitic is when you hate the ShamWow guy. Is the ShamWow guy the same guy that says you're gonna love my nuts? Is he the nuts guy? Oh no, that's the slap chop guy. Is that a different guy? I can't remember, chat. Was the ShamWow guy Billy Mack or Will. Wait, what was his name? Billy something. Is it Billy Mack?
For to get out of the Destiny Circle, because he's trying to do the show with Willie. He's trying.
Yeah, because there was the ShamWow, and then there was the Slap Chop, and the Slap Chop was the one that the guy is like saying that they're gonna love his nuts.
To do a show with Nick. It seems like he's.
Is
I think
he?
he does. He does a show with Tectone and Nux, doesn't he? Or is that?
Well, he did like one episode, I think, one show.
Wait, is it the same guy? Is it the same guy that does ShamWow and the Slap Chop? What did Billy Mays? What did Billy Mays do? Billy Mays wasn't Billy Mays the ShamWow guy?
I get the
What do you think of the disturbing past?
It's the same guy that did ShamWow and Slap Chop.
This coming out, Augie, of
Pedophiles
everybody
and
who needs to
rapists being
oppose
against
Hassan. Yeah, all the pedophiles, rapists, sexual deviants being against Hassan. Okay, we got Tectone, we got Ladyboy Mindset,
Cameron F305,
Cameron F305, Tectone. It's a prolific Destiny. It's a prolific.
Check. My understanding is that they're saying that about Tectone because he was a Genshin Impact streamer. He streamed a game that's probably got some like young looking characters in it. I don't know if there's any actual, if somebody in chat knows more than I do. I don't know about any actual, incidents of Tectone seeming to be a PDF file of any kind, but Billy Mays sold OxyClean. Oh, the laundry stuff.
We've got.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Dr. Disrespect to jump in. You know?
Did he chat Dan?
I believe that Dr. Disrespect also hates Hassan.
Yeah.
Maybe for different reasons, though. It was something Hassan said about, something about Dr. Disrespect's divorce.
Hassan.
Yeah, it seems like the Hassan grift is like, I've been making videos just hating Hassan since like 2019. I've been making as many videos hating on Hassan as I've had videos hating on Ethan Klein. Like Hassan has always been like the one of the biggest targets, not just amongst the commenter community, but just like a lot of people just that are cool, like understand that Hassan is terrible. And now it just feels too cheap.
Do they, Augie? Do a lot of the cool people think that? Are you one of these cool people?
It's just like it's fun when it's like this guy's like a piece of shit nepo baby who ignores
and
criticism.
nobody's calling him out.
Yeah, and no one's calling him out. And it's like and the criticisms are like, yeah, they're like pretty scathing to like credibility and stuff, but they're not like this guy needs to be put in jail.
This guy's harmful.
Over his speech
this guy's like destroying
or something
America.
like that, you know. Like but now it's at the point where everything is like he's like a terrorist. People will just call him a terrorist. They would just do that.
Well, they make him sound cool when they do
it. They make him look very cool, right? Hassan was recently featured all over Twitter.com, sorry, X.com, with a holding a gun, smoking his meats, like just looking cool, generally badass as fuck, right? They managed to make Hassan look cool, which is funny because I watch enough Hassan to know that he's actually kind of a dork. He's a little bit of a dork, actually.
That's the thing that happens. This leaves background's being cool, and you can start editing him dancing to like NHH, and it's like funny as fuck. And it's like, okay, this guy's like a base like leftist Nazi. And that's awesome.
Yeah, it's like they're missing the target. It's like, instead because before the criticism was that he's gay, he lies, he's insecure as fuck. Like Destiny exposed his insecurity, like how poor he performs in debates and stuff like that. It was all like just like biting criticisms that were not many people were making, and it was kind of like a fun thing to shit on him over. And now he still is that. Yeah, I'm not saying he's not still that.
Anybody remember the War Room? There was like a Discord, a group of people on Discord that went by the name the War Room. And to be fair, chat, like there's a lot of War Rooms. There was apparently a War Room against me, run by none other than Lauren Southern editor Samantha Banana herself. Now, that's according to Reddit. I can't verify it. Obviously, I was not invited to the War Room. There was also, I guess, a War Room against... was there like a Prime Kai War Room that was exposed during the whole Dylan versus Prime thing? Right, so there are what a War Room is, essentially, is like a Discord channel, usually private, where they you know, a bunch of people are like going after one person, one creator, right? And there was a particular war room that was sort of notorious that I think was targeting Hassan over, I can't remember who it was, but some now discredited person had some allegations against Hassan, and they felt like if they could, these are nobodies, by the way, chat. These are people that are just trying to start their streaming careers, and they don't want to do the work. They want to put in the work, right? So they're thinking, if we can take down Hassan, then we don't have to put in the work. We get to a, like, you know, a stable, functional, sustainable, you know, level of, you know, size of the community without having to, you know, go through the, you know, those years in the wilderness, right? I can't remember who all was in it, but I sort of do, and I think anytime their names come up, I distrust them. But
don't get me wrong, he's not as cool as what people make him out to be today, right? He obviously is still like a complete nutcase, at least from what I've seen. But yeah, the whole campaign against him, it just seems like too easy of a grift for people, especially creators like Mutahar, you know, or Nux, who have been kind of like disgraced in a major way. It's just kind of,
and it's a great way, just like Trump does, right? If you can present your opponents as foaming at the mouth pedophiles that are drinking children's blood in the basements of pizzerias while playing ping pong, then it kind of doesn't matter, like, all the proven shit against you, right? Just kind of goes away, because our enemies are even worse. They're even worse. They're the deep state. They're the pedophiles. They're, you know, like, right. So like, you know, this was kind of like, this is the grift that they're pointing out, that Nuxtaku, who was revealed as being a close friend, apparently, of Shadman, the Lolicon artist, the you know, PDF artist, right? And a bunch of the other stuff in it. Yeah, I think Mutahar knew about it, and that was revealed too. So like, these people were over. These people were disgraced. But when they talk shit about Hassan, they will get people coming into their communities that are like, "Oh, cool, you're shitting on Hassan." And anything anybody says bad about Mutahar, anything anybody tells them about Nux Taco, they will disbelieve, because Nux Taco is telling them what they want to hear about Hassan, or about trans people, or about whatever the fuck Nux Taco talks about these days.
Easy for them to jump onto this whole brigade and make all these like moralizing, stupid arguments.
Yeah, they're pulling up the ladder behind them. Shitting on Hassan was our thing. Get your own. Get out of here, you pigeons.
That also serve like some like the worst like types of areas of the internet, like the ADL. You know?
Yep, exactly. It's like, when you're like literally getting on, people are getting on.
See, now I wonder why Quipman hates the ADL so much, right? There's obviously really, really good reasons to be skeptical of the what the ADL has become. In fact, I think there's even some former ADL people that regularly criticize it. But just given Quipman's connection to Fuentes, I'm like, oh great, what is his problem with the ADL?
Stream every day, and they're making the exact arguments the ADL are making, saying it's anti-Semitic and harmful what Hassan's doing, and then saying, oh, I don't support the ADL. I don't support the ADL. So
you're an anti-Semite for saying I might
everyone
support the
right
ADL.
up to you've been walking people right up to the line, walked right up to the line of Hassan needs to be completely wiped out off the face of fucking earth, needs to be put in prison for being anti-Semitic, but just dropped it at the end, and you're saying I don't support the ADL. Well, why don't you support the ADL? You've made the entire fucking argument. All the premises are there. The conclusion would seem to follow. Why do you not just support the ADL? Like,
keep screaming that this guy's a fucking harmful anti-Semite that needs to be put in jail. That's what the ADL thinks,
like,
literally.
Well, it's like, it has to be like, I don't like the ADL, but I agree with them on Hassan. But it's like, well, then when you question it, well, why do you agree with them on Hassan? You agree with them on Hassan because of their reasoning and their logic that you claim to be against in the first place.
Because you believe that advocating for the human rights and dignity of the Palestinian people is tantamount to Jew hatred. That's what you would believe if you supported the ADL.
That's right. It's like, it's not just like, oh, I think Hassan's gay and the ADL thinks he's gay and I like their take on Hassan. It's like, no. Nobody can have that position, you know? Yeah, they repeat the talking points. But I don't know. It's just a situation where I'm still like, I'm not like pro Hassan by any means whatsoever. I'm anti everyone. I'm sick of these. I'm sick of this stupid fucking war dictating all the content. You know what I mean? Everyone's just lost their fucking minds.
This war? I'm sorry. This war, the war against Hassan. Because if he means the war against Hamas or the war in Gaza or something, I have some news for him about the asymmetric nature of certain conflicts. But
why can't you just be a hater?
Okay, this is the war against Hassan, right? Is that what we're talking about? That's the war that we're talking about?
Why can't you just be against them all? What's wrong with like political nihilism? You know, what's wrong with just not even political? What's wrong with just hating people, right? Can't you just hate them all? Can't you just be? And I said this before, like a few weeks ago when I called into the stream, but it's like, isn't that the most fun position when everybody involved is a fuck up and you can just go at them all? Why does it have to be a team?
It can be, but I think probably, I mean, that is the most fun.
Because people want the upside without the downside. And the way that you get the upside without the downside is to create an in-group and an out-group. And for your in-group to all defend each other, regardless of the guilt, right, that anybody might have, and to constantly attack the out-group, you know, irrespective of any of their redeeming qualities, right? That's the meta. That's why it's... I can't believe I'm having to explain this to Augie RFC, right? Because on some level, this is just the way the fucking world has worked for the long... And look, I don't know, I would want to go back to just when we were like people having takes on the internet, debating each other, yelling at each other. You know, I yell at one person one week, I yell at another person the next week, then I apologize to person one, but I still hate person... I don't know. It's just like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Shit did get kind of crazy. And I've definitely been on the outside of this whole thing as well. Hannah Arendt's Eichmann in Jerusalem, especially. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Philip Roth thing for a second. Hannah Arendt. Let him cook. Okay.
But also, if one of them is worse, you probably should be able to perceive that and call it out as worse, right?
I honestly can't tell which one's worse.
I don't know.
Do you guys?
Well, between Ethan and Hassan.
Oh no, Philip Roth's thing was called. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember.
You mean?
Yeah, I really can't tell.
As an individual, I would probably still say Hassan, but as like a system, I think the Ethan side started to get up there. Like it's like the system that's formed.
I feel like it started off so well. Like you know, I watched Content Nuke. I agreed with it. You know, I didn't see anything wrong there or whatever. A lot of like the H3 podcast segments on Hassan I thought were fire. But in the last few months, it's like they got tired of winning and they just decided to become fucking retarded, you know, and they decided to just up the ante like 10 million degrees. And now, or maybe they're just exposing themselves for being part of like a political machine, not necessarily just people that have like a problem with what Hassan does, but rather like people that are serving a devious system. But I don't know. I don't know what it is, but you know, I can't sit here and say that I'm going to like necessarily disagree with everything Ethan says about Hassan in the future. You know what I mean? He might say plenty of
yeah, Philip Roth, the writer.
Shit about Hassan. I don't fucking know. You know, Hassan's a fucking maniac. But I'm just saying, it's like they're both.
Did he literally just say that the Ethan side was winning for the longest time and they got tired of winning, so they started becoming the R word? They all started becoming Chud Logic's favorite word.
They both got something wrong with them. I don't know if that's like Fin City or if that's too much of a cuck take, but they both got something wrong with them. And I think it's just fun to hate on them both. I think that's where most people should be.
Wow, there's some radio silence here. There's some, dead air, as they say. As Femios would correctly point out.
Oh, fuck! I just had my fucking mic muted. I was literally...
Yeah, is that what he mean? I'm not sure what fucking Augie is even saying here. Ethan was apparently winning back when Hassan wasn't engaging with it and low-key defending Ethan from his chat. Is that when Ethan was winning? What are they talking about? When Ethan was losing debates to Hassan on Leftovers? When Ethan showed that he didn't know shit about about capitalism and communism and socialism, had to be kind of like dog walked on in these discussions by Dan and by Hassan. At what point was Ethan Klein winning? Chat. The only winning I can remember Ethan Klein doing was exposing Vosh Vidya. Right, that's the closest, like bringing Sam Cedar on to ambush Steven Crowder. Right, this was Ethan Klein winning. Right, that's the only entry when I search Ethan Klein and winning. That's the only thing that comes up for me.
I was literally responding to Augie.
Fucking retard.
I was responding to Augie
Nice.
totally. I was responding to Augie totally there, and
thought
everybody was
gave
silent.
up.
Everybody was silent, so I just
I
just assumed people were listening. I just assumed people were listening because everybody was silent. God damn it.
Nice.
Fuck me. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, I totally agree that like Hassan is he's retarded, but it's so weird when people are like, "Oh, he's a threat to democracy."
He's less intelligent than you are, Jstlk. Is that what you're trying to say here? He's not a intellectually curious type of guy. Is that what you're trying to pawn off as a take? That's a weird thing for you to say, bud. That's a really strange thing for you to be saying, all right? There are probably some people who could say that compared to them, Hassan is not very bright, all right? He's, I think he himself would acknowledge that he is not the smartest guy in the fucking world. But I don't know that Jstlk is the right vessel for that message to come through. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Jstlk.
Democratic Party's gonna like actually give us like the Trump dynasty, literally the Trump family dynasty. We're gonna get every Trump like
Because of Hassan?
the next 30 years. We're just gonna have a Trump as president of the United States because of Hassan Piker. It's like no.
Is he kidding?
We're not. No.
Okay.
No,
He's refuting that.
It's not that threatening.
He's refuting that.
Sorry. I don't know. It's shocking shit. I was also trying to find this clip right here for us. This was the podcast we were talking about. And Dan goes on to talk about why he basically kind of how he basically kind of justifies, not being totally honest. And I think he says, "I'm honest about my dishonesty." I think that's what this is, but I was trying to read the transcript.
I would say also.
Sorry, man. I muted my mic for 2 seconds and left it muted. Tried to mute it for 2 seconds. Obviously muted it for longer.
Another important thing is like I saw Hassan go on a rant last night where he was going on and on about context and how he was so dishonest, and if he did anything that was dishonest, his audience would hold his feet to the fire.
This is not true.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But that's part of the game, Hassan. I expect you to say it. So the difference is that, and I think people give me a lot of shit for this because I say it, whereas other people lie about it. I will make you look as bad as possible because you're a bad person and there's enough source material to do it. I don't feel bad about taking a screenshot of the homepage and putting it on my Twitter feed because you are doing the same thing. You're more cagey about it, right? Like you want to talk about shit that happened in 2009 when one of my 30 investors like this is insane. You went to a Diddy party. Like I'm fine.
So okay, it's like transparently like, oh, your people make fun of me for Tiny Chat being like a pedophile grooming ground, and you make fun of me for getting money from Diddy for Tiny Chat, and so I'm gonna try to destroy you by any means necessary. Is like the general idea he's going with here.
So the Diddy party thing, I'm assuming that didn't happen. Like, I missed that one.
So Hassan was at Coachella high on mushrooms, and apparently he walked into a tent where
at age 22, at age 21.
He was planning to go to a tent where there's a Diddy like party, right at Coachella, and then I think he says like I saw a girl dancing in a video that looked like way too young, and he basically implies it weirded him out, and he left.
Okay, what's the problem there?
There is no problem. But if
well, yeah, Dan likes to, so with that story, right, which doesn't paint Hassan in a bad light, right? He's high on mushrooms. He's at Coachella. He, at this time, people didn't know anything bad about Diddy, right? He went to a tent where there was apparently, Diddy's entourage or Diddy were there, and they were throwing a party, like an after party or something like that. And when he saw what was like on the video screen, I guess, which was a, very young looking girl, he got creeped out and he left, right? So that's the whole story. But Dan Saltman knows that we don't have to tell the whole story. How about if we just tell the part where Hassan goes to a Diddy party, because that makes him sound bad, right? If we cut it off there and say Hassan went to a Diddy party, if we cut it off with Hassan went to a brothel in Germany that was raided, it sounds really bad. That's the reason. That's his game. That's the meta. That's what he's doing here. And that is why I think, is it Jstlk that said this or Quipman? I can't remember who said it. Augie, whoever said it, they were right when they said, yeah, you just don't fucking, this guy's, his opinion is worthless. He's shown himself to be a liar. You cannot rely on this dude's word at all.
If you just say Hassan went to a Diddy party,
yeah,
you're basically
it's just the
implying something
dishonest,
weird happened, right?
Yeah, it's like one of those lies where it's like, well, technically that I guess did happen.
It's a lie by omission, correct?
Sort of, but he left out of disgust. I don't know, unless you're saying that he lied and.
There is a whole thing of like the Diddy party at Coachella that's in the tent isn't like the Diddy party freak off lawsuit.
But you don't have to say that.
Like there's crazy sex trafficking happening everywhere. Like that's not.
Yeah.
The same thing. Like this is like a relatively public thing that people can wander into.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he walked in and there's like
people saying Dan owned a website that made deals with two alleged PDFs is making fun of them. Yeah, they're bullying me, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously in front of him, and it's like, oh, there's all these celebrities are here, like Epstein's fucking there or whatever. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it is a fun point though to just say that, because you can
chat for the record. Vadim, are you still here? I don't think we ever had this much dead air on Bird Brains. I don't think, say what you will, right? And people have said what they will, and there were some pretty questionable takes that got said on Bird Brains, but I don't think we ever had this much dead air.
It's like one of those things you can say where it's like it's like a half lie.
It's
it's just a problem when you start like seriously defending it. It's funny when you just say it as like a kind of a joke, like tongue in cheek, like, oh, someone went you into a Diddy party.
Well, yeah, like Destiny's an e-rapist or a rapist or something.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest, chat, the only reason I haven't brought the panel format back, and for the record, chat, what we would do is like one day during the week, I would come up with a topic, I would invite several guests on, and we would have a discussion. And because I was the host, I mostly had to stay in the background because I couldn't really act as moderator. The more I got involved, the less I was able to moderate, right? And the reason that I didn't do that more is because, yeah, at some point I got bored. I got bored listening to other people fucking yap about shit that I may have had better takes on, right? Not everybody, obviously. Like Vadim was on those panels. Vera Speaks was on those panels. Like, always got a lot out of Vera's content. There were some good people, but there were some very questionable people as well. Some fucker with a KFC logo as an avatar. I don't remember who the fuck that was, but I do remember them as being somebody who literally like said shit that they didn't believe to get clips. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's when you're like, no, this guy went to a Diddy party. This guy's doing weird shit with kids and shit like that. It's like, okay, well, now you're actually arguing him.
Right. Yeah, it'd be like if Jstlk was responding to Destiny's video. He's like, this guy who's literally a fucking rapist is now saying that.
Yeah, you just, I mean, Yeah, basically, if somebody presses you on something in some way and you like just double down on it, like that's your position, and you can't really get away from like holding that as a position. And Dan will double down on how bad these things are. He literally did this one, the Diddy Party one, with DeOrio on not the past stream, but the one before that.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick like called him out. Was like, "This is just totally disingenuous. I don't know why you're doing this right now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so stupid. It's just giving Hassan ammunition to just be like, oh, these people are just dishonestly trying to ruin my life, blah, blah, blah. And then when he lays out like what they're doing, like lying that he's like a Diddy Party attender or a doxer or something like that, it just is so meaningless. Like, why are...
Yeah, I've said this about Vosh before, you know, that some of the haphazard allegations that people slung at him that didn't have a lot of substance to them acted as almost like a vaccine for Vosh, right? There is some really awful stuff that Vosh has done, some truly awful stuff that he said, right? But because he was able to kind of vaccinate his community into thinking that every accusation against him was going to be some, you know, unsubstantial, unhinged shit, people didn't even notice that, yes, some of those clips, right, with him saying that, like, you know, uncuck your dumb fuck SJW brain and realize that an adult and a minor can have a relationship without it having negative effects on the minor, right? Literally the Milo Yiannopoulos take. Bosch said that. I called that out at the time. Nobody cared, right? Prior to seeing those folders, nobody cared that, you know, apart from what his personal behavior was, that he was literally, you know, saying that an adult and a minor, you know, an adult could like take advantage of a minor in a relationship and have like that violation of consent that represents not harm the minor. I said that the violation of consent in and of itself, being that a, you know, a child or a minor cannot give consent, right, is a harm in and of itself, you know, regardless of anything else, right? But it's that kind of shit. It's the fact that there were so many other clips of Vosh where he actually, it sounded like he was kind of saying something bad, but if you listen to what he's saying, he's actually not. It was people pushing those clips that made the real clips, like the one I'm referring to where he's playing Ocarina of Time, that made people ignore those clips where there actually were warning signs, there actually were red flags from Vosh before any of the folder stuff ever happened.
Especially when you do this. Look who he's on the podcast with. Look who he's on the podcast with. Like, it's fucking Nox, the lolicon, and Tectone, the alleged rapist and abuser. So, what's the optics here? What are the optics here? It's like, Dan, the guy who...
Well, to be fair, Quimon, the optics are that, like, DDG doesn't see a problem with what Vosh did. Destiny himself said it wouldn't be nice, Vosh, to have somebody to come and defend you, which I would do if you had been a good little orbiter and stayed, you know, under my wings, right? If you had never gone off on your own and tried to compete with me, right, then I would be there to defend your, as Lonerbox actually did. Yeah, that was the funniest thing. The Lollybox art chat where Lonerbox comes on to defend Bosch for the folder shit and says he didn't do anything wrong. It's just art, man. It's subjective. Are these girls underage? Are they, you know, are they 15? Are they 17? Are they 23? We don't know because they're literally drawings, right? And it's kind of like, yeah, then why are you drawing them like that? Why are you drawing? If that's what it is, then why do these people are so insistent about, you know, them looking underage, right? What need are they satisfying there with that art, with that Shadman style art, right? Vosh fans would just say everything is bad. Everything bad he said was out of yeah, they would definitely do that as well. Well, yeah, that's literally what they tried to do with that, right? Because some people would take that clip and say that, I'm trying to remember, so Vosh's point with that clip, I believe, was that illustrating a point between, oh my God, two different types of utilitarianism: rule utilitarianism and rule utilitarianism and, oh my God, what was the other kind of utilitarianism? Vosh said that he was a rule utilitarian in that even though he said that an adult and a child could have a relationship with no harm coming to the child, that as a rule, too often that kind of relationship is going to harm the child, and therefore you shouldn't do it. Well, okay, credit where credit is due. I'm glad that Vosh said you shouldn't have a relationship with a minor. You know, good on you, Vosh, I guess. I mean, at least you're willing to say that. But the more disturbing thing to me was the fact that he said an adult and a minor could have a relationship and not harm the minor. He's not recognizing the violation of the minor's consent as a harm in and of itself, which is literally what fucking Milo Yiannopoulos said. So if you got a problem with what Milo said, which the right wing, like everybody had a problem with, right? Then you should have a problem with what Vosh said. Instead, the Vosh fans honed in on the straw man that people were saying that Vosh was giving a free pass to anyone who wanted to have a relationship with a minor, which he wasn't. But he was saying that this kind of relationship could happen without it harming the minor, which to me was the, you know, disturbing thing that he said. But again, you couldn't get anybody to like listen to it, because you, on one side you had people that were like, you know, just like literally, you know, they already believed that Vosh was bad. They already believed that he was a PDF. And on the other side, you had people who, you know, thought that he was a victim and he's always being taken out of context, and that because he arrives at the conclusion being a rule utilitarian. I'm trying to remember, chat. What's the other thing? Rule utilitarianism versus rule utilitarianism versus people are saying deontology. That's not what he said. Consequentialism. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Act utilitarianism. Yeah. So act utilitarianism would say that if you can have a relationship with a minor without harming them, then go ahead. You know, right? According to Vosh, right? This was the argument Vosh was making. Whereas he said that I'm not an act utilitarian, I'm a rule utilitarian. And I think that because as a rule, you know, he felt comfortable making a rule saying because this can have bad consequences that it should not be done. And his fans, you know, locked onto that in saying that, you know, and indeed, you know, that I'm glad that Vosh thinks that you shouldn't have relationships with a minor. I am disturbed by the fact that Vosh thinks that you could potentially have such a relationship without causing any harm. And I think the inability of him to say, to see the harm in and of itself is a major red flag that I pointed out early on, and a lot of people were not willing to look at.
Did he? The lolicon and the alleged rapist sit around talking about how Hassan's terrible for going to a relatively public party at Coachella.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
kind
he
of
might
the
as
funny
well-
thing about this is that I think Dan, like, trying to fuck kids is one of the only banned memes ever for, like, an Orbiter and Destiny's community, where, like, they just outright banned people
You know
from
why?
doing this, from making this.
Do you know why?
notation. Are we gonna do? Dan had a weird incident in Hawaii, and
As a long-time Destiny watcher, as a long-time Destiny viewer, I recall
The
the
Hawaii
Hawaii
stories. Oh,
holiday,
no.
the Hawaii vacation with Dan, Saltman, Mr. Mooton, and Destiny.
Mr. Mouton was like Destiny's best friend, another streamer.
Melina, where they went to Hawaii, and there was something that happened that I don't know whether it was ever disclosed to the public, where they all started joking that Dan was a pedophile, basically. And then Dan started getting sensitive about it, and it became banned.
Is that why people call him a pedophile or something?
Nope, they call him that because of Tiny Chat.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons. You can latch onto a lot of things to call anyone a pedophile, really. But, yeah.
He did start a company that took seed funding from like a fund that took money from Diddy or something. Like, he actually got money from Diddy, not directly. Like he
And there was something about the platform too that was exploitable by actual pedos, right? That they could potentially use the platform supposedly to find victims.
Go seek it out. But like his company did get funded by Diddy. The guy wasn't a massive like funder either. And then that platform was then used. I think there's a clip of Diddy hitting on an underage girl on the platform, or a young girl on the platform. And it was just generally there are stories of people getting like kind of groomed on that platform as well.
He ran a
As
social
with, like,
media
chat
platform
roulette or whatever. Yeah, he ran like
Tiny
basically
Chat.
like a chat roulette kind of thing.
He ran
yeah,
Tiny Chat.
Tiny Chat. Wow. Okay.
Do you remember chat roulette chat? Or oh my god, there was all kinds of platforms like this. What is the more recent one? Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's the name is escaping my it's like right on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it. I can't think of what it's called. Right, but yeah, obviously, you know, it's like the kind of platform where you go on, you got your camera on, and then all of a sudden you're talking to a random person who's also, you know, on there with their camera on, right? Omegle? Yeah, I think it's Omegle. Omegle, yeah, that's what I was thinking of, right? And yeah, obviously though, you know, there's a real, you know, some real bad shit could happen on one of those platforms, you know, with minors potentially using them. In fact, didn't some one of the kick streamers that one of the only kick streamers that got banned was banned from doing inappropriate shit with minors on like Omegle.
Interesting.
I think the truth of that Hawaii story is like kind of out there. Apparently got discussed on a phone call. I can't remember. It's like fairly innocuous, I think. Like, I don't know if it was...
I think it's funny when it's very ambiguous.
I know.
I think Dan screws himself by allowing it to be ambiguous, kind of, so...
I'm super delayed. I just wanted to say hi. Well, RZ, you'll see this later in your watching session then. Hi.
That's funny.
I think it was kind of innocuous, yeah.
Didn't Destiny also talk about how he watched a minor show his... Yeah, there's a like I've said, chat. Destiny was willing to defend Vosh. Destiny has defended, I think, stuff like Lolicon. You know, there's a lot of real question. Because here's the thing: the old school debate lords. The reason that Hassan calls Destiny a debate pervert is that he prided himself in making arguments that if you were to, you know, be in a debate club and draw an argument, okay, you got to argue for this. This would be one that you really didn't want to get. Like argue for incest, for instance, right? Destiny had an argument, a pro-incest argument, an argument of how incest could be completely, you know, morally justifiable, right? And you know, that wasn't the only, like, right? He loved to be on the wrong side of a debate and be able to win that debate anyway. That was, you know, that was his pride as a debate lord, right? That's the reason that Hassan started calling these fuckers debate perverts. Is that both they're kind of like manipulating, they're doing the bad touch to logic, right? They're and you know, in the sense that they are in some cases espousing some very perverted points of view.
Should leave it ambiguous because he wants to leave Hassan going to a brothel that got raided by the government or something, or you know, this whole thing. Hassan went to a Diddy party, then leaves it ambiguous, right?
Well, I've heard Hassan say that, you know, say essentially that he left. He said, yeah, it was like weird as fuck or whatever. I've never heard Dan explain this story, so I can be more sure of what.
Minor F, reload and refresh and reload. Sorry about that, right? So for all we know, Chad, I was saying, you know, they could have just turned around for a second and then been like, where's Dan? And they turn around and Dan is engaged in some kind of preternatural courtship with somebody that is in no way of age, right? We don't know. We literally don't know, right? And if you're going to give Dan a taste of his own medicine, then you can fucking leave it at that. But in reality, yeah, you know, we don't have proof that Dan did something, you know, horrible to a minor in Hawaii or said something horrible about a minor in Hawaii. It could have just been a meme that Destiny and Mouton and Melina made up. Or, you know, it could be anything. It could be anything. Wait, can I just get?
Think of Dan. Like, do you hate him? Do you like him? Like, what is your?
I like him. I like him personally.
They're
but I
BFFs.
think
It's hard to
he's,
hate him because he is transparent that he is going to do whatever he can. Like, if
I fucking hate.
can to destroy you, and he'll be like as underhanded as he has to, and he'll tell that to your face. He'll tell that to you to your face.
I mean, is it hard to hate a guy that's that openly malicious? I feel like it's.
I feel it's really easy. Yeah, exactly. To hate a guy like that.
Somebody that's like that. Is it just because he's like funny or something? Because again, I don't really.
He's not funny. He's not clever.
Know too much about him.
I think for Quipman, it like I can't really speak for myself because I don't want to. But for Quipman, I think he's just generally like scared that this guy will dox and try to kill him, and so Quipman.
I mean, that's
we love Dan.
reasonable. That's you know, you're right. I like Dan too. No, that's reasonable.
No, it's DGG brain rot. Like, literally, Dan never shows up in the server. Once the Jstlk allegations dropped, this guy was in the server in VC. I don't know why Jstlk still likes this guy.
I went into that VC and started asking him why he won't talk to Bisco.
I like Dan. I think Dan's cool.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
I do too, and I am pro.
He has an endearing, you know, lovable old man personality, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
Just don't leave your kids with him.
It's like a uncle, like really desperate to be cool, you know.
So he's like Jewish, successful
the boomer
Tommy
that wasn't
C.
cool in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
He's Jewish, successful Tommy C. That's what you're saying.
If he didn't make the money he does, his wife could take care of him. Yes, his wife could support him.
He's Jewish, successful, sober Tommy C. is what you're saying.
No,
Not sober.
no.
Not sober.
Not sober by any means.
Not sober. Okay. Damn.
This is literally like a custom-made bar back here that keeps his alcohol cold.
Yeah, this is his version of the arcade cabinets and pinball machines. Okay.
That's fucking awesome.
It is
pretty. Yeah, that's goals right there. You know, that's what we all want to be when we're 60. It's absurd wall painting of an octopus. You know, your little vending machine with all your favorite alcohols. Kept at all kept at separate temperatures for optimal consumption. Yeah, this is definitely something to be admired.
Cool. This room is pretty cool. Dan does some pretty cool things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sit here and say,
did he get like the did he get some expressionist that like is like the Franz Marc of octopuses, of cephalopods? Like that very vaguely, I don't know, Chad. I feel like I'm insulting Franz Marc here. Is that an Israeli gun? I have no idea. What is an Israeli? What is an example of an Israeli gun, Chad? Is there like a type of gun that's famously made in Israel?
hey, you know, I actually am pro-Israel in the war. So
you gotta say it. You gotta say "Am Israel high." No politique. No politique.
Yeah, but that's because you're an ethno-nationalist.
Is it an Uzi? Is that the
support ethno-national states pursuing their agendas? Yeah, I get it. I understand.
Exactly. But did Israel actually invent the Uzi, or is that just like cherry tomatoes and all the other stuff that they like? I don't know. I feel like we're getting into the bad Hasbro theme song here.
That actually just reminded me. Oh fuck! Hold on. Where was it? Hold on. I'll find it. I don't want to give it away. I swear to God, it's a clip from yesterday. Fuentes. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Is he gonna play him siding with the Jews clip?
Yes. Yes.
Was necessary because they chant death to America.
What?
Clips and Timothy Gordon clips on Zionism. What should I do? Have my dad. Benny Johnson is gay. Enjoy your 4th of July.
My dad has been watching Benny Johnson. That's the left can't meme guy. I tried talking to him about the conflict with Israel, and he said the U.S. attack was necessary because they chant death to America. Yeah, anybody that says anything bad about America, you got to bomb. Send him your clips and Timothy Gordon clips. This is to Nick Fuentes. What should I do about my dad? Benny Johnson is gay. A lot of people saying this, right? That he's on the download, on the down low, right? Vosh is the one that's on the download for the record. Benny Johnson is just on the down low. Oh God, I restarted the wrong thing. Let's try this again.
Why are we here? Is it just to suffer? Is it just so that we can be tortured to death by idiots? So we could just be tortured to death by the Goyim?
No, I can't take this, chat. I'm not watching a Nick Fuentes clip. We're leaving it there. All right. What won? I believe it was Hassan Piker visits his uncle. It's his Uncle Sam. Nobody told me, you know, like, hey, I'm donating and my donation is for X or Y or Z or whatever. So I just got to go with that. That thing won. I didn't get my butterfly. I'm sad about that. But we do get some bonus content. Although I feel like I wasted all of our time watching idiots commiserate with each other. But that's okay. Adam McIntyre came in second place. Brett Cooper and Francesca tied for third. And so we're going to watch the majority report, the fun half. Let's change the... And then I'm going to log off, I guess. I can figure out how... Okay, that's the Twitch window, video capture. Going to be below the video capture device somewhere. Twitch window, window 3, is that correct? There it is. Go to the Twitch window. Okay. See if did they make a Hassan video? If I was their YouTube person, I would have put out the... I swear to... I thought I saw a Hassan... I thought I saw a Hassan clip on their stream. No? Yeah, Dim Podcaster shreds Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, okay. So there's a Hassan clip about Hakeem Jeffries. Is this where he comes on, though?
Literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama. Yeah. And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would
Right, here we go.
That water. We're gonna fix this in the fun half, but...
Look at this. Look
Hello.
who's in studio. Okay, wide. Now here, slide over your chair that way.
Okay.
Wait, now I
gonna
can't
feel
see.
a little bit closer, but
Hold on.
Okay. Oh, you want me to get like all the way in here?
Yes, but I'm gonna move.
Wrong
Don't
way.
worry.
There you go. Right there. That's fine.
Oh my God, you guys have such... This is crazy. This is crazy production.
What do you mean?
This is crazy production. I can't believe, like, you got
How great it looks.
Why do we have that line in between? Between there.
This way?
Yeah.
Oh my
okay,
God.
There we go. Wow. All right.
Here.
There we are.
Boom. I don't want to hide the majority report.
Quick question because I was late and I just caught up. Who is Tom from the Cancel Council? He's a streamer that got banned from Twitch. And this is how fucked up Twitch Bowl was, right? He had gotten banned from Twitch for what he said about CSAM. As in, he thought that creating a digital approximation, like a digital simulation of CSAM, was something that he supports for harm reduction, right? Only he didn't say CSAM, he said PDF, and I'm not going to say what he actually said because I can't say it, but he said PDF corn. He said, I support, and then, yeah. So Twitch banned his dumbass, or his sussy, ass, right, for that, and the accounts, the Twitch poll still had him as a member, right? He still stayed viable as a YouTube streamer for years and years and years until he was exposed as the lolcow that he actually is. But yeah, he's not anybody that you'd recognize anymore. He's not a famous name. He's not a known quantity. He's not a known entity. He's no one, right? So I feel like even mentioning his name would probably be more than I want to do. Why do people with microphones form opinions without trying to learn about anything first? I guess because they can.
Logo, but
Wow.
Look who's here.
It's going to
All
be a
right,
little
well,
difficult. Look at that.
I don't need the headphones until, unless
yeah,
we watch like a video, right?
Exactly.
Okay, I don't normally.
Do you have ear pods or anything like that, or no?
I just only have like the Apple, the big AirPods, so it's fine.
This is the first time I've ever seen you in person. You have a very large arm.
He's like, you're a big boy.
Oh, that's oh my God, that's crazy. I didn't
What
even.
a coincidence.
I didn't even think about that.
No, I didn't.
Huh. I didn't get the same compliment when I walked in my tank top today, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
you got real tan.
I was
expecting you to have the same reaction.
Was she in Europe?
Well, so much for the arm wrestling contest that we had planned for the fun half. I think we'll probably put that on pause. That water, incidentally, is for you.
Oh,
and
thank you.
That mug is for you.
Oh wow!
It's getting some merch.
20 years of pausing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Majority Report Radio. What an incredible get. This is this available on the shop?
Yes, it is. But
Okay.
that one is for you.
Chad, it looks like we might have had it. Are we having Fs? Are we having like minor Fs?
But we also do have some other merch that we're going to have you model in the fun half.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't want to do it now?
No. Yeah, I guess we could do it now, and then we'll go to the fun half. Wait a second, let me fix my camera.
Fix your camera. Why are you in New York?
I'm doing an interview with Mahmoud Khalil. I'm doing something with Hassan Minhaj, and most importantly, I was like, I have to come on the Majority Report. I was ducking you guys.
We have
for too long.
We have new trucker hats in the merch store. At,
And we'll sell a lot more if you actually put this on.
Of course. Let me grab it. Let me wear that.
It's a special one that we thought might be good for you.
Max left. Oh my God. Are you actually? Is this one of the hats for real?
It is one of the
I
hats.
love that.
Yeah, there
Max
you go.
left.
There you go.
This is my idea.
Yeah, I like
to
it.
model it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is gonna piss some people off, I think.
I think it might. All right. Well, listen, we got to take a break and head into the fun half of the program where you can join us with our special guest today in studio. Just a reminder, if you want to support the program, join themajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only get the free show for your commercials, you get the fun half as well, and you can IM us. And also justcoffee.coop, fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. Left Reckoning happening tonight. I think Matt's on break, but maybe who knows what he's doing. But check it out; it should be good.
He doesn't seem to be fond of breaks.
Yeah, Matt doesn't really take a break. It really just means more gaming, I think, is really what's going on. All right, we'll see you in the fun half.
I was going through a phase. Updates complete. Now activating number 13.
We're stuck at 144p, chat.
Mighty kind of you, Doctor. For crying out loud, we just finished patching.
So, chat, for the record, this is the origin of the trucker hat.
Dog, you can't fix what ain't broke. Now, where's my trucker hat? Howdy there. I'm Android 13. Look at my trucker hat. Careful, son. You might catch a deathly cold.
That's fist cold.
My trucker hat! You plumb done gone dadgun did it now, son.
Who in the what?
Can't dodge my TH death bomb!
Does the TH stand for
Trucker hat, yes!
Not my first guess.
One down. Well, if it ain't the
That's my favorite.
head dodge my TH death bomb?
Does the TH stand for
Truckerhead, yes!
Not my first guess.
Oh no, there it goes, chat. There goes the trucker hat. The Red Ribbon Army trucker hat. Oh my god. Okay, so that was epic. I have almost done 9 hours here. I am indeed some kind of ultra marathoner of the streaming variety. Second only to, I guess, Hassan and Jstlk in terms of actual time on stream. What are we doing? What are we even doing, chat? What's going on? I am so fucking out of it. Oh my god, we gotta do better on Blue Sky somehow. Either that or I'm gonna delete my Blue Sky. And those of you on Blue Sky will be really sad that you didn't support me when you got the chance when we start doing the blast-offs on Twitter again. Right? Wait. Do I have to I probably have to reload this. I gotta reload this. While I'm reloading this, let me maybe shout out my Patreon. Because believe it or not, I do appreciate you people. And, you know, yeah, it's probably one of the better ways to support the stream. More of your donation actually gets to me. And I also give you this fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Oh, sorry, let me go in order. Maybe. Shouts out to Orl's Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah Anderson, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Al, and shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Sarah Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And with that, chat, I must... Don't go anywhere yet. I am gonna... Oh my god, Brogan, I choose you. I'm rating you into Frogan if you're watching on Twitch. Say hi. Frogan looks to be playing some games, doing some reacts. I don't know what this game is. But that's where I'm sending you if you're watching me on Twitch. For the rest of you, I will see you again tomorrow. We've got Epstein. We've got so much Epstein. We've got so much Epstein to go over. And I am so disappointed that this freaking commentary, this is the problem with covering commentary stuff, chat, is it's a long watch through. It's a long watch through. I need to try to make my streams shorter so I actually have time to put out some videos, because right now I don't have an editor. Maybe I should hire somebody here in Thailand to do that, because I could, you know, that's probably the only place I could afford to hire an editor from. But I don't know what the the legal ramifications of hiring somebody would be if that would make me. I would probably have to. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. We gotta figure out something, because I need to get these videos out, and stuff, because we gotta grow. It's very important. But anyway, thanks for joining us. Take care of yourself and each other. Moe Kuhn and Fly, my pretties. I will edit for a low rate. I don't want to underpay you, Lizzie. Look, if I outsource it to anybody in the community, it would be that you get to make your own channel using my content and you get to keep the ad revenue. That would be the kind of deal that I would make, right? It's not a good deal, because remember, when you're starting off with a YouTube channel, you don't get any ad revenue. You got to get 1,000 subscribers, or no, maybe it's 500 subscribers. No, I think it's 1,000 subscribers for ad revenue, right? And a certain amount of watch hours and stuff like that. So still a pretty hard slog. But yeah, I just don't want to. I live in South Africa, so costs are lower here. Well, look, if you want to do something like that, how about edit? Find a clip that you liked, maybe a short clip so you don't have to do too much work, and make an edit, and I'll take a look at it, and have a clip channel for the Do Not Worry podcast. Nice. That's really cool that they're getting a clip channel. Give it a try. Let me know how it works out, and I'd be happy to take a look at one of your edits if you wanted. I'm focusing on my own channel stuff. Well, if you're too busy, then you're too busy. That is totally understandable. But yeah, chat, I'm gonna see you again tomorrow. I gotta get off of here. I gotta figure out some way to like shorten the streams down and still have time to do. Because I'm supposed to do like a short stream for the Epstein content. There's a lot of shit going on with Trump and Epstein right now, basically, and this could be the thing that cracks MAGA wide open. So look for more of that in the future. Anyway, much love to everybody. I will see you later. Moe Kyun.